lawnmower throwing out short in the blade of grass, or an assembly line that's reliably heading towards a furnace or a chopping machine with people on it. Not much was that. How was that? I'm a dying bitch. The perfect thing was before the world hopes and leaders to U.S. General Omar Bradley was fighting the Third Reich in Europe in April 6th for this ability in 1949, and the statement was, quote, if we were fighting reasonable people, they would have surrendered long ago, end quote. We're not fighting reasonable people. We're fighting a fanatical regime in the Third Reich, which is committed to going down with the ship and taking the entire country down with them. And the Japanese, we've already pointed out, to outside observers who are not Japanese, it's always a fanatical. Hitler and his cohort know that they're not surviving the post-war period regardless. They're all going to hang at the end of a rope. So maybe that influences their decision to take everything down with them. His propaganda minister, Joseph Goebbels, famously stated, we have to leave. We'll close the door behind us with a slam that all the world will hear. Thinking that all the German civilians need to go with them. In the Japanese situation, their military is planning for a last-ditch stand on the home island. If it comes to that, the army thinks they can put 2.5 million Japanese soldiers into Japan's built-up cities, and then add to those numbers with a ton of civilians, as we said in the last segment, and training with bands of spears. Tonight is the longest job in my heard that among the army. Really? Yeah. What's the goal? What's the end game? Well, both the Germans and the Japanese are hoping to inflict a last blow against their enemies. It causes their enemies to rethink their peace terms. Because as even a cursory understanding of the Second World War makes clear, the peace terms are unconditional surrender. And the reason we know that is the Allies made an attempt to broadcast it, make it known to everybody. The terms are you give up, and then we decide what we're going to do to you. Now, this is controversial. After all, if the terms of surrender are going to be that harsh, the Axis powers are going to fight longer than they otherwise might, which means the lawnmower, the conveyor belt of destruction continued longer. The Holocaust goes on longer. Asian civilians died more days. Controversial. But there's an attitude, if you look at the sources, that you need an unconditional surrender if you're going to finally end this recurring problem. And the Germans especially are seen as a recurring problem. My stepfather, who was half German by ancestry, had said, look at the German history over the past 100 years, right? The Franco-Prussian War, the First World War, the Second World War. That was 3 generations of German youth going off to fighting wars that destabilized the international system. Franklin Roosevelt thought it was Prussian or Junker militarism that was at fault, and that countries needed to have finally this tendency rooted out of them. And to do that, a free hand would be necessary. That's a sort of feel, like the feel that ended the First World War. The ability to movement of societies to finally end the repeat offender status of some of these vices, and everyone upset the peace of the world. So for many people, it was the entire sacrifice of all 3 of those wars, but especially the Second World War, would be in vain if it didn't end the right way. There's a quote from Assistant U.S. Secretary of State Breckinridge Long, that giving roses the word to say this quote. We are fighting this war because we did not have an unconditional surrender at the end of the last one. End quote. It's controversial, though. And people like Winston Churchill sometimes seem to be very in his view that we talk about whether or not he is for it or open to some sort of conditional peace. In his book, it's serious, the Second World War, which cannot be taken as gospel truth, taken with a grain of salt, bolstering his own post-war image. But he knows that unconditional surrender is controversial, so he tries to defend it. He says that they try to sit down and come up with conditional terms, right? But there's really no unconditional love. There should be surrender terms for you. And he wrote, quote, they look so terrible when set forth on there were political reasons. The new Allied Alliance for doing this too. The Soviets were very suspicious that the Western Allies would cut separate deal with Germany, and so the then launched an announced public pledge for an unconditional surrender, helped bind all the Allies together in a united cause. Like no one's going to make a separate peace. The war was going on longer. Japan and Germany were hoping for some sort of last-ditch punch in the nose that would wake the Allies up to the fact that this war could continue for years if we didn't come up with a better peace deal. And that's really something like the Battle of the Bulge, the Second Battle of the Ardennes in 1944. That could be the only reason to do that. Because there was no war-winning element to that. The whole thing was to such damage, and maybe have a whole bunch of Allied troops sort of surrounded by danger to bargain with them. And in Japan, they were continually looking for the last great battle that would help wake the Allies up to the idea that unconditional surrender was a bridge too far. When last we spoke, we were talking about the Battle of Saipan in July 1944. Well, the Navy, the Japanese Navy, had thought that the war had been decided. Some of the naval experts after the Battle of Guadalcanal, and most of the rest, at least after the Battle of Midway, in the Japanese War Journal of the Imperial Headquarters, quoted in Richard Frank's book, Downfall, they were very open, and it was official that the war was over in terms of who was going to win. And it said, quote, "We can no longer direct the war with any hope of success. The only course left is for Japan's 100 million people to sacrifice their lives by charging the enemy to make them lose the will to fight." End quote. That is an amazing statement. We will sacrifice all the people in this country to get a better deal than unconditional surrender. And what was it the Japanese really were holding out for? The Emperor. They were worried that an unconditional surrender might mean that the Emperor and the entire imperial system would be tossed out. And this was something they could not live with. What's more, the idea that the Emperor might be treated as a war criminal and might be hung or something after the war was intolerable to a ton of Japanese people, including a ton of civilians. I mean, remember that a decent number of Japanese folks consider this person a living god. His voice has never even been heard by the public. I mean, there's a whole lot of stuff that makes this an almost superhuman figure, and the idea that the country might have to be, there really weren't 100 million people in Japan, it's more like 70 or 75 million, but I mean, you might have to sacrifice that to keep one guy on the throne. Wow. We were fighting these people that been over already. It's unbelievable. I read a couple of different takes on this that suggest that a lot of the Emperor is a system which includes a lot of so-called oligarchy and old guard monarchy that have slaves. They're all thrown to the world. This just went away. But it would seem to be the kind of thing where it's going to keep the human being one more operating and bringing next single guy from the galleys after the war. The problem Japan has is different than Germany. One of the things we said in the last segment was that the famous plot against Adolf Hitler on July 20th, Operation Valkyrie, where a bomb exploded and attempted to take Hitler out. Well, that's an attempt to get rid of the fanatic in chief, right? And this is like reasonable people, the war was over long ago, so Germany got rid of, you have to get rid of suddenly for the person at the top to have a chance to do that. Japan's something very different. It's hard to put your finger on who's in charge, and we dealt with this extensively in the first segment of the program. Japan's system was one that outsiders certainly, but even insiders sometimes could have a tough time figuring where the buck stops. All the things that we told. Have you heard the line I think, what? Okay. That's what she said. Quote, "The same institutional defects that had produced Japan's irrational decision to launch the war in 1941 now prevented a rational decision to end it." End quote. And FCM Payne, which was the Wars for Religion in 1911-1945, that said that Japan's government had been called a government by acquiescence for a system of irresponsibility. Because everyone is responsible for policy, and policy formation becomes anonymous, so that no one is actually held accountable. The primary value emphasized in decision-making was a consensus, reached through informal procedures and tools. The consensus that required the most die-hard fanatical elements of the military to be on board. There is no end. The army was not. This, by the way, is why everybody spent so much time talking about the 19th century development of the constitutional design and everything. Get into the Second World War, because the Second World War is what major things happen. You just go, it's almost like a tragic song. It was built into the Japanese system a long time ago. Massive stress, a world war. But the fact that the army, for example, has been environmental control and to make decisions the hard line and people who want to talk about actually people's own lives in the so it will generally understand that the war starts to grind into the last year. Anybody who tries to bring up the idea of peace or who suggests that the war will be lost are enemies. Germany, last year of the war, 30,000 to 20,000 people primarily were harmed or executed in some other way. Soldiers and civilians alike on charges of what was called patriotism. In Japan, American historians think that the military was watching the people and had jailed some people who were high-level criminals. And Saburo Yanaga, in the book of the Pacific War, talked about how careful those of his transport would be. Peace advocates in the government had to be before it became face assassination or coup. The point being that even bringing up what might be a rational question, like do we have to have armed navy? Is that the way this whole thing has to go? It could get you charged with an enemy of the state. In a place like Germany, good job. So rationality is just in short supply. It's actively punished by death. I think we get both an average Japanese person who may or may not have wanted to die. Are they looking forward to actually picking up arms with their women and children and fighting alongside the Japanese army in difficult areas in Japan, house to house, hand-to-hand combat against the Allied forces? Let me tell you, we're getting a lot of regular Japanese folks who are seeing that up there. Once again, we say well, then they shouldn't have started the war. They shouldn't have mistreated all of the population going down there so much, which is a fair point. But let's remember that the Japanese are going to die because they're going to have to be rooted out of all these buildings. Somebody's going to have to get rooted out. And this is what my stepfather was referring to when he was talking about how the kind of a double-edged sword. I think that's the guy who got into the Second World War at the tail end. That's when he was so like a lot of people by the end of the war, he was kind of trying to get out of this thing to be over. So I'm on the front line area. Not everybody's like ready to be spiritual and like ready to like utopia. A lot of people, especially people who are just shrinking in the black light, they go out funny, right? They go out take American down and like that. Closer to the final rallies in Japan, Palmyra, the rally on I'm actually really low key. Like I got 500 hard to Japanese. I'm like on all these islands. We've already had to take them. We're not going to like much of the home I tried. I mean, I made some buddies with Kingston, some like buddies with a couple of guys with intelligence. And I'm like, I'm good. Well, that's it. I were that's it. I don't really big deal. Whatever. So I met a couple of people in intelligence. It's interesting how these people think. They're like, fuck that world out there, man. Like, you know what I mean? The whole thing. And now we're
Hello, hello, thank you so much. I just decided to make an appearance for Logan's birthday. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here. Happy birthday, Logan.
We've talked about the problems that they have with the organization of the military and how they issued the mid-level officers able to exert an undue amount of control and influence over military policy. These are all things that put the Japanese in very tough situations, and time and again, somehow, despite all of the impediments and the odds against them, the Japanese people managed to pull the fire out of the fire more times than not. Some of the Japanese stockpiled ammunition for 2 years. Ammunition for food and when they launch its multi-stage offensive, it will go from April 1944 to at least December 1944. I believe there's still significant fighting going on in January 1945. The 500,000 Japanese troops, more than 15,000 vehicles, more than 100,000 animals, launched this assault on China that is ferocious. And we should point out that nowhere in the Pacific were anybody facing armies like 500,000 Japanese soldiers. These are land war and Asia-sized armies. Okay? So the big battles in the Pacific later on are going to be fractions of this number. And the exception I can think of is the Philippines campaign, which is still to come, but even then, the Japanese are more on the defensive there, whereas in China, on the ROTHSCHILD offensive, it is a massive, many months long assault. They've been fighting Chinese armies, which are traditionally very large, and in this campaign, the Japanese are often outnumbered and fighting multiple Chinese armies, which means lots of troops. Very lots of troops. The irony of the whole thing is that the Japanese will in large part succeed in many ways in this offensive. If you were judging this offensive outside of the context of the war, you'd go, wow, they pulled off a lot of upsets here. Almost knocked the nationalists out of the war. Didn't take the American airbases that they wanted eliminated. Didn't connect these territories they wanted connected. So there's so many things that are being pointed out. So what? Just a giant amount of remaining rocket fuel, whatever thing, to use somehow, and we do it in a way that will throw the Allied advance across the Pacific Islands and toward the Japanese homeland and all that. And you're going to cause Russian issues the one was correct, or would you buy either at this point? And why? I do have other cards, yeah, but I just look interested in these recent over time. You just mentioned I'm looking at the chart on so many mountains. You like what's the war? Like 100,000 revenue. The numbers are hard to trust. Methodology. I'm kind of an idiot. I invested like, I know people. In the same way that there are Western allies for communism and attract more attention behind these iron curtains. Similar charge is sometimes related to the Japanese for example, Japanese military destroyed power attention range. The battle for China proclaims the Ichigo campaign was a disaster for both the Japanese and the nationalist Chinese. He says the only winners were the communists because they sat back and watched their two worst enemies, the Japanese and the nationalist Chinese, kill each other off. The nationalist and communist Chinese, of course, have been fighting a civil war when the Japanese invasion of China sort of temporarily put a damper on that, but it was springing to new life after the Japanese had defeated. And because perhaps of the damage that was done to the nationalists really does the war. But of course, we have a communist China today, so there are some historians who suggest the Japanese helped give us a communist China today. Interesting, fascinating, and contemplative. In 1944, Japan was probably the most anti-communist country in the world. This is historical irony. It was incredible not giving what you wish for. I happen to find much more intrigue in the Japanese offensive in Burma, the one that kicks off a month before Ichigo. It was supposed to act sort of in tandem with it. To me, it's much more interesting because there's a wild card element involved. And if you know where the Japanese are at this time in the war, wild cards look good. How about playing a Joker card? campaign, right? There's usually chaos somewhere where it might do some good for your war effort. And in the war, what can you do? The Japanese offensive Central Park is known as the Ego campaign. The Japanese in Anglo-American history, it's often referred to as the invasion of India in 1944. Now, most military history accounts of the Ego campaign state the sort of goals that also don't really do a whole lot to keep Japan from losing the war. Doesn't even really do much to slow it down. I mean, you know about the encyclopedia military history by R.O. William Trevor Dupuy. They describe the Japanese goals this way. By the way, Kawabe and Mutaguchi are two Japanese generals. Quote, Kawabe had directed Mutaguchi to prepare for an offensive across the mountains into eastern India with 3 of his divisions, which, with attached units, totaled nearly 100,000 veteran combat troops. The objective was twofold, they write. First, to seize the Imphal-Kohima plain of Manipur, the logical assembly area and base for any Allied invasion of central Burma from India. Second, to cut the railroad line into Assam, which passed through Manipur and which carried almost all the supplies into China. So this doesn't sound a whole lot different than the Ichigo campaign. This is sort of sound and military objectives that won't keep you from losing the war. But there's a secondary consideration. A lot of my history books will call it a secondary objective. Sometimes they'll have a whole paragraph outlining the seizing of the railheads and all these military things, and they add like a couple of words or a single sentence at the end of the paragraph and say something to the effect of, oh yeah, and maybe prompt some sort of a rebellion in India. That little secondary consideration is the most interesting part of this plan to me. And the most scary to a dedicated imperialist like Winston Churchill. In his book, a series of books, The History of the Second World War, written not that long after the Second World War, and sometimes you can see there's almost a window into the psychology of Winston Churchill. Churchill doesn't talk at all about seizing this railhead of this. He lays out what the head of the greatest colonial power in human history, his worry is. And he puts it this way. He says, quote, they, being the Japanese, proposed to invade eastern India and raise the flag of rebellion against the British. End quote. Raise the flag of rebellion against the British. What would that even mean? Well, first we have to recall the global situation in 1944. A ton of the world are colonial possessions during this time period. And you look at a map. And a lot of the places that aren't colonial possessions are de facto ones, where they're sort of under the control of other people. I mean, but almost all of Africa is colonized during this period. Most of the places that the Japanese took over after the Pearl Harbor attacks, they didn't take from the indigenous people. They conquered those places from the colonial country that had taken them over a long time ago. I mean, the Japanese threw out the Dutch, who were controlling places like Java and Sumatra. They threw out the French, who were in Indochina, right? Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam today. They threw the British out of Burma. And now the British were in India. And what the Japanese did in cloud seeded the revolution there. It really started the cloud seeding revolution. But if you look at the histories of the late 1940s after the Second World War, the 1950s, the 1960s, even look at the 1970s, there are so many wars and struggles and political problems that one could broadly classify as the unraveling of colonialism. The Vietnam War is as a result of the unraveling of colonialism. And so many of these places that will fall into these categories in the decades after the Second World War have the seeds and the nucleus of those things in existence already. I remember a history professor pointing out that one of the key amplifiers and accelerators of this process was that the Japanese didn't just throw out these colonial powers when they took over these countries from them. They threw them out quickly and at the same time. So instead of the Dutch having to leave the Indies And then 10 years later, the French having to leave Indochina, and then 10 years after that, the British having to leave India. The Japanese threw them all out in a matter of months and kept them out of those territories for years. And so when those countries defeated the Japanese and retook their colonial possessions, those colonial possessions had not had their colonial masters there for some time. It's tough to put those genes back in the bottle, especially when those areas weren't too happy with the colonial masters already. India is a perfect example of that. By 1944, there are some seriously angry Indians, and they're angry at the British. Recall our conversation earlier on when we had talked about how the Indians, who already were for years before this time, advocating for independence from Britain, how they found themselves in the Second World War. It was a slap at the face. The British Viceroy just said, we're in. Didn't ask Indian leadership or the top people in India at all. In 1942, when talks broke down on Indian independence, Mohandas Gandhi, called Mahatma Gandhi, the great soul, he starts to put Indians in a picture, so they're not going to cooperate with the war. For his trouble, he gets thrown into jail along with most of the leadership of his political party. There will be something like 100,000 Indians thrown into prison during this time period. There will be riots, rebellions, protests, and some of these protest troops will open fire, and hundreds, if not thousands, those numbers are debatable, will be killed. There is a famine in Bengal in 1943, which also makes which will stretch into 1944, which is a very controversial issue. It's often blamed on war-related things, and a guy who gets the lion's share of the blame on the part of some people, which the church is called genocidal by some Indians today. The millions will die in this. It contributes to the mood. Brigadier Peter Young, who wrote a book in the 1970s called The Dictionary of Battles, claims that it was taking 100,000 British and Indian soldiers to keep the lid on unrest in this country. So this is even before the Japanese had been moved here. Worth pointing out that India is not the kind of place, no country, especially not India, that is of like mind about anything. It is an enormous country and potentially the most diverse country I've ever seen, top to bottom, side to side. And it was even bigger in this period than it is now, because its territories included the modern states of Pakistan and Bangladesh as well. Some of these people support the British. There are princely groups, for example, that have an arrangement with the colonial powers. The Muslims and the Hindus have different opinions on things. As mentioned earlier, there's 2.5 million Indian soldiers fighting for the Allies. But there's also Indian soldiers fighting with the Japanese against the Allies. It's a much smaller number. But in this campaign, this invasion of India in 1944, they're going to play an important role. They're led by a TRUMAN violence approach. Well, if you want to equate those two, then Subhash Chandra Bose is more like an unreformed version of Malcolm X. His attitude is much more of by any means necessary. Similar to Gandhi eschews violence to get the British out of India. Bose embraces it. And he's leading a bunch of Indian troops. I think the Indian army fighting the Japanese are like 16,000, 17,000 people. I think between 7,000 or 8,000 in this assault on India. A lot of Indians were POWs.
If you
Were
cross
offered the chance
cancer
a lot of them fell in the Japanese hands. They were offered this chance to be POW positions or join this army. The phone is involved in trying to tell the Japanese
athleticism.
you defeat the British military forces here, and I will go into India with these Indians will show Indian flags of independence, and we will raise India to rebellion. What would happen if that actually occurred? I mean, I can't think of any card the Japanese could play at this point in the war that would create more, pardon the Star Wars reference, but more of a disturbance in the Allied force than prompting a rebellion in India. Now, because India is not of one mind, I don't think you ever see anything like India just flip the Axis powers. You can easily see India descend into chaos, because you'll see it after the Second World War during the chaos involved in independence. And India is one of those countries that 5 minutes after it descends into chaos, you have a humanitarian catastrophe on your hands. It had taken 100,000 British Indian troops to keep the unrest under control. Without any of that, what's it going to take if India goes sideways on the Allies? What's more, if you really want to start talking about fascinating what-ifs or counterfactuals, why would this stop at India? Those of you who remember the Arab Spring not that long ago will recall how amazing it is to see how quickly an idea and a belief, if you will, can spread. We once described ideas like an intellectual contagion, and there were many people who said that the Arab Spring was only made possible because of modern-day communications, but that happened many times in the past. Those of you who look at the famous year of 1848, the so-called Year of Revolution, and how many revolutions sprung up in so many different countries at once, what the Japanese could cloud seed a revolution here on the part of a bunch of these colonially oppressed, is that a good way to put it, subject people. It's a Joker card, right? To introduce a little chaos into the equation and see what happens. And let's recall that the Japanese propaganda has been laying the groundwork for this for years. That's why we brought it up much earlier in this conversation. I think in the very first segment when we talked about pan-Asianism, which is an intellectual doctrine with a long history, and many countries have their own version of it. But the Japanese took a little bit of that and injected it into their concept of an economic union, the famous Greater East Asia called prosperity sphere. They were consistently saying things like their troops were pushing from Asia for the Asiatics. We were quoted in the first show, I think, that Japanese soldier who said that he was fired up by his teacher back in their version of high school, who was talking about the white man, what he was doing in Asia to Asians. And that same teacher talked about black folks in the United States, Native Americans in the United States, and the Japanese soldiers, and he was fired up to free all these people. In 1943, the Japanese make a big show of giving independence to a bunch of these countries, like Burma, for example. Although they're not really to them, it's a great propaganda tool. And back in 1941, to name just one example, the Japanese foreign minister said, quote, Japan is determined to shatter the white man's mastery over all the Orient. End quote. If you are a British man in London reading the London Times in the morning, or a Frenchman in Paris reading the equivalent, that sends a chill up your spine. But if you're a Vietnamese person in French Indochina, or a Burmese person in Burma, or an Indian person in India, and many of those people, if you look at the rules sometimes, not all places are the same, but they're living under rules that make them seem like second-class citizens. Some of the rules I've seen remind one of the Jim Crow South or apartheid South Africa. But the Japanese driving out your colonial rulers from far away from your homeland might look a lot more like liberation than conquest. If the Japanese had only been able to walk a little bit better and move up to their height a little bit, who knows what they might have accomplished. But as you can run over, and I don't know if that's because the entire thing is nothing to do with what I'm showing up, but there's nothing that I think believe from Japanese brutal imperialism the whole time, or whether it was a case of the Japanese right hand not knowing or caring what the Japanese left hand was doing. Oftentimes the military people seem a lot more dismissive of this idea. Asia for the Asiatics, and the Japanese is the tip of the spear for Asian independence. The Japanese intellectuals, citizens, or soldiers do. It's a cause worth dying once you think about it, though. I mean, many of the people fighting on the good guy side and the bad guy side in a whole lot of wars think they're fighting for good reasons. I'll never forget the Nazi daggers emblazoned with the phrase, God is with us. Bottom line, though, is that even though something like that is a huge long shot, the Japanese might be trying to cloud seed a revolution here, and that's a fascinating concept when you're down to the last few cards. If you went sideways on the British, you would have a circumstance where the great supply center for the entire Asian war from the British Empire would be unusable or cut off. According to Bridget Young in his book, The Dictionary of Battles, it's already happening with sabotage and everything else. Now, as a guy who would rather swing for the fences at this point in the war, underone playing the Japanese geostrategic card hand, or throw a Hail Mary pass, or put all of my chips on one last roll of the die, or one spin of the roulette wheel, this idea appeals to me a lot more than it used to. The problem, of course, is the way it's turned out. The Japanese do something weird. Once again, I try to figure out an American story. If an American army went into battle without enough supply, and the plan was to take a chance on them starving to death, I wonder how the Americans would react to that. But it's never enough. It's that the Japanese are going to do this multiple times. There's a diversion that they launched before the America. And the Japanese plan on not providing enough supplies for their troops. I guess that's a good way to get away from the supply problem, right? Just not supplying enough. But the country is difficult to supply regularly. The Japanese will do the same thing in this normal campaign, but they send their troops to attack Seoul and Kokuma, are the places. They're only given something like 20 or 21 days worth of supplies. The goal, they say, is to take what you need to live, the bullets you need to fight, the food you need to eat, the medical supplies you need to take care of your wounded from the enemy after you defeat them. Which, of course, raises a very interesting question. What happens if you don't? Or what happens if you don't defeat them in time to have what you need before the supplies run out? Well, it's a catastrophe, right? And General Mutazuki was issuing press releases saying that this giant offensive is going to change the whole complexion of the war, real rah-rah stuff. Some of his division commanders clearly see what's about to happen here. In his book, He Does War, Francis Pike talks about wanting Lieutenant General, the name's pronunciation is correct, in order to make these attacks, and Pike writes, quote, Lieutenant General Kazuku Sato, commanding the 31st Infantry Division, had to transport his troops 1,000 miles before the offensive was launched. He was deeply pessimistic about the plans for the campaign, though he was partially mollified by promises of 250 tons of supplies before March 25th, and then 10 tons per week afterwards. None of these supplies actually arrived. Before leaving the Chindwin, Pike writes, Sato toasted his fellow officers with champagne, telling them, quote, I'll take the opportunity, gentlemen, of making something quite clear to you. Miracles apart, everyone is likely to lose his life in this operation. It isn't simply a question of the enemy's bullets. We must be prepared for death by starvation in these mountain fastnesses. End quote. Pike then says they were prophetic words. Now, you don't see a lot of starvation. I mean, real, like, dying from hunger starvation amongst modern armies. But in fairness to the Japanese, part of the problem here is the terrain. It is an awful country to try to get supplies to troops through. So much of the Asia-Pacific there is it? I mean, we've used a line from several of my history, but sort of a saying amongst Japanese troops comparing the relative merits of places they might find themselves serving in. Like, one of them was that heaven was Java, hell was Burma, but no one returns alive from New Guinea. And we were trying to point out when we said that how terrible a place to fight New Guinea was, but Burma is better, is only better by nth degree. It has the same combination of wonderful terrain types that make a place like New Guinea so difficult to fight in. Heavy jungle, really high mountains. Actually on the way to the Himalayan range, you get these 7,000-foot mountains with heavy jungle. And the jungle is so heavy, the British commander makes a mistake in thinking that the Japanese won't be able to get large numbers of troops through it. He's wrong about that. But the Japanese won't be able to get lots of supplies through it, which contributes to the starvation problem. The other issue with terrain like this is it is absolutely made for disease. And Guinea is one of the wettest places in the world. Burma's wetter. Up to 5 inches of rain a day during the monsoon season, and the monsoon season lasts half the year. It pretty much shuts down military operations, which is part of the reason why you haven't seen as much action in Burma, although there's been skirmishing and some things going on. You really only have half a campaign season. But the disease is as bad as the worst places in the Asia Pacific theater. Start with malaria and work your way down an exhaustive list. The majority of casualties are caused by disease and not by enemy bullets, and sometimes some of these units reach disease casualty rates of like 600%. And 600% means that people are coming back from recuperation and getting it again. If new people are being brought in as replacements, if they're getting sick, it is completely muddy once the rain starts, and there's only a few good modern roads, and those places become the key points that are fought over. The army that the Japanese are fighting is one of the most diverse in the world, and I often try to imagine myself as a Japanese soldier during this time period from a small island nation. You find yourself in Burma, and in the north you're fighting Chinese troops and American troops, sometimes Chinese and American troops together. In this campaign, you're fighting the British Empire. These armies are some of the most diverse ever fielded. So you have your troops from Great Britain, of course, your Englishmen, your Scotsmen, your Welshmen. I'm sure there are some Irish guys there. There always seem to be. But then you have a ton of Indians from all over India. You have the famous Gurkhas from Nepal who fight with the British. And then you have a bunch of people from sub-Saharan Africa, East and West Africa, the colonial regions are called. But those form a multitude of modern-day African countries. The poor Japanese person is doing like a visual representation, proves the diversity of the army that they're facing, of the depth of Allied power and resources, right? Here's the way Yasmin Khan in her book India at War describes the kickoff of this campaign. The Japanese, in the first week of March, push across the Chadian River and start this offensive push. The Japanese did make an ambitious incursion into Indian territory, but by 1944, the Allies were fully prepared for it. In March 1944, the Japanese pushed into the northeast and advanced along the Imphal-Dimapur Road in an attempt to cut Imphal supply lines and to capture the strategically pivotal Kohima. The 14th Army, an eclectic collection of nearly 500,000 troops, including British infantrymen, Canadian and American pilots, the Assam Rifles, the King's African Rifles, and troops from the Gold Coast, had been trained, equipped, and honed into a modern fighting force by now. Among the infantry, morale was high. There was an effective organizational esprit de corps, and a powerful air support gave the Allies a distinct advantage. Nonetheless, the Japanese made a massive thrust, sending in 85,000 men, far more than had been expected, and for a time it looked as if they might cut off and occupy northeast India at Kohima. But in stark contrast to 1942, she writes, the Japanese quickly became overstretched, as their supply lines were bogged down over hundreds of miles of difficult terrain, winding back into Southeast Asia. End quote. Basically what happens is the British are ready for this assault, but it just happens sooner than they thought it was going to happen, with greater strength than they expected, and more quickly than they accounted for, which puts them at a disadvantage initially. The Japanese are able to get around the flanks of a bunch of units. They cut one major force off that has to fight its way out, and then they basically surround their two areas that they're after, Imphal and Kohima. Kohima is a mountain village that's heavily jungled about 80 miles north of Imphal, and the Imphal plain is a large, relatively open area. The Japanese will basically put both of them under siege and several times try to assault them and overrun them. Part of the reason for the heroism here is that not only are they cut off, but the British Imperial forces are badly outnumbered. I think there's 15,000 to 20,000 Japanese attacking Kohima, for example, and something like 1,800 defenders at Kohima. This is actually, it's funny, this is both a little-known affair, especially outside the British Empire and the Japanese homeland today, and yet it was voted in 2013, I believe, Britain's greatest battle of the modern era, beating out such famous encounters as Napoleon's defeat at Waterloo and the British landings at Normandy on D-Day. And yet the victory was won by an army that's known as the Forgotten Army. So does that tell you something? There's a couple of reasons that might explain this, starting with the terrain. And the jungle and mountain terrain has a way of frustrating large forces being used. And in an earlier discussion, when we were talking about Guadalcanal and places like that, we quoted from Eric Berger's book, Touch with Fire, where he talks about how so much of the fighting evolved down to like squads and companies, patrols, and things like that that are very different than what the large armies in, say, North Africa or the Western or Eastern Front in Europe or even in Italy are dealing with. And you took Japan's last bid for victory, the invasion in 1944. Author Robert Lyman describes it this way, quote, when Field Marshal Sir Archibald Wavell, the Viceroy of India, visited headquarters 14th Army in August 1944, he was perplexed by the nature of the fighting, describing it in a letter to London as taking place strangely in what he called penny packets. He was right. The battle did not involve mass brigades and divisions, fighting in carefully choreographed coherence on a perhaps traditional model, if a normally chaotic battlefield could ever be described as us, but was instead, Lyman writes, a confused and disparate section and platoon, sometimes company-level struggle, fought at many different points of the compass in the jungle, matted hills and valleys encircling the Impal plains, and the swampy terrain around Bishopur. None of the land battles were directly interconnected. The struggles for the north and northeast, the south and southeast, being conducted largely independent by both attacker and defender. End quote. Add to that the fact that battle is a very strange term to be used for 20th century large-scale conflict because it's so different than all the previous eras that came before it, and the battle usually meant one really horrible day. The really terrible battles in human history up until the modern era are 2 or 3 days long. Now, we're not talking about sieges, which can go on for months or even years, but a battle is generally something on a small enough area where if you can get above the fray and the dust and the commotion and the chaos into a hill, maybe with a little spyglass, you can usually see the whole thing. Not here. Not in the 20th century. You're better off referring to these things to avoid confusion, and they often are referred to, instead of battles, as operations. Operations that are the sum total of thousands of potentially fatal tasks. So when you read the accounts of a veteran in these modern operations, their entire war experience may be when they ran into a concealed gun, a mile away from the road that they're on, that shuts down road traffic until they can figure out a way to outflank the gun and take it out, right? That's one of those, thousands of little potentially fatal tasks that when you add them all together, it's quote, an operation. All correct in my same entity, but it sure makes it less dramatic. Big picture sense and much harder to follow, but in a small unit sense, it is as dramatic and horrifying as any encounter you'll find in the war, maybe worse. If you look at the big picture timeline, in the first week of March, the Japanese crossed the Kingdom River, as we just said. They blow past the flanks of one major unit, surrounded, and has to fight its way out. Then they advance on Impal and Kohima, and then it's to put those places under siege. This has been an earlier war. Those places would be cut off, and the British and Imperial troops in those places would begin to run out of ammunition. They wouldn't have any reinforcements. They would run out of medical supplies. They would run out of food, and that would be bad. The difference here, though, is, and this is what frustrates the Japanese, the Allies have the ability to supply the cut-off areas by air. This is huge, and it's a new development, right? It was only really in the Second World War that the capabilities to even try this, and past attempts have been hit or missed, to say the least. I mean, when the German army was surrounded by the Soviets in Stalingrad, the Luftwaffe tries to fly in supplies, and it can't manage to provide anywhere near enough. where a starving army running out of ammunition and has to surrender. But here, there are American air assets that have been flying supplies over what's called the Hump, which are a bunch of mountain ranges into China. It's also called the Skyway to Hell. And the British are able to borrow some of these big, heavy supply planes to add to their Spitfire and Hurricane fighters that they're using in mostly ground attack roles, change the entire equation and begin to supply their cut-off troops with what they need to keep fighting. And recall, the Japanese have only a limited amount of this stuff themselves. They can't do the air supply thing, and if they can't take the supplies of the people that they cut off and are fighting in Impal and Kohima, they're going to run out of supplies themselves. I like the way the British general in charge of this operation described it. His name, by the way, is Lieutenant General William Stewart. He's a very fine general. He cops to his mistakes initially here, underestimating the Japanese speed and size and whether or not they can get through the jungle with their troops. But he explains really the entire battle in the terms that will decide it. He says, quote, as I struggled hard to redress my errors and to speed by rail and air these reinforcements, I knew that all depended on the steadfastness of the troops already leading the first impetus of the attack. If they could hold until help arrived, all would be well. If not, it would be a disaster. So that's what has to happen. The air supply helps, but bottom line, it's a question of heroism. And I am not a glory guy when it comes to war. To be in the camp of the William Tecumseh Sherman, the American general, who has said that war's glory was all illusion. And I don't think killing other people is glorious. But I think surviving against incredible odds, putting up with the privation and the hardship, enduring the unendurable for the sake of whatever is motivating you to do so can often be heroic. And it's a shame that things like the colonial overtones, or to the Japanese or the Germans, that evil cause in which you're fighting, that somehow or sometimes overshadows the heroism of the troops involved. Rarely in combat accounts where the troops are talking about things like, a German soldier saying he's ready to fight and die for more laying ground for Germany, right? Or an American who's fighting and dying for the larger cause of freedom for the world, or a Japanese soldier who's fighting and dying to conquer and control other Asian peoples, or even a British soldier from maybe, or a place like that, ready to lay down his life so Britain can maintain its colonial dominance in a place like India. That's generally not what it's about. At bottom line, of course, it's about kill or be killed. But above that, you'll read so many accounts where soldiers are fighting for their comrades, for their union, for the esprit de corps of the group that they belong to, or maybe just to not let down those other people that are depending on them. I mean, it's very baseline stuff. Your world view and your horizon shortens and a lens you view things through is very narrow. And so I don't like that idea. And this is a problem in media. I read that the media have a hard time sometimes trying to figure out how to portray this whole thing because it's so overshadowed with the colonial question. Were Indian troops fighting with the British mercenaries fighting for the colonial master, or were they heroes fighting for post-war Indian independence? I mean, it's a complicated question, and as John Toll wrote in his book, The Rising Sun, this whole Burma campaign is an ideological and geographic nightmare, but that shouldn't overshadow what was done there by all the soldiers on all sides. You read some of the accounts. First of all, the Japanese prove themselves again, wave after wave, sometimes suicidally. The British General Slim was very critical of the throwing away of Japanese lives. He also had a true admiration for the Japanese as a fighting people because, look, this is quote what's said in reminding of Japan's last victory. Quote, with the difficulties posed by the climate, came a stark reminder to any British Commonwealth troops who had not yet experienced the toughness of their adversary, of just how extraordinarily fit and physically hardened were the Japanese, how committed they were to achieving their objectives, how apparently unconcerned they were with regard to human comfort, and how determined they were to do what the Emperor, through their officers, demanded, or die in the attempt. Repeated, fanatical, and suicidal attacks were thrown at the British, Indian, and Gurkha defenders, and counterattacks had to face the toughest defensive positions imaginable, prepared by men whom General Slim was to describe as warrior ants. As the days went by, the battlefield became one large charnel house, littered with bodies in various states of decomposition, as it was rarely easy to recover and bury the dead. End quote. You can even look, by the way, at the photographs, and as the battle goes on, the areas that are highly fought over go from, heavy, lush jungle where you can't see 5 feet in front of your face to terrain that looks like First World War battlefields, especially the ones that used to be forests, but have been shelled into wasteland. General Slim actually says that the battle for Kohima is the only one he's seen in the Second World War that reminded him of the First World War. Hard to know which is different. Kohima, the British forces, the Imperial forces, were so badly outnumbered that they eventually get pushed onto one hill, suddenly 350 square meters, and they will be fighting over a tennis court. Actually, it's called the tennis court, where the Japanese are on one side of the tennis court fighting British Imperial forces on the other side of the tennis court, and they're throwing grenades at each other for days and days and days. That's not glorious, but it's heroic on both sides. In this book, Vito's War, author Francis Pike tried to give a sense of what the fighting was like and writes, quote, most famously, there was a 5-day tussle across the tennis courts belonging to the deputy commissioner's bungalow. Soldiers dug in on either side had to live through torrential rain and eat, shit, and sleep in their trenches. The courts were covered in the bloated bodies of slain Japanese soldiers. Enormous black flies filled the air. The stench of death was gut-wrenching. Major John Nettlefield observed, quote, the place stank. The ground everywhere was plowed up with shell fire, and human remains lay rotting as the battle raged over them. Flies swarmed everywhere and multiplied with incredible speed. Men retched as they dug in. End quote. I continues, quote. Hand grenades rather than tennis balls crisscrossed the court. The resilience of the defenders proved the morale that General Slim had instilled in his troops. In one notable engagement, John Harmon, son of the millionaire owner of Mundy Island, a lance corporal with the Queen's Royal West Kent Regiment, single-handedly charged the Japanese trench, killed its 5 occupants before being fatally shot returning to his own line. Dying in his company commander's arms, he gave his last words, I got the lot. It was worth it. End quote. But this is unsustainable for the Japanese because unlike their opponents, they are running out of supplies. And not just food, but ammunition, bullets, shells, medical stuff, everything. When you look at the numbers that the Japanese units will reduce to, I have a hard time finding similar numbers in any conflict anywhere because normal units break and run before they get those kinds of numbers. And there's one situation that I recall. One soldier says that the losses have been dreadful. The regiment had started out 3,800 strong and now just have a few hundred men left, and many of them invalid. General Sato asks his superior, General Motoguchi, a man often referred to as a blockhead by some of his subordinates, permission to retreat. He's denied. He asks again, and he's denied. And then it says, quote, this is shameful. Motoguchi should apologize for his own failure to the dead soldiers and the Japanese people. End quote. General Motoguchi's response is to sack General Sato and send a subordinate with a sword to him so he can kill himself, which Sato refuses to do. Motoguchi will The unthinkable here, and sacked 3 of his divisional generals, 1 for incompetence, 1 for ill health, and Sato for disobedience. None of them dare. He ordered his troops to retreat. Right around the same time that the monsoons opened up. The Japanese on the defensive are just as difficult for the Allies to deal with as they are on the offensive. I mean, they have to be dug out position by position at huge cost to the Allied soldiers who have to do this. It took Japan last week for victory. Author Robert Lyman tries to give a sense of how hard it was to put the Japanese out of their defensive positions. He says that the British Imperial forces ate away slowly at the Japanese defenses and said, quote, nowhere were sudden gains made, but by gradual perseverance and the application of focused firepower, the Japanese were destroyed, bunker by bunker, trench by trench. Rarely did the Japanese run or retreat, remaining to die when they fought. Lieutenant Lincoln Hyden of the Dorset considered the Japanese to be magnificent trench warriors. Quote, every army in the world talks about holding positions to the last man. Virtually no other army, including the Germans, ever did. But the Japs did. Their positions were well-sighted, and they had a good eye for ground. They relied on rushing and shouting in the attack. We thought they were formidable fighting insects and savages. We took few prisoners, about 1 or 2 in the whole war. We wanted prisoners, but wounded men would have a primed grenade under them, so stretcher bearers were very careful. End quote. British General William Smith occurs, and says, quoted in Princess Pike's book, quote, whatever his thoughts about the capabilities of Japanese commanders, Lin was profuse in his admiration for Japanese troops. Quote, there can be no question of the supreme courage and hardihood of the Japanese soldiers who made the attempt. I know of no army that could have equaled them. The Japanese experiences in the retreat is horrifying. They literally are starving to death. When the skies open up and the rain starts, it turns into a wetter version of Napoleon's retreat from Moscow. The troops are committing suicide left and right. The Japanese refer to the road out as the road of healing remains. It's often translated into the road of bones. There are many stories of soldiers taking grenades, sometimes in pairs, and they will embrace their comrade and blow up a grenade between them. There are medical orderlies injecting wounded troops with something to kill them quickly. Grass, potatoes, snails, lizards, snakes, monkeys, anything they can get their hands on. It's one of the worst retreats I've ever read about. And when it's over, the Japanese, between the fighting in Kohima and Imphal was under siege for about 8 days before it was broken, and the diversionary attack in the Arakan area, about 65,000 Japanese died. Most of those fatalities occurred during the retreat and were caused by either suicide, disease, or starvation. The Allies suffered a fraction of that in all, 65,000 died, more than 2.5 times the number lost on Guadalcanal, and about as many as fell on Lake. Yamaguchi, his chief of staff, and senior staff officers were relieved of their posts, as was Kawabe, his chief of staff. The command shake-up and the destruction of the 15th Army, the Japanese 30th Army, affected every other unit in Burma, and by the end of the year, Japanese rule was at the foot of collapse. This is one of the worst defeats in Japanese history. Some historical sources call it the worst defeat they've ever suffered until this time. And yet, interestingly enough, this is considered to be a subsidiary front of the war, because it's not a decisive one. As we said, if you're going to play a bunch of cards, What can this card do to forestall Japanese defeat, which is coming at an increasingly rapid pace from another geographic direction entirely, the Pacific? The Pacific was the last thing we were talking about when we left off the last second of 1934. Long Saipan, last Japanese snipers are cleared out of the trees. Naval construction are operating. Everything's the Japanese off the clock. They know it. They realize these items are probably round trip. America's brand new super bomber, the B-29, never used against Germany bomber. It looks like an early 1950s Cold War bomber rather than a Second World War bomber. As soon as they can get them to these islands and all of the necessary support materials together, and the airfield finished, the bombing starts. The Japanese do not have to imagine what it might be like to have their cities bombed if it was a global photographs of what's happening to their Axis partner Germany right now. By 1945, at the end of the war, I believe amongst the music and large-sized German cities, only Heidelberg is special in that regard. You want to go see what Germany used to look like? Yeah, for Heidelberg, unless you want to see the creation. They rebuilt some of it to look just like it looked before. It has a beautiful view. These really buildings are like a movie set. So what are they supposed to do? That generation in Germany created the conditions where the cultural, architectural heritage of Germany forever into the future is gone. And nothing more to suffer as a cultural monument that we all suffer that is gone. One generation could cost. I mean, it's the same picture that we saw the film business of Germany. This was a bridge too far to move the war. If you look at how events unfolded, it all is pretty understandable. You can see how people got sucked into this idea. Anything is better than using the war, and anything is using everything you have. And there are a lot of people arguing that this modern stuff short of wars. The lawnmower is at work at all times, every day, racking up its daily totals. If you shut the war down months early, well, that's many daily totals. It's going to the fiery furnace. It's logical insanity as it's right. The Japanese were reasonable people. They would surrender now. At any point in Mexico, okay, now would be a really good time to spare your city the cultural heritage of the Japanese people and all that future. But what makes the Japanese so compelling? In 500 years from now, the young people are reading the history and getting interested in the subject. Japan is going to be, I think, compelling the way that many other people throughout the past willing to fight for their country, right? It's built up a kind of patriotic sort of a feeling taken to experience and when becoming poisonous. We talked about this earlier in this lecture. We use become super patriotic. The Japanese are going to go to lengths that you admire because it shows how far human spirit can be pushed. Right? It's interesting to see some far extremes. At the same time, it's debilitating to watch. It's often viewed in a way, obviously, wasted. It doesn't have to happen. That's why it's kind of the comic con, for example. They will make it beautiful in Japanese culture. So we talk about the falling and the cherry blossom, all sort of the thing, in order to put some sort of an artistic or spiritual coding for the idea of a young man with his whole life ahead of him flying his airplane, extra loaded with bombs, into an ice shelter. Now, I've read some of this one comes out in Thailand. Using all sorts of things that are also not just monolithic, fanatical robot things we thought of when I was growing up. Not at all. But there's a number of people out there that this is what you should be able to keep up the country, right? The Japanese soldiers did when they strapped themselves, put a mine on their back, and then run under an American or a British tank and blow themselves up. Most armies don't do that. They went out from the more so, right? The 29 countdown has begun. We're falling into U.S. hands. The question of what to do next is paramount at this particular time, and the high command of the Allies disagrees over what they should do. And the main disagreement is within the United States chain of command. The Army and the Navy have different ideas on how the rest of the war should go. Both sides would like to sort of end up at least off the coast of Japan as the main destination. But the path to get there, well, the Navy has one idea under Admiral Ernest Daniel. He's a tough customer. And the Army in this situation, we've got the general guy, that's George Marshall, but the guy whose opinion matters in this situation, your old friend Douglas, the situation is Gardner. He comes to Hawaii in 1944 for a strategy conference on what to do next. And Franklin Delano Roosevelt was there, which is a huge deal. When you look at how really Franklin Roosevelt lived in 1944, there's not too much to say that he was dying. I've read a bunch of his books lately that talk about how pretty much everyone who hasn't seen him for a while is shocked when they do this. They thought they were after seeing him, they didn't have a long time left. And by the way, Roosevelt is running for office at this time for his fourth. No other president has ever been elected more than twice or run more than twice. And Roosevelt is dying and he's going for a short term. I love the whole sort of reality series move that is cast when this conference kicks off because Roosevelt arrives, the Navy's waiting for them, everybody's ready to the president shows up. Look on, everybody's prepared, everybody's ready, and Douglas MacArthur is not there at the meeting with the president. He doesn't show up for 40 minutes. And I love the way Sheldon W. George described it as the American warlord. President Roosevelt is on the USS Baltimore with the Navy guys, and they've been waiting for like 40 minutes. And that's where the narrative picks up. 40 minutes after Baltimore's gangplank was lowered to the pier, the air was split by the shriek of a police siren. A motorcycle escort appeared, leading what Sam Rosenman remembered as, quote, the longest open car I've ever seen. In front was a chauffeur in khaki, and in the back, one lone figure. And quote Jordan continues, quote, that figure wore a crushed general's hat and a brown leather jacket. Mr. Ketch had arrived. Mr. Ketch was the code name, or something like that for McCarthy as the president. This was Mr. Ketch. Mr. Ketch had arrived. MacArthur's car drove to the gangplank to the wild applause of the crowd. He bounded up the ramp, stopping halfway to acknowledge another round of applause, then strode onto the cruiser's deck. He saluted the commander-in-chief before shaking Roosevelt's outstretched hand. Hello, Douglas, said Roosevelt. What are you doing with that leather jacket on? It's darn hot today. Well, I've just landed from Australia, MacArthur said with a smile. It's pretty cold up there. And Jordan points out that MacArthur had actually had time to shave and get ready for the whole thing. He wore the leather jacket for effect. That's his branding, like the corncob pipe and the crushed hat. And he's in Hawaii, and he shows up in the whole garb because he's in costume, like in uniform. It's interesting to see. And we've said this before. You have to acknowledge, I continue with Douglas MacArthur's military talent. Sometimes he does extraordinary things, but he is an interesting guy. Talks about himself in the third person, as we said before. No one who talks about himself in the third person is your normal kind of customer. I'm just going to make a broad brush statement about that. George likes spicy chicken. MacArthur's favorite pronoun is I. It's the one he used when he was forced out of the Philippines I shall return. It's one of the most famous phrases of all time. As we pointed out at the time, there were a bunch of historians that contemporaries who were saying, should have said the United States will return, and of course, but he made it personal. And because he made it personal, it's one of the things that goes into his argument that he makes at the strategy conference about what should happen next. He said we should go back to the Philippines at some point of return. And he gave a whole host of good reasons why that should be the way, sort of to Japan. Let's take the Philippines, promise those people, we have POWs in there, the Japanese, a lot of good reasons. But part of it was he made a promise, and it was wrapped up in destiny somehow. You wanted to go to the Philippines, and you go up to Okinawa, which is it's Japanese, but not Japanese. That's what he's talking Okinawa. But it's considered a home island. They're from Okinawa. What the Americans need is a place that can serve the same role that Great Britain serves in the Normandy landings on D-Day at big places. You know, the troops together and all the supplies you need, and build up and cross the water and you're there, and your supply hub's right off the shore. The problem is there's nothing right off the shore from Japan. So you'll take the Philippines and you decide that this is going to be your big supply hub, and you can gather troops together for the eventual invasion of Japan. It's still a long sea ride to Japan from there. The Navy, Ernest King has said he wanted to come himself, but maybe the actual face-to-face meeting and a strategy session between a guy like MacArthur and a guy like King, they talked about what they realized earlier, might have been too many sparks for Franklin Delano Roosevelt blowing up. So he sends a subordinate who's out there limit. Maybe then he was not having a spy, and will never represent things against him. He's not like them. MacArthur was basically just statements, and doesn't MacArthur prevail in the strategy session? Because the Navy wants to go take Formosa, which is modern-day Taiwan. That is a big supply base that they can start the Japan attack from. MacArthur wins out, though, in the long run on this deal. But that doesn't stop the Navy advance, the island hopping that's been going on now for a long time. The Marianas Islands, we just talked about, the latest island hop. So that's going to continue through the Central Pacific, too. So these are two routes of approach to Japan. MacArthur's going to go up to the Philippines in that route. The U.S. fleet and the Marines are up as well. The Central Pacific, next major stop on the list, Iwo Jima. But it's going to be a little thing that the Navy wants to take care of first, or I actually read a lot about this controversy, how an island chain, the island chain continues, the island of Peleliu, how that ends up on the to-do list eventually, because there's a lot of history that suggests that it's supposed to be crossed off, or that again, there should happen. It's interesting, and the reason it actually matters is because what will happen on Peleliu is not what is expected to happen on Peleliu, and if things go wrong, people ask questions for a long time afterwards. But you lose a lot of Marines. People start going, is this trip really necessary? And Peleliu is controversial. Peleliu is a little island, it's a coral reef, basically, sort of off the coast of the Philippines away. And one of the arguments for why this was necessary is because going to take these islands and it could use air bases against MacArthur, but it's like not too distant Philippines. Well, we have to reach in, we'll go in there, take these islands for 2 days, maybe 4 days, shoot a sharp little fight, we like Kerala, so it's going to be rough for a very short period of time, it makes it really rough. And instead, the situation of Peleliu turns into a kind of disaster. It turns into, I think it's called the worst combat that the U.S. ever saw. And this argument, the invasion of Peleliu is something that reminded me of what the Japanese had wanted to do in terms of their grand strategy, taking all these islands and enforcing the Americans and the British and the Australians and the New Zealanders and South Africans and on, and take them back at super high cost. Because the Japanese would reinforce these places, had guns anyway, steel doors, and something that was bombshell. But they never really did that on the outer islands very much. On Peleliu, though, it's sort of, you can call it the model home for what the Japanese would like to see. And all these islands built up to a lot. You have metal doors that open up and a gun pops up and fires and goes back inside the metal doors closed. I call that shit bondage. That's the kind of stuff that we landed on Peleliu. usually around 110 degrees or more in the daytime on a rock. This is one of those campaigns on the line with visual material, the scene, photographs, those kind of things. But I read that because the military had told the media that this was going to be over 2 or 4 days, like quick, short fight, most of them chose to go elsewhere. I think that's a better story. Some of the others planning to come back to the Philippines, right, and go cover that. So you don't get Halloween because you didn't know Halloween was going to be what Halloween is. One of the Marine Corps, U.S. Marine Corps' toughest battles ever. I mean, the lineage of the U.S. Marines in the Second World War. It is one of those places of honor sorts of battles, but it wasn't supposed to be. There's lots of good accounts. Marines land on September 15th. First Marine Regiment, 7th, 11th is providing artillery support. And they're expecting the Japanese to do what the Japanese have done on the other islands, and the Americans are doing what they've done, just better, like pounding the beach with heavy-duty weapons from the cruisers offshore and the battleships offshore, and then the bombers coming straight to the beach and bomb the heck out of everything. But the Japanese don't do what they've done. No bonsai charges on the beach to where their strength, none of that sort of stuff. They're going to oppose the American landing on the beach, you might believe, but then require the Americans to go and collect the dam in a prepared position. And what is one of the better fortresses you will ever see, designed by Japanese engineers. More than 500 tunnels on the island, many of which have been used for mining purposes. They're connected to geological places that are designed in a sort of strategic sense. So they're going to be kind of designed with the Americans. And they know that the Japanese are under them in the ground. They just can't even get to them. Some Ronald Inspector has a good sort of overview of this. By the way, the island is 2 miles wide, but 6 square miles overall. The Americans have little information about the terrain on television, except some inadequate aerial photos. As a result, they failed to recognize its potential for defense. The northern peninsula of the small island was a series of jagged coral ridgelines, honeycombed with natural caves, which the Japanese had improved into almost impregnable fortresses. Blast walls of reinforced concrete or oil drums filled with coral protected the entrances to the caves, which often faced each other from the sheer walls of twisting gorges, and were thus mutually supportive. In the larger cave fortresses, the Japanese had installed electric lighting, ventilating systems, stairs, telephone, and radio communications. One large cave was discovered, now he's quoting somebody, quote, to have 9 staggered levels, and so many entrances that it was all but impossible to count them. End quote. The Marines are going to land and assault right into the teeth of defenses that remind me of the kind of defenses that the British and the French soldiers sometimes had to assault head-on the Western Front in the First World War. Prepared German trenches that had the guns sighted and crossfire set up and barbed wire put up. I mean, it's not the sort of fight you want Marines in necessarily, because they're fast moving, lightly armed and equipped people designed to aim quickly, bypass strong points. This is going to throw them right into the teeth of all this. This is where some of the criticism, by the way, of television comes in. And this is where the war memoirs take over. There's some fantastic accounts of Hallelujah. The Death, of course, is one of the best war memoirs of all time. It's called With the Gold Dream at Hallelujah, Okinawa by Eugene Sledge. Sledge is writing that, but it was never intended to. This was therapeutic for the story. He wrote it for himself, for notes he took during the fighting, for his family. He's one of the most attractive, maybe that's a better way to put it, sort of individual who have ever lived. He's dead now, but he became a biology professor after the war, soft-spoken Southern guy. You can't, in your mind's eye, picture the old man Eugene Sledge doing the things the young man, the young Marine Eugene Sledge had to do to live through. But that's part of what his war memoir is all about. That all these people were like him, and that the war made them do and live through the most outrageously extreme things. Sledge talks about the hitting the beach moment, which he says is like cinematic. That the Amtrak is moving from the ship toward the shore, and one of the other soldiers pulls out some whiskey and says, "Well, this is it, boys." And then Sledge says, "Just like in the movie." But once they hit the beach, it's not like the movie at all. Sledge writes, quote, "Shells crashed all around, fragments tore and whirred, slapping on the sand and splashing into the water a few yards behind us. The Japanese were recovering from the shock of our pre-landing bombardment. Their machine gun and rifle fire got thicker, snapping viciously overhead in increasing volume. Our Amtrak vehicle spun around and headed back out as I reached the end of the beach and flattened on the deck. The world was a nightmare of flashes, violent explosions, and snapping bullets. Most of what I saw blurred. My mind was benumbed by the shock of it. I glanced back across the beach and saw a duck, a rubber-tired amphibious truck, as it was called, roll up on the sand at a point near where we had just landed. The instant the duck stopped, it was engulfed in a thick, dirty black smoke as a shell scored a direct hit on it. Bits of debris flew into the air. I watched with that odd, detached fascination, peculiar to men under fire, as a flat metal panel about 2 feet square spun high into the air and then splashed into shallow water like a big pancake. I didn't see any men get out of the duck. Up and down the beach and out on the reef, a number of Amtrak and ducks were burning. Japanese machine gun bursts made long splashes on the water as though flames with some giant whip. The geysers belched up relentlessly where the mortar and artillery shells hit. I caught a fleeting glimpse of a group of Marines leaving a smoking Amtrak on the reef. Some fell as bullets and fragments splashed among them. Their buddies tried to help them as they struggled in knee-deep water. I shuddered and choked. A wild, desperate feeling of anger, frustration, and pity gripped me. It was an emotion that always would torture my mind when I saw men trapped and was unable to do anything but watch as they were hit. My own plight forgotten momentarily, I felt sickened to the depths of my soul. I asked God, why? I turned my face away and wished that I were imagining it all. I had tasted the bitterest essence of war, the sight of helpless comrades being slaughtered, and it filled me with disgust. The Iraqi day results with the things our father saw when he seen his confessions to our book. He interviews Paladin veterans, including 19-year-old Marine Dan Lawler, who was also in the wave that attacked Paladin this day. Quote, "We hit the island, which was only 4 miles long by 2 miles wide. I was in the first assault wave. It was hell, and everyone was scared. It was an awful feeling. As we disembarked, I looked up and down the beaches, and all you could hear was screaming, and men were falling and dying. There was artillery, mortar, and machine gun fire constantly. We fought all day, and by evening we reached the airstrip about a half-mile from the beach. We set up for the night along the side of the airstrip. The temperature was from 102 degrees at night to 120 degrees in the daytime. We went in with 2 canteens of water. That's a gallon of water. This island was 2 degrees off the equator. By noontime, we were out of water." End quote. Roselle also quotes another Marine from that day, John Murray, who says that the first thing he saw after he landed was a Japanese machine gunner shoot to his machine gun. And he said that he was not going to give up. In the last segment, we quoted a line from Paul Fussell's wonderful book on war called Wartime. And he had a whole chapter called The Real War Will Never Get Into the Books. It was based on a saying that soldiers had. And the problem with the real war getting into the books is that no country likes to show their own soldiers getting chewed up. I have a book called Life Goes to War, Second World War, just look at all the Life magazine photos, and you'll occasionally see that Americans get tastefully shown. But they have no problem showing thousands and thousands But what hit me as a child, who was interested in war, was the first real stuff that I ran into that didn't sanitize it from the American side. Let me go around finding army helmets and army clothes, and it looked all glorious. And then you run into some of the artists and a guy like Life magazine's Tom Lee. He's a famous artist. He was in the second grade at Halloween, so he landed about an hour after the first grade. And Lee had up until this time been doing the same sort of artwork that we could call today sort of propaganda artwork. But Halloween changed him. I have an account from Father James Jones, who was in the Pacific War, and he's talking about these artists, and he says this about Tom Lee. Quote, Lee was one of the artists put into the field by Life magazine after their takeover of the defunct Army program. Various of his works appeared in the magazine, and up until the time he went into Telelu, most of them could be pretty well classified as excellently done, but high-grade propaganda. There was very little American blood, very little tension, very little horror. Mostly it was what could be called the Bravo America, and this is your boy type of war art. His almost photographic style easily lent itself to that type of work, as did the styles of Rockwell and others. But something apparently happened to Lee after going into Telelu, Jones writes. The pictures painted out of his Telelu experience show a new approach. There is the tension of terror in the bodies here, and the distorted facial expressions of the men under fire show it too. His propagandistic style has not changed. His subject matter certainly has. End quote. I ran into this as a kid in a couple of Lee's most famous pieces of work. One was called the 2,000-yard stare, where Lee had done a piece of art showing what soldiers look like after combat for a long time. Today you will recognize it as for sometimes called combat neuroses. Tom Lee wrote about the painting that he did in the Marines with the so-called 2,000-yard stare, and said, quote, he, meaning Marine, left the States 31 months ago. He was wounded in his first campaign. He's had tropical diseases. He half sleeps at night and gouges Japs out of holes all day. 2/3 of his company has been killed or wounded. He will return to attack this morning. How much can a human being endure? End quote. We also figuratively painted a painting called Christ. This was a very controversial piece. When it was published by Life magazine, Ian W. Toll says people complained they canceled the subscription because it showed in Marine suffering what a Marine really suffered. And Lee was accused of embellishing and over-dramatizing something, which, if you think about it, sounds silly. He's over-dramatizing war, and Lee fought back, saying every single painting he did showed what he really saw. And the painting, the Christ, I'm not the only guy, by the way. I was doing research on this and found other people were similarly affected. If you're not used to seeing your own side as war victims, when an artist paints it, for instance, it showed a photo, almost photorealistic quality of a Marine who's been hit by mortar fire on the beach at Telelu, as Tom Lee watched, and his arm is destroyed, and half his face is gone. And Lee described it this way. He said, quote, I fell flat on my face just as I heard the whoosh of a mortar that I knew was too close. A red flash stabbed at my eyeball. About 15 yards away on the upper edge of the beach, it smashed down 4 men from our boat. One figure seemed to fly to pieces. With terrible clarity, I saw the head and one leg sailing into the air. I got up, ran a few steps, and fell into a small hole with another mortar burst threw dirt on me. Lying there in terror, looking longingly up the slope for better cover, I saw a wounded man near me, staggering in the direction of the LVT, the landing vehicles. His face was half bloody pulp, and the mangled shreds of what was left of an arm hung down like a stick. As he bent over in his stumbling, shock-crazy walk, the half of his face that was still human had the most terrifying look of abject patience I've ever seen. He fell behind me in a red puddle on the white sand. But to me, this isn't gratuitous to say these things. Well, it's a different style of thing, isn't it? So you can tell a this is the kind of admiration and horror that it does, is because that's not what happens. We've been see things like this or experience it, and then you keep going. And as I said, I'm not a glory person. I don't think shooting and killing other people is glorious, but there is something heroic about being able to keep going when assaulted by these sorts of sights and sounds and possible damage to yourself. And I break, by the way, the heroism down to two separate categories. The heroism while these soldiers and Marines, and yes, Japanese soldiers too, while they're actually fighting and dying in combat. And then the different kind of heroism that comes is trying to reestablish some sort of a normal life when you go home and have to live with all of this stuff in your memory banks for decades. As I believe I mentioned earlier, I used to talk to American veterans it's like World War, and specifically the ones that were the most difficult nuts to crack were those from the Pacific, and a bunch of them didn't talk at all. The ones who I was told to see the most combat. But look at what they're trying to grapple with, and how could they ever explain it to you? The things in Sledge's book, there are 3 or 4 things that when you read them, you go, okay, this is something that's going to stay with you the rest of your life. I mean, all of it will be, but there are certain things that you just go, holy cow. Sledge said once that if you were 100 yards behind the front line, you didn't understand it. You could be a rear support person and could be great danger in the Second World War, but it's different, and you take it to the last segment, the last part of the show, I'm sure, where it's different when you're in the Iger. And absolutely every single day are going from one position to another position to another position, rooting out and killing the people in each position. Sledge says the worst experience he ever had in the Second World War was on Pelham, trying to cross an open airfield, which a lot of the soldiers remembered, under artillery and mortar fire. He said, quote, to be shelled by massed artillery and mortars is absolutely terrifying. But to be shelled in the open, terror compounded beyond the belief of anyone who hasn't experienced it. The attack across Pelham's airfield was the worst combat experience I had during the entire war. It surpassed, by the intensity of the blast and the shock of the bursting shells, all the subsequent horrifying ordeals on Pelham and Okinawa. End quote. That sort of mirrors what Ernst Jünger in his fabulous book on the First World War, The Storm of Fear, had said about artillery. He said that being under artillery attack was like being tied to a stake, having somebody swinging at your head with a sledgehammer over and over again, and just missing by a little, but you were sure that the next shot of the sledgehammer was going to get you. Surviving that artillery barrage while you run and try to avoid being able to sort of nightmares the rest of your life. But we have 2 other incidents in the book that fall, in my mind, under the category of this is not what you're ready for when you go to war. You're ready to take on the enemy and feel, shooting at somebody or being shot at. But he talks about, for example, one incident where they're all on patrol at night on Halloween, and it's dark, and they're trying to maintain quiet and secrecy, and then one of their guys cracks up and starts waving and screaming and threatening the whole unit. And they don't know what to do. They're panicking. What do we do with this guy? He's our friend. He's our buddy. So first they try to give him morphine. Then they try to knock him out with a punch to the jaw. Then more morphine, and nothing is working. And eventually one of the officers or the sergeant says, using a trenching tool to knock him out. And they hit him in the head with basically a shovel. And instead of injuring him, he dies. The person who hit him in the head with a shovel has to endure that the rest of his life. And that's one thing to say, we killed the enemy and they were a bunch of fanatical robots and they did terrible things to our troops, so I don't feel bad about it. It's another thing to hit your own guy in the head with a trenching tool and kill him. Sledge tells a worse story than that later on when he's talking about, and this is like horror movie stuff, like Freddy Krueger, jump scare, horror stuff, but the Japanese at night with their infiltration tactics drove the Americans crazy. And over you read veterans saying, I hate this at night. They would be a 2-man foxhole, so one person could sleep while the other person watched and stayed on guard. But the problem is at night you thought with every single sound with the Japanese, and they'd come close to the foxholes and scream and touch you to keep you on edge. But sometimes they'd do more than scream. They'd grab a couple of edged weapons and jump into some of these foxholes. And not only did the people in the foxholes who all of a sudden had Japanese in their foxholes with them have to deal with them, so did every American around that foxhole who didn't know what was happening. I read this over and over again. Different Marines and different folks talking about the sound. What does it sound like when one guy is gouging out another guy's eyes and kills him by doing that? The sled says, quote, with a wild yell, the Japanese jumped into the hole with the two Marines. A frantic, desperate, hand-to-hand struggle ensued, accompanied by the most gruesome combination of curses, wild babbling, animalistic guttural noises, and grunts. Sounds of men hitting each other and thrashing around came from the foxhole. End quote. Okay, again, though, that's combat, right? You're going to wake up with some nightmares from that, but it's what happens next that gives a different sort of vibe to the whole thing. When the man jumps out of the foxhole and starts running in the dark toward the other Marine foxhole. So a Marine stands up, uses his gun like a club, and smacks the figure in the head, knocking him down. That figure stays around in the dark, groaning and thrashing around until another Marine goes up and shoots him in the head. In the morning, they find out that he wasn't a Japanese soldier that was shot in the head. It was one of their own. It's like this, quote. A few hours later, as objects around me became faintly visible with the dawn, I noticed that the still form lying to my left didn't appear Japanese. It was either an enemy in Marine dungarees or leggings, or it was a Marine. I went over to find out which. Before I got to the prone box, identity was obvious to me. My God, I said in horror. Several men looked at me and asked what was the matter. It's Bill, I said. End quote. He was asked by the officer, who shot him? Did he get killed by one of the Japs, he said? And Henry, which is slightly looking at his quote. I didn't answer. Just looked at him with a blank stare and felt sick. I looked at the man who had crawled past me to check on the groaning man in the dark. He had shot Bill through the temple, mistakenly assuming him to be Japanese. And he says, as the realization of his fatal mistake hit him, the man's face turned ashen. His jaw trembled, and he looked as though he were going to cry. This is something that bothers me on what you expect when you go to kill the enemy. And I understand so much better after reading this legend book why it was so hard, sometimes impossible to get these specific war veterans, especially these Marines, to tell you much about their experience, because how could you have understood? What sort of context did you have to properly assess what this person was trying to make you understand? And Sledge addresses this too and says, quote, to the non-combatants and those on the periphery of action, the war meant only boredom or occasional excitement. But to those who entered the meat grinder itself, the war was a netherworld of horror, from which escape seemed less and less likely as casualties mounted and the fighting dragged on and on. Time had no meaning. Life had no meaning. The fierce struggle for survival in the abyss of Peleliu eroded the veneer of civilization and made savages of us all. We existed in an environment totally incomprehensible to men behind the lines, service troops and civilians. End quote. When you look at the casualties on Peleliu, it's like 8,000 Americans, roughly about 16 or 1,700 dead, which doesn't sound like a lot until you realize the size of the island, right? Or Tarawa, the numbers of Tarawa, the Gilbert Islands, really don't seem like that much until you realize it's like 3 days of fighting for another little tiny spit of nothing land-wise. If you could divide the casualties by the square footage of the battlefield, you could see how particularly nasty the Pacific battles were. And you don't even have to do that for the Japanese, because they moved between 11 and 13,000 men. The commanding officer, of course, at the end of the campaign, burns the regimental colors, killed himself, and the only people who surrender are these normal, small handful, mostly Korean and Okinawan laborers. The last organized Japanese units to surrender on Peleliu don't do so until 1947, 2 years after the war is over. Does that tell you how committed they were to resisting and how hard and opponent they were? The First Marine Division, especially the 1st Regiment, submarine suffers twice as many casualties as is normally considered to be a unit that's just completely out of condition. It takes them months to recover. Some of the worst, if not the worst, casualty rates submarines suffer ever in their history. And Pellew doesn't get enough attention. It's not hard to see how an event like Pellew, though, gets downplayed. After all, what country in the Second World War was not exercising a high level of censorship when it comes to showing their public back home what the war was really like? I mean, most Americans got their visual impressions of what the war looked like through newsreel footage in the movie theaters, right? Often show it in between two halves of a double feature. Ideally, the escapist entertainment, you buy your popcorn and your Coke, you sit down in the theater, and you're confronted with Pellew. How's that going to be parents of a Marine somewhere in the Pacific that they just get occasional cards from, wondering how junior doing? And then you see the footage of Pellew, or you're a 15 or 16-year-old American boy thinking, okay, in the next couple of years I'm going off to war, and then you show them what a 2 or 3 or 4 day battle estimations were, what that looks like when it turns into a 73 or 74 day battle instead. It's the highest casualty rate Marines have seen. I mean, that's the kind of thing that not only does the public not want to really see, but the government doesn't even want to show it to them. What's more, we should point out that there's a giant historical news event happening only about 700 miles away that overshadows this whole thing and overlaps in time-wise. That while Pellew is being fought over, Douglas MacArthur is returning to the Philippines. And if you didn't know how big of an historical event this was, Douglas MacArthur's press relations people would see to it that you did. But Pellew is hardly the only thing that's overshadowed by all of these exciting historical occasions that are much more positive and would look much better in the movie theater and usual between the two halves of the double feature. I mean, how about submarine warfare and what that's doing to the Japanese? The non-sexy side of war, as you call it, the logistics, the supply. And what fascinates me is not only are things like logistics and supply not all that interesting to people like me. It's truly what people are war games in the Second World War. I can honestly tell you that I've war gamed many times, Japanese naval combat. I have never once in my life war game a submarine trying to sink a merchant vessel while some escort ship tries to catch the submarine first. I mean, not only do I not do that, but the Japanese cadets at the Naval Academy don't want to do that. There's a book called The Japanese Navy in World War II. That is by David C. Evans. So what it really is sort of a debriefing of the Japanese admirals after the war. And they all but say that. Nobody cared about this. They blamed it on the Japanese penchant for the offense. Like they want the colorful offense, they want the big decisive naval battles, which, by the way, the Americans and the Japanese both subscribe to the mayhem idea of the decisive naval battle. So neither one of those countries and nations were really excited about things like commerce raiding. The Japanese didn't put any effort into it at all. One admiral had said that if they had thought the United States would use their submarines the way the Germans were using U-boats in the Atlantic to go after merchant shipping, they might not have launched the war at all. That shows you how unprepared they were to deal with it. And as we had said earlier, one of the things about naval warfare is, in general, if you find out that you haven't built the right ships, that is a problem that takes at least a couple of years to solve. Like when you find out, because of experience in the Second World War, that aircraft carriers are going to be the new queen of the seas and not battleships. If you don't magically have it, you've got to go and make some, and that takes years. So if you find out that you don't have enough escorts for your merchant ships, that's a problem you can't solve all that quickly. It took the Japanese a while to realize it, but it took the Americans and the other allies a while to really make it dent in the enemy's commercial shipping. There's lots of reasons for this, and we mentioned one of them earlier in the series. We talked about the absolute terribleness of American torpedoes. And I've read all kinds of things. I mean, it's called a scandal, a national disgrace. People who have gone to jail. I mean, the stories from the Japanese about ships coming back in the port with unexploded American torpedoes sticking out of the side of the merchant vessel. where all these American pilots who dropped their torpedoes right close by an enticing Japanese naval target, only to watch the torpedoes go right at it. Well, that won't impact your submarine success rate. It took to fix that, but by mid-1944, the Americans have fixed that. And now you start to see the tonnage total of the Japanese merchant shipping skyrocket. And submarines will account for about 60% of the Japanese merchant ships that are sent to the bottom of the sea with aircraft, allied aircraft of all kinds, from all allied countries, accounting for most of the rest. But when you look at the numbers, you get an idea of how the impact is affecting the Japanese ability to do anything. And we talked about the supply problems in Burma. How do the Japanese get supplies over those mountains, through those jungles, on those terrible roads? Well, the Pacific's even worse. The Japanese, at the time of the Pearl Harbor attack, had about 6 million tons of merchant shipping. And no nation in the Second World War has enough. Merchant shipping is always in short supply. For everyone, including the United States, who can build merchant ships faster than anyone ever thought possible. The Japanese will build another 2.5 million tons of merchant shipping during the war. But by December 1944, even with all that, they're down to 2,500,000 tons. And the Americans are sinking hundreds of thousands of tons a month. And the only way that number will slow down and we'll start seeing less merchant shipping is because eventually they're so successful, they run out of targets. Essentially by late 1944, American submarines are being to Japan what German U-boats were hoping to do to Britain, another island nation, back during the Battle of the Atlantic in 1942. Starve an island nation of the resources that it needs to continue to fight the war, bring them to their. But the German Navy's idea of bringing Britain to its knees in 1942 in the Battle of the Atlantic would involve some sort of peace arrangement, right? What if you are dropped to your knees as a nation, but you still don't give up, right? You know, reasonable people that would have surrendered long ago. What if you cripple them and they don't give in anyway? There's a fantastic anecdote, and it doesn't tell, by the way, the author is so good at finding historical anecdotes that helps dramatize both where the supply problem has the Japanese in terms of options by October 1944, but also the mood amongst the leadership and decision makers. And I have to say, there's a little bit of a sickness I think to find it so interesting, but I've always been fascinated that mood that you find. Well, we said the extremes of the human experience, but think about the people in Hitler's bunker. You know, as the Battle of Berlin is ramping up. So Hitler during the last month, and what is it like in that room, and all those people psychologically together, and it's that kind of crushing pressure. I'm fascinated by that. We have a similar dynamic going on in Japan at this time period. And these anecdotes, being been told, brings you into a conflict between army heads and navy heads in Japan. And these guys are putting the finishing touches into their plan to respond to this great historical event you mentioned earlier that's going to overshadow Peloton, right? The return of Douglas MacArthur to the Philippines. Landed, the Americans are going to land October 20th on the Philippine island of Leyte, and it's going to be on, right? The Japanese know by that time that the Americans are going to land in the Philippines. They're probably on Leyte, and so they have a plan. It's been ready for a little while to go disrupt them. And they're basically going to throw in everything the Japanese fleet has left in order to accomplish this goal. But before the plan can happen, there's this conference that Toll talks about. And a general in the army, Sato, who we mentioned earlier, basically turns to the Navy and says, you know, how is this going to be worth the fuel that we're going to use for the Navy to conduct this operation, right? He says that there's a fleet of merchant ships, 6 of them, carrying 60,000 tons of oil to Japan right now. And then the fleet would basically use all of that, whereas we could use that 60,000 tons of oil to do a lot of things for the civilians, for the other war effort areas. And it's funny, the 60,000 tons of oil a couple of years ago would not have been anywhere near this important, but we understand the scarcity and valuable law supply and demand and all that. But when the general says this to the Navy, he essentially exposes the fact that this is less about the Japanese Navy trying to make it a war when the difference to all what they fight to than it is about making an honorable end. Told us that their plan here boils down to like a naval version of one of those suicidal bonsai attacks the Japanese have been doing on land, where thousands of their soldiers will run into machine gun fire with bayonets. But that's where we are in this story, and one of the things that Told Antidote deals with is the fact that these hard-thinking, old military guys who are in their room with their sister service, right? The Japanese Navy and Army don't much care for each other, so the one place you don't want to wear your emotions on your sleeve is in a room full of these kind of people, right? But everybody's crying. Told right quote, and you read this anecdote right after the Japanese general says to the Navy, how are you going to be able to accomplish anything worth this deal? The 60,000 tons of oil is more important. And Told writes, quote, the speech brought the entire room, including Sato, to the brink of tears. He has put Japan's predicament into stark relief. The honor of the once mighty Imperial Japanese Navy now matters less than 6 tankers and oil that they carry. Even the general could see that the fleet's diminished status was a portent of doom. Quote, this was the saddest feeling I had ever experienced, end quote, Sato wrote. Told and points out that everybody's weeping. Quote, sobbing freely, Rear Admiral Takuku Nakazawa of the Naval General Staff replied on behalf of the Navy. He is grateful to the General for his kindness, but now, quote, and quoting the Admiral, now the combined fleet of the Empire of Japan wishes to be given a place to end her life, end quote. Tolder says he was talking about this being the last chance that the fleet can have a glorious death, and then the Admiral points out that the Navy's earnest wish. After a choked silence, with tears streaming down his face, Sato agreed that the 60,000 tons of oil should be offered as a quote, end quote, parting present to the Navy, end quote. Tolden quotes Sato writing that as he walked out of the meeting, to the sound of air raid sirens, he had prayed for the heroic end of the combined fleet. It reminds me of a heroic death is one of the fascinating parts of this story. Because if you read the account of this affair, it's interesting that the Japanese fleet, even though they know they're being sent on one of these things that's probably a one-way mission, they rebelled. How many fleets around the world in World War II have just rebelled? Struck the colors, put up some red flags, say, we're not fighting. The Japanese sailors have a problem with this too, but for different reasons entirely. If they're going to go down in the blaze of glory, they want it to be glorious. They want to be fighting the best the United States has, so that if they do manage to land some lucky or divinely inspired punch, it could do some real damage. Put us against the U.S. carriers. They're mad that the plan calls for them to go after cargo ships, the supply vessels and oilers and the stuff like that, the boring, logistical side of war, right? The non-sexy side we've been talking about. That's going to be the target, so that because these recently landed troops are starved right on the beaches and full of sand food. But no sailor wants to lose his life trying to fight a cargo vessel, right? That's a known situation. If you win, there's no honor. If you lose, you're lost to a cargo vessel. And in Masano Ito's classic book, The End of the Imperial Japanese Navy, he says the admiral here, whose name is Kurita, was being bombarded with, and that's the usual Japanese Navy, from notes from average sailors to being stopped by his officers and asked about this. And Ito quotes one of the notes that the admiral received from just a Japanese sailor. And the note says, quote, we do not mind death, but we're very concerned for the honor of the Japanese Navy. If the final effort of our great Navy should be spent in engaging a group of empty cargo ships, surely Admiral Togo and Yamamoto would weep in their graves. End quote. And Ito says it prompts the admiral against his will, really, to call his underlings around him, and he addresses them, and he gives another one of these speeches. It's a tone thing. You get a sense of the mood here. And as an American, we have no historical analogy, certainly not within living memory, to allow us to put ourselves in the emotional shoes, if you will, of someone who's on the losing end of a war that's not necessarily near over. We need to continue to fight after the decision has happened. How do you do that? Well, the admiral's got to rally his sailors and quote. I know that many of you are strongly opposed to this assignment, but the war situation is far more critical than any of you could possibly know. Would it not be a shame to have the fleet remain intact while our nation perishes? I believe that Imperial General Headquarters is giving us a glorious opportunity. Because I realize how very serious the war situation actually is, I am willing to accept even this ultimate assignment to storm into Lazy Gulf. We must all remember that there are such things as miracles. What man can say that there is no chance for our fleet to turn the tide of war into decisive battle? We shall have the chance to meet our enemies. We shall engage in task forces. I hope that you will not carry your responsibilities lightly. I know that you will act faithfully and well. The assembled officers raised their arms bonsai. Well, I'm not going to say that admiral is misinforming his staff, but maybe he's being a little disingenuous because the plan is to go after cargo ships and supply ships and those kinds of non-heroic targets. But there's an understanding, maybe a good way to put it, that if you run into any American aircraft carriers, you can tap in. So it's easy to call that an out clause in the plan. The plan, by the way, is one similar to a naval plan the Japanese tried earlier in the war. Essentially, in order to get to these cargo ships and these supply ships, the Japanese have to lure the warships that are protecting them away. So if you think about it, it's like a block of sheep. The Japanese plans and calls for something to take to try to attract the sheepdog and take them away from the flock. And the Japanese divided into several separate flotillas coming from several different angles will pounce on the beachhead. And each one of these separate flotillas has its own destiny, its own story, in the giant battle of Lazy Gulf. That's why it's really best on a predefined, separate naval battles, smaller. They all have their own names, by the way, but they're all the separate fleets and the destiny. The Japanese flotilla that is designed to state for this plan, using the very best sort of lure that you can have to try to attract the late 1944 admirals. Also happens to be the one ship you normally don't want to let the other side find under any conditions. It's the Japanese aircraft carriers. They're going to be the equivalent of the Matador's Teddy in this plan to attract the attention of the plan. It's not happening. Wow. Plan, is charging up to the northeast area of Luzon and up far away from the beachhead. The other Japanese flotillas coming from multiple lands to destroy the Americans. Best case scenario, while they're actually landing, but even a couple of days afterwards, it could probably cause great damage. Like a big ship coming in, and they're all on no aircraft carrier. Whatever that the sailors had in some kind of event has been whittled away in the previous couple of weeks. That part of the softening up campaign happened before the MacArthur landing. American carriers taking savaging the entire region. Certainly evident it floats on the ocean, but going far inland facilities, especially in taking out Japanese aircraft at an alarming pace. And it's easy to understand why, by the way, at this point in the war. All of the advantages that the Japanese pilots and planes had earlier in the war, our on a pen, the Americans have all of the same things. They have the best time. The Americans have the better machines now. So the kill ratios are remarkably one-sided. But I mean, one air battle that goes on for several days in the airspace of Formosa, which is now Taiwan. In the days leading up to the McCarthy's return to the Philippines, something like 700 points. That's of course like in Martinelli Ecos, so he quotes one admiral as saying, we lost 205 planes on Palau, right after we lost 345 planes on the truck, and you just get this sense of an intense level of grinding at this point in the war, and the Japanese industry can't possibly keep up with these kind of losses. And forget about the machines that they're using for a minute. In most of these cases, you're using the pilots too. The pilots that are going up in these air battles are often very, very brilliant. And they're going up against American carrier pilots because they're some of the best aviators the United States has ever produced. So when it comes to equipment, the Japanese are now very outclassed. The one place they can actually put up a good fight is when it comes to their own people's willingness to fight to the death. And I mean, the land battles, even with Japanese physically inferior, with their logistics shattered, are still going to be horribly difficult opponents. And all the Bushido spirit in the world doesn't make your aircraft better, right? We suffer terribly, and the Japanese fleet actions here in the Philippines was a long shot. Before you lose 700 planes that are supposed to play a very big role in this affair, how much more of a long shot is it after you lose? Winston Churchill was guilty of the Second World War. Kennedy's Air Force was broken before the Battle of Lake George. Speaking of that, this whole affair is part of the tri-50th operation that surrounds the Great MacArthur return to the Philippines. That's a giant news story that we talked about earlier. That happened on October 20th, 1944. The Americans launched this whole campaign early. MacArthur arrives early. The good news is I think the Japanese wrong-footed, I guess you could say. The bad news is the Americans aren't exactly as prepared as they like to be here. Even with all the problems, they still managed the absolutely unbelievable task of landing more than 100,000 people by midnight on the first day. That's amazing. But actually, a couple of these big things, but you lost one, which was an extra. But one thing is that on the first day, preparing to trap that places like Kerala, which were a chaotic mess with far fewer people having to be landed. I should point out that there wasn't much resistance on the beaches. The Japanese strategy was confront MacArthur more inland, getting out of the range of all the Japanese missile firing on the beachheads and planes. But there's some resistance. 100,000 guys on midnight on the first day. That's a well-oiled machine at this point. And the great factory assembly line and the logistics supply chains and all that boring stuff that the United States is so good at, its corporate peacetime economy really becoming handy. And the MacArthur's total invasion force will number something like 175,000 to 200,000 men. And boy, what a difference a couple of years into the war, doesn't it? It's no longer the little brother places like Europe, where the numbers are smaller. We're starting to creep up the numbers, and maybe we'll see that on the rest of the front. The Japanese resistors, by the way, were spread out over a bunch of different Philippine islands. They're estimated to be between 300 and 350,000, so a large fact. One thing that is worth pointing out is that there are really two kinds of island battles in this war. The kind that have a relatively free area without a civilian population to worry about, and the kind that, Honolulu, Tarawa, Iwo Jima, not a big civilian population to worry about. Saipan, Okinawa, the Philippines, just the opposite. And we had just talked in the last segment about the disaster, the humanitarian nightmare that Saipan was, and civilians jumping off the cliffs and getting caught in the crossfire, and high level of civilian death. Well, Saipan is miniature compared to the 15 to 16 million people that live in the Philippines. And Okinawa is very popular too, so the in the distance, you can see areas that the human being lawnmower is going to just crisscross. And what we were given these numbers at the beginning of this session, we were talking about every month in 1944, we sent 200 to 250,000 civilian casualties in Asia. This is in Asia. You can see these numbers are different, right? And we're talking Japanese Americans start fighting urban centers in Manila in 1945. The target will show up himself on the first day, step out of the landing craft of the trailer, I guess in one account, his press khakis, aviator sunglasses, his completely non-regulation, or I don't know how he would use it. Philippine Field Marshal cap, as he called it. Steps out of the craft. This is a transcript he leaves down in a photo that is so good you can't believe it's not saved. It looks like a poster. The camera people on the shore getting striding back on the Philippine soil a couple of years after he was unceremoniously thrown out of it. At some point they're doing hands on a microphone and saying, people of the Philippines, I have our talent. Rally to me. This is being campaign along with the help of the Filipinos throw the Japanese out of the Philippines. The first Japanese fleet was not stranded by two submarines in the late night hours. The 23rd, I think it is, spot one of them that flotilla. And this is traditionally the battle of the naval battle. Putting in the category of those who think this is a highly overrated battle, although people do. Francis Pike is really doing more sense. It doesn't get the attention some of its more vigorous proponents wish that it would, is because the stakes aren't that high. We mentioned several other very famous naval battles throughout history, and talks about how the decision which way that battle went, one way or the other, has huge war-changing ramifications. As we said, I would even suggest that the battle that I've done 45 minutes on is the battle of Jutland, which they were a boxing match. You could say it ended with no contest. I would say that that counts as a much more interesting affair, because if one side had had an overwhelming victory, and that was possible, well, that would have been a huge war-changing sort of event. The fact that Japanese can hope is to lengthen the war, if they lengthen the war, maybe get better peace terms. Anybody that is giving a well, in this case, keep the imperial system in the emperor, right? The imperial polity, sometimes called. But that's the sticking point. There are a lot of people who look at this battle as something more than an execution. I don't think that's one of them. And by that I mean, the Battle of Lincoln has a couple of things associated with it that sounds really like a big deal. For example, there's the greatest naval battle of all time, or the largest naval battle of all time, which might be true. But what that kind of reveals is that the United States outnumbers the Japanese in warships 4 or 5 to 1. They outnumber them in aircraft 5 to 1. The Japanese have almost no aircraft capability. They certainly have all. I mean, this is a very one-sided affair from the get-go. The only reason, though, it has some drama, and it reminds me, I have to say, of one of those really Mike Tyson fights where he was knocking out guys for 45 seconds. So you bought the pay-per-view, so they always had to have a post-fight analysis segment where somebody would have to try to find a way that the other guy -1, he tapped him on the chin at the 16-second mark, and if that had hurt Mike, we'd have had a whole different fight right here. That's kind of how I feel about the Battle of Lake Delta. It's a disaster for the Japanese, except a mistake happens at some point in the affair that allows one Japanese flotilla to get into the backfield, you would say, if this were football, begin carrying up some escort carriers. And if the escort carriers had all been torn up, could have broken into the landing area, which might have been vulnerable. I mean, there's a lot of mites and what-ifs, and that is history, right? Especially military history, but I think sometimes the idea that this would have been catastrophic before the plays, this could be made that if all the worst things that happened in the Japanese fleet started tearing up the beachhead areas, planes eventually came back and found that heading was lost in more ships. The bottom line is, the battle eventually fell over. The Japanese used 4 aircraft carriers, 3 battleships, 10 cruisers, 11 destroyers, and they sink, a light carrier, they sink the escort carrier, and it's just a disaster. One of their fleets gets wiped out in one of the greatest ambush attacks, and they're able to do a sort of karmic recognition. A bunch of their battleships were old World War I type battleships that were damaged at Pearl Harbor, were raised, refitted, and were participating in the ambush. They did a lot of damage. I mean, from the military standpoint, you could look at it as a rah-rah moment because it's really inflicts 17 on the Japanese Navy that they never recover from. The Navy will be reduced to American air power to shredded Japanese naval assets. We never found it. A lesson that has already been learned several times before. By October 1944, one side has powerful naval air assets and the other doesn't. The way the battle's been built is pretty much a war. So with the exception of the one fantastic night ambush where the American battleships from Pearl Harbor ended up crushing that one Japanese flotilla. The damage is pretty much done by American aircraft. Just because the Japanese have no pursuit, it would be. The battle of Navy built is famous for something else too. The battle where suicide attacks, kamikaze attacks first happened. There may have been some early attacks earlier, and there were definitely suicide attacks with the Japanese all throughout the war. But it's an organized effort unleashing trained and tactically organized for maximum effect suicide squad or suicide drill. And John told me in 1976 The Rising Sun, probably one of those early things. In fact, it was famous because the kamikaze came in and damage. And I try to imagine the Americans watching this as it unfolds, trying to figure out where they're going, trying to come to grips with it. Guys, people are trying to smash into us and take their own lives. The event happened in that one moment in time at the Battle of Lake Hill. We would say that the enemy flotillas and the Americans get into the backfield, right? They're fighting with these escort carriers, and you do have rather interesting roles who have the super battleship going on. For the first time in the war, they were firing guns in anger, and shells the size of Volkswagen, and American carriers 18 and 19 miles away, escort carriers about the middle of carriers. And then about an hour after the Japanese battleship inexplicably turn away, given the escort carriers, after having lost a ship and other damage, they reprieve from the governor, and something else shows up and told them right through. And by the way, I'm going to add the word escort carriers on a lot of the ships and escort carriers. For over an hour, all was quiet. Then at 10:50, general quarters was again sounded on the 5 surviving G-50s. 9 enemy planes were approaching at mass level, so low that radar had failed to pick them up. They climbed to several thousand feet as American fighters tried to intercept them. 5-0 fighters with bombs lashed to their wings emerged from the milling mass and slanted down towards the chiefs. They were led by a recently married lieutenant commander. Yukio said, 1-0, told us, headed for the bridge of the escort carrier Tikkun Bay, its machine guns winking. Onlookers expected it to pull up, also with obvious intent to crash into her, only to disintegrate at the last moment. The final 2 veered off from the heavy fire thrown up by the escort carrier White Plane. One, trailing smoke, banked toward the escort carrier St. Lo in a right turn as if intending to land. But the pilot pushed the little plane over, slamming it into the flight deck. Fire spread throughout the hangar deck, setting off a chain of violent internal explosions. After having survived the running battle unscathed, St. Lo said, I've been fascinated by this phenomenon of the kamikaze since I first learned about it as a kid, and I know many of you have been fascinated with it too. But like me, if you continue to read up on it, you will know them and probably change the 100 years. When I was a kid, we were basically taught these were fanatic, Kool-Aid drinkers. Now we would read their last letters and their diary entries the whole time that they were training for these missions, but knowing that they were dead men walking or dead men flying or dead men piloting a torpedo, whatever it might have been, the heart breaks in a lot of these cases. First of all, these are not your market military men, which I found very interesting. When the program was first developed, they asked military men to volunteer. You know how many military men failed? According to anthropologist Nico Tierney, who wrote the fabulous book Kamikaze, Cherry Blossoms and Nationalism, the number of hard-hitting military men who said, yeah, I'll volunteer for the suicide mission was not that. Italicize the word, not. This is a problem if you try to kickstart a brand new program with just people. So apparently the military just decided to then focus at people saying, okay, you're volunteering, you're volunteering, you're volunteering. And one of them was this pilot, John Tolan, that used in his book, Yuki Oseki, portrayed as this willing, ready to die for the emperor guy. Turns out he's not so willing. But that was not news that made it into the propaganda at the time. Before he flies off to crash his plane into an enemy ship, he does an interview with a reporter whose job it is to get the good stories from Japanese propaganda, and it takes a whole bunch of stuff from this pilot that he can't release. He talks about it in a letter decades later, but the great radio setting early kamikaze pilot spat this out to the reporter at the time. Quote, there is no more hope for Japan. If you have to kill such a skillful pilot like myself, I can hit an aircraft carrier with an 1,102-pound bomb and return alive without having to make a suicidal plunge. At that time, Seki had been married for only 6 months to a woman with whom he was passionately in love. He explained to the reporter, quote, if it is an order, I will go, but I am not going to die for the emperor or for Imperial Japan. I am going for my beloved wife. If Japan loses, she might be raped by Americans. I am dying for someone I love most, to protect her. End quote. Engineers, what we do for a lot of these pilots. Although it should be noted there were thousands of them, and they run the gamut in terms of the differences in their background. And some of them do seem a little like the robotic figures who seem to have been brainwashed into just dying for the emperor and happy to do it. Some of those people fit that mold, but most of them don't. What's more, since they can't get the professionals to volunteer to do this, they go after like cadets and training pilots and students at the university. This is one of the really weird things about this program. You can see the Nazi Germany regime, for example, maybe picking up the derelicts off the street, or the people, the undesirable that they've thrown into concentration camps, or those kind of, the discredited people, and making them the suicide pilots. The Japanese instead make a lot of these suicide pilots come from their best and their brightest. The kids at the elite colleges, really, if you look at them and read the accounts, they almost seem like the people that were picked on by all these macho, military types who, when they finally show up to be kamikaze, they're picked on even more. Treated like nerds, the four eyes, the brainiacs. I mean, it's interesting to read these people where the in-depth control on this one. Twilight of the Dawn has a quick rundown. He writes, quote, about half of the kamikaze pilots of 1945 had been drawn from the ranks of university students. Many were cosmopolitan intellectuals who had been exposed to foreign ideas and influences, including Western philosophy and literature. These traits had not endeared them to their officers and NCOs in military training camps. Many young scholars had been singled out for special abuse, including vicious beatings, leaving them with feelings of contempt and loathing for military authority, and for the tyrannical regime that held the nation's fate in its grip. In diaries and letters, many of these future kamikazes identified themselves as political liberals and Democrats. Some found much to admire in the American model of society and government. Others harbored radical, utopian, pacifist or even Marxist views. And this tyranny runs down the background of a lot of these people. Most of them speak multiple languages. They're reading this with shame. An English professor. These are the very people you look at as the people who are going to have to rebuild Japan, right? And instead they're getting thrown into the meat grinder. Reading your accounts from these people fascinating. First of all, they all seem to be patriots even if they disagree with the government. Some of them specifically are looking forward to helping the post-war Japan emerge. A lot of them think about themselves as helping the families back home and trying to make a difference to see that they don't end up bombed and occupied. Some of the pilots expressed all sorts of worry and remorse about the way their own army were treating captive populations. This is not what you expect. I'm thinking how very different this is, right? How you couldn't expect any other major military in the Second World War to do something like this. But then I was doing some research and I came across, I think it was like a letter to the editor or something like that by a person who identified themselves as a U.S. Marine. They didn't say what era. All they had written though was that they had found themselves in a situation where their country was about to be occupied, where their government, where their military superiors said that they could reduce the chances of that happening if they'd be willing to sacrifice their lives, fly their plane into an enemy ship. This person who identified as the U.S. Marine said, "You'd be happy to do that." And I thought to myself, the Japanese are just like everyone else, a little more so, right? And I had to see where all this hails from. They just typically not believe that in most societies are theoretical. The one part that really got to me the most, well, there were several. I mean, there was the one about the Christian pilots. You forget that there's a sizable Christian population in Japan, and you think that suicide is being prohibited by the religion, but there were Japanese kamikaze pilots who brought their Bibles into the cockpits with them, taped the photo of their mother to their chest. And when I was reading about this, one person said, "Well, this is suicide frowned upon by the church," and someone else explained that they just didn't see it as suicide. They looked at it as the war bringing death to them rather than them seeking it out. Some of these other people were making very rational calculations, because there's another historian pointed out, they weren't making a choice between a suicide attack that killed them and a wonderful world of rainbows and unicorns, right? That wasn't their other option. Their other option was probably dying somewhere else, maybe anonymously in a corpse left in a decaying jungle somewhere. Your family never knows what has happened to you, or you could die a hero. And I think I read, don't quote me on this, that they got the kamikaze pilots got an immediate increase in two ranks, two military ranks. And if that's the case, well, now it's even a financial position. You can die in the jungle somewhere and your family's at one level of poverty, or you can increase the amount of money the state pays to grieving families and widows for upkeep and all that sort of stuff. If you get your rank right, you start to see actual implications on some of the decisions. And then one other thing that just moved me was how they were supposed to be volunteers. Many historians have used the word volunteer in quotation marks, but the circumstances these 20 to 24-year-old guys were put in were such that they were forced into moral quandaries. And the only people that passed the moral quandaries and became the kamikaze pilots, in other words, the only ones that the strategy worked on were sort of the most moral amongst them. For example, a lot of these volunteer sessions were framed in a way that you understood that if you said no, that you wouldn't volunteer, that meant that your refusal was consigning some other person to death. And a lot of them could handle that. But the part that moved me the most, because it's one of those things I wonder about. I wonder if the show the institutions would go through your mind the night before your own execution. This is similar. You wonder, hey, you're a kamikaze pilot, and tomorrow is go time. What's your last night? What? And apparently, the last nights were not spent alone. You spent it with the other people that were going to go with you. And in Monique Tierney's book, she quotes the guy who wrote all this in a letter decades later to somebody else whose job it was to cater to these pilots on their last night of life. And he writes what that was like. He was identified, by the way, as Cassandra Catania. He wrote, quote, "At the hall where their farewell parties were held, the young student officers drank cold sake the night before their flight. Some gulped the sake in one swallow. Others kept gulping down a large amount. The whole place degenerated into chaos. Some broke hanging light bulbs with their sword bombs and curses filled the air. While some shouted in rage, others cried aloud. It was their last night of life. They thought of their parents, their faces and images, lovers' faces, and their smiles. A sad farewell to their fiancés. All went through their minds like a running horse lantern. Although they were supposedly ready to sacrifice their precious youth the next morning for Imperial Japan and for the Emperor, they were torn beyond what words can express. Some putting their heads on the table, some writing their wills, some folding their hands in meditation, some leaving the hall, and some dancing in frenzy while breaking flower vases. They all took off with the rising sun headband the next morning. But this scene of utter desperation has hardly been recorded. I observed it with my own eyes as I took care of what they were like. No, I don't know how representative that counts. The kamikaze laugh and I experience different experiences I would imagine they were. And it also point out that it was hardly just a pilot thinking that the government could count on to reliably kill themselves, trying to kill the enemy. It wasn't just airplanes. They had something known as a human torpedo, bombs that they dropped, rocket-propelled bombs they dropped from aircraft that have the human pilots. They have motor boats that they load with explosives that are designed to be driven into the enemy ships. I mean, there's a whole bunch of ingenious ways to underline willingness of the enemy to kill themselves for the cause. But it's regardless of their positions on the issues, regardless of how much they might dislike the government or whatever it might be, there's a strong patriotism in their lives. Regardless of their right, we love a country, and we gotta leave it love an emperor or government or anything. Sometimes it's just a concept of Japan, or what Japan might be in the future after the war. But one kamikaze quoted in that if we found, quote, our love of country to be a frightening intensity. I mean, what happens when you take something that most countries have, and patriotism on the part of the people, and turn it up to an above maximum level, turn it up to 11. I continue a far part of this program that with the science, the test of times, one year when I was about November 1944, the Japanese will be, the clock finally runs out on them, on the Marianas Islands airport construction timeline, as you can see, working on airfields that recently conquered islands in the Marianas gets them operational. The B-29 secret fortresses, the new bombers that are saying they've not been used in Europe, they're not used in Europe, they will land on these islands as the bombing attacks. Japan has been bombed before. If you little rage with more of a pinprick for morale purposes, but the B-29s were taking off from areas around the Rim of China to the aircraft just barely reaching the anti-Japanese area of the range were not enormous. In late November, the attacks began and the Japanese would find themselves bombed in time. The capital by more than 100 counted. They are not known to be particularly effective attacks going after airplanes. Sometimes they get lucky because at the time the bombing is inaccurate, but here's the thing, from a civilian standpoint, let's just acknowledge something. I don't think any of us, have been under a bombing attack before. And these kind of bombing attacks are in some ways scary when you think, although it depends on whether you're the target or not, because these bombing attacks have a lot more planning and a lot less accuracy. And part of the reason you have so many more fights is because you are so much less accurate. Lots of fighting and lots of bombs over a wide area that you hope to hit your target. Which they don't often, for all sorts of reasons, the jet stream and a bunch of other things included. But that doesn't lessen the fact that if you're Japanese civilians, Japanese civilians, we've had heavily filtered news reports about how the war is going. If you have bombs all of a sudden falling in your capital city, and most of the planes that drop those bombs are getting away, that puts the credibility of the government's accounts on how the war is going rather stark relief, doesn't it? as it said, in terms of concrete results, the early air war here in the Mariana bombing of Japan, somewhat underwhelming in terms of results. The U.S. idea of precision bombing, the founder on the rocks in Japan's cloudy weather and high winds, all sorts of reasons that have been issued, and in addition to that, there is a piece of refining. So early on, a lot of pressure on the air service to be effective because things are heating up as we transition from the year 1944 to the terrible year half year, really 1945. The monthly totals of which we led this segment off with, if you recall, there were some awful, a lot of pressure on the air service to figure out a way to increase the pressure on the Japanese to put it into something that's already over. They just haven't admitted it yet. And the problem here is that even though it's almost over, it's getting worse. And this defies what's supposed to happen. We know an enemy who, for all intents and purposes, is devoid of the natural resources they need. Starving troops all over the coast. You look, the Japanese just look like they've just been battered from pillar to post. So this should be getting easier for the Allies fighting them, but it's not. The casualties are getting worse. The civilian casualties are starting to absolutely go through the roof. And if we wanted to think of what's about to happen here in 1945, it's worth thinking about it as a whole instead of this happening and this happening and this happening. Because if you're waking up reading the morning paper in Middle Iowa one day, and you're trying to get a handle on the world situation, you can have updates on the front page from each of these places, either something about to begin and preparations going on, or fighting continuing in this other spot, or mopping up operations in this other place. There's a bunch of things that are nothing happening at the same time, but drawing and competing for resources with each other. There will never be enough U.S. fleet assets in the air. Arthur will be one of them, just where they will be one of them in the Central Pacific. I mean, so all of this is happening at the same time. If you're the Japanese high command, you're being battered with incident after incident after incident, and it's usually having no effect on the main leadership's opinion on whether or not the war should continue, which is surprising. Start with MacArthur. In the beginning of 1945, MacArthur makes the leap to the island of Luzon, which is where Manila is. MacArthur do this quickly because he's convinced, as he appears to be right, I think, that there are POW camps on the Philippines that have had American and Filipino troops there since MacArthur left years before. So we're waiting for him to come back, and he wants to rescue them before the Japanese kill the prisoners, which they're being wanted to mark frequency. The situation in Manila will become an unbelievable nightmare. The Japanese general, who is awesome, by the way, MacArthur is really up against it. He decides not to defend the city, but there's a naval commander there who's got what we would call, if they were United States, naval infantry, something like 16,000 of them. And he says, well, I'm staying. And he defends the old city, which is, sort of colonial, concrete, stone, and it's rather impregnable fighting. He gets nailed down in there, and you'll have the U.S. fighting house to house in urban combat of the sort they have not seen in this war at all, and will not see again. Probably the first fighting they could have expected, though, as they'd gone into Japan in 1946 and invaded the home island. Forget about the military side of this for a minute, because it doesn't expect it, right? The U.S. will be the Japanese died almost at the last minute. Something like 100,000 Filipino civilians will die. When I first saw that number, I knew it was large. I thought they were talking about maybe all the civilians that died in the Philippines during this time period. And I actually assume the counterintuitive sort of insinuates that's what most of them say. And it's fighting over the city of Manila, 100,000 Philippine civilians. Ladies and gentlemen, that's in a month. And the stories are among some of the worst I've ever encountered. There's one that I've talked about in the world. I have certain eyewitness stories that say, and they seem to be part because regularly I have to go back and reread them, but I have no idea why. There's one story, and I'll have to show the mental health will allow me to do something like that. But there's a story involving hindsight and an eyewitness who was watching lots and lots and lots of Jewish in line of kids over and over. But it involved a young woman, and as she passes by the eyewitness on the way to her bed, she says to him, while pointing to herself, 24, 24 years old, that was children, I could have been a blind man. But there's some scenes from the Philippines that just have a listen, this is a problem. That's not good for not everyone. There's certain experiences one can imagine. And then the ones that one can't imagine going on afterwards. The best way to describe, and I don't mean this for, I'm not trying to be gratuitous here. It's important to understand what's going on, though, and when we use that euphemism of the human lawnmower, what that means in reality. Because this is, as we said, something that is remorseless, month to month. It's a reliable tally of people. This is what those statistics boil down to on the ground. In the book Rampage, John B. Scott tells the story, well, I guess ultimately of a family, rounded up by the Japanese right as their troops were starting to torch the city of Manila. And this is the sort of stuff that Arthur was worried about when he was worried about the POWs having something happen to them. So Scott's case starts with these men being rounded up, taken to the school, and eventually moved out to this canal at night. And their hands tied behind their backs, and the Japanese have a flashlight. And they start cutting off the heads of the people in this group and taking them to the canal by flashlight. And then when it was returned, this gentleman was in Scott's book, was identified as 25-year-old Ricardo San Juan. And they think of him, they chopped his head off, but not quite. There's a picture from the book showing years later. He clearly looks like somebody whose head was almost chopped off. That's what it looks like after he was in place. He had me laid there, and you can see yourself as laying on a lot of other decapitated. You look at the line just 10 seconds ago, you're thinking, okay, this is the kind of experience that will do it for life, actually. But this is where his experience begins in his career. And like I said, this is not that he's gratuitous, this is repetitive from the context of enormous numbers like 100,000 people in Manila people on us. I do not count these sorts of incidents as collateral damage at all. It is intentional on someone's part at some level of the command structure. So Scott talks about everything this poor guy goes through personally, and then says, quote, but the night's terror had only begun. The Japanese returned to the same spot with a second group of captives. On his belly in the brush, Ricardo San Juan counted 19 women and 27 children. Among them saw his 25-year-old wife Virginia and the couple's 3 children. 4 months pregnant at the time, Virginia held the couple's youngest child in her arms, 1-year-old Jose. The Japanese had tied the adults together with a long strand of rope, looped around the upper left arm of each woman. Guards herded the woman into a circle around the children. The Japanese then formed a perimeter around them. To San Juan's horror, Scott writes, the soldiers began to bayonet the children, and even the infants, including 2-month-old Celia Fajardo, wrapped in a gray flannel sleep suit. Now quoting the eyewitness, quote, some of the babies were grabbed from the arms of their mothers and were held by their 2 hands in midair by one of the Japanese soldiers. He wasn't told to investigate this. At that instant, he says, the executioner would stab them in that position. Scott continues, quote, the orgy of violence escalated. Hidden in the dark thicket barely 8 feet away, San Juan watched the soldier plunge his bayonet into the chest of his 5-year-old son, Crescencio. He heard the boy cry out before he collapsed and died. The same soldier then snatched up his infant son, Jose. That baby of mine, San Juan recalled, was thrown into the air and then caught with the point of a bayonet. Those were his words. Quote, soldiers likewise killed his 3-year-old daughter, Corazon. Her name is Spanish for heart. But San Juan did not see it. That was the only mercy he experienced that night. With the children littered on the ground dead, the Japanese pounced on the mothers with blood-soaked babies. The same soldier who had tried to cut off his head ran his blade through the belly of San Juan's pregnant wife. And so one gets the trust go to fight that for a little bit more flashback on the song. Examples. They're all too common, both in your history books and among the Japanese. Here's the thing. We were talking about something that happened in the biblical era, and we said there's one army treated civilians in areas that it held captive, and other soldiers that fell into its hands this way. Hard to blame, but it's very unusual behavior in the mid-20th century by a major power. And while you can certainly find examples that are easily as off the charts as this with, say, Germans, certainly, but even the Red Army, the Allies in certain circumstances, the non-Soviet Allies, but those are just that. They're outliers. The Japanese do this over and over and over again. In Scott's book, he has a section under the heading of massacres and atrocities. It goes down a whole page in small print. And this is just mostly in the Philippines. Things like behind the shell service station. Massacre behind the shell service station. Against civilians suspected of guerrilla ties. In LaSalle massacre. Fort Santiago steel dungeon. Mass starvation. German club massacre. Philippine General Hospital killing of men. POWs on Palawan. Red Cross massacre. Santo Domingo Church massacre. Over and over and over again. It's fascinating to wonder about, isn't it? There's a book called Embracing Defeat that is about Japan coming to grips with losing the war right after the 46, 47, 1948. And one of the things I found interesting in reading was that there was this backlash among civilians to return to soldiers when these sorts of stories and this kind of behavior filtered down to the public after the war. Obviously, they were not benefits from the war, and there was a backlash that one might compare to the way some Vietnam veterans were treated over the whole talking at the airport when they arrived back in country to bring baby shots. MacArthur finds himself occupied and liberating the Philippines for the rest of the war. Now, he would declare at certain times that the fighting has ceased in order to liberate the Philippines. But when the war actually ends, there's tens of thousands, I think it's like 50,000 men still under the same Japanese general who had to give up their arms and surrender. So I would say that the army didn't pass. But MacArthur will continue fighting there in hard slogging for the rest of the war. As I said, so while that's going on, we now have the determination to take the island of Iwo Jima, and right afterwards, Okinawa. These places, if you look at a map, are the Japanese in Hirohito's war. Herbert predicts that the emperor looked at those areas as a moat, and the idea, of course, of the moat is to absorb the force of your enemy's charge and weaken them before they get to the castle walls. And Okinawa is like a southern area of the moat, and Iwo Jima is like the eastern area of the moat. Iwo is a tiny little town, a little volcanic town, 8 square miles. It's a nothing little place, but it can hold a couple of airfields. This is, as we say in the Cold War, airfields. The war is fighting for the airfields. Having or not having an airfield can make a huge difference. There's an ultimate strategic location because of the vast Pacific. The Americans want to take the war, and the Japanese are once again ready for it. So what happened in Honolulu begins to be the new trend. To have these places built up, and they've had more time, right? The outlying islands that hadn't had as much time visiting to really get the defenses the way they hope to get them. In Honolulu, you have the guns peeking out from behind smear doors. You will take just the next step higher than that. It's one of the most fortified places in the Second World War in terms of places any of the allies had to overcome. Iwo Jima is one of the most, if not the most famous battle that ever involved the U.S. Marines. But the reason for that is because it was so nightmare. That's how you make the through hell. And when you read the accounts of the survivors and the veterans, it's interesting how often, and many of these people had been on other island fights before, so had something to compare to. How often they would say, I can't even describe it to you. It was like nothing I'd ever seen. There's three of these in Patrick K. O'Donnell's fine book, In the Rising Sun, with these veterans. I'm marking up them. My image for the 15 division said, quote, I can't hardly even describe it to you. The misery and the difference between this and all the other island fighting I experienced. Coming to E-War was a different kind of fight. He has the remembrances of the last surviving. Of course, it was on the flag raising on Mount Suribachi, a famous incident. He won all sorts of awards. Maybe the most famous photograph taking the Pacific War from people on Mount Suribachi. Charles Lindbergh, and he said of the island court. Iwo Jima was a massacre. I never expected anything like that. People were dying left and right. Japanese were in caves and bunkers. You had to rout them out. End quote. Dean Boyd of the 15th Division said, quote, Iwo Jima was as close to hell as you could get. I can't even begin to describe it to you. It was always hot, active gunfire all the time, and explosions going on. People getting killed left and right. End quote. We should remind ourselves that people have been to other places that are considered to be very bad fights as well. So when they're saying that Iwo Jima is on another level, clearly it is. And the Japanese had 8 months to prepare for this. And it does go back, in many ways, everyone's critical of Japanese strategies during the war and many of the things, but they kind of did keep their eyes on the goal of making the Allies have to take these islands position to position to position and take each casualty doing it in the hopes that they get tired of it. After all, how many Americans even could find Iwo Jima on a map? How many American boys is it worth to take a place like that? Especially with the people back home aren't thinking of many of the larger strategic implications. I mean, Iwo Jima's halfway between Saipan and Tokyo. Great place for an airfield. Lots of reasons you might want it. How many boys is it worth? The Marines are going to give more than they thought they would have to. And that's partly why it becomes this great battle that is the crucible. The island has more than 800 positions, pillboxes, bunkers, gun emplacements. The tunnels on this island stretch for miles underground, and I've read different accounts for 3 miles, 7 miles, 10 miles, 16 miles. I have no idea which of those is true, but some of them are big enough to drive a fully loaded truck into. The commanders are 75 feet deep, has electric lights, which completely protected from all those giant battlefield shells, and the plan is to let the Americans get on the beaches with their fleets of something like 70,000 plus men, and then when everything is crammed and crowded into what would become one of the most congested battlefields in world history, if you look at the numbers, right? How many people are on an island 8 miles square? Then you start dropping giant mortar rounds on these crowded beaches, which have sand so fine and volcanic that no one can dig in it and give themselves a little shelter. You start tearing up the people on the beach, which is something like 2,000 casualties right away. Bam. The Marines are going to suffer 8,000 casualties in the first week. Remember, casualties means wounded, missing, killed, prisoners, right? All of it. It's the same. It's easy to sort of forget the whole wounded thing, and you start reading these accounts of these veterans. And you realize how long ago they're talking about when they talk about being wounded in places in Iwo Jima, and yet they're still blind, or they're still in a wheelchair, or whatever the injury back then did to them, they lived with the rest of their lives. So whereas one might think about killing wounded at a very different level, and whereas wounded might mean anything from slightly wounded to grievously wounded, you should recall the toll that that takes on people's lives forever afterwards also. In addition to that, and then needless to say, when you think about it for 2 seconds, but combat produces all sorts of injuries, from the physical, to the emotional, to the spiritual, and often all of them together. In Patrick Hale's Donald Peter Reiser's son, who quotes, he was in the particular individual in Winters, who talks about some fighting that goes on, and then he begins to talk about the next day. The next day we were attacked again, losing several men killed or wounded. Every 100 yards there was another canyon, and you had to dig the enemy out. One of our comrades was captured by the Japanese and pulled into a cave where they tortured him by splitting his finger webs up to his wrists. He was screaming uncontrollably. Our lieutenant got so angry he went in after him and was killed in the process. There was hardly any of us left in the entire company. For me, I was hit on March 14th. My hip joint was shot all to pieces. 4 Marines from the Marine Corps band were moving into the rear, and one of the men was killed in the process. Since the war, he says, I've been confined to a wheelchair and have tried to live a good life. However, I relive the war every day. That's an example of what the wounded in action statistics often boils down to. War. But then you think about the war, a war from 70 plus years ago, every single day. Which you read a lot about these various styles and specific opinions you have, I know. You begin to notice similarities and differences, and the differences begin to stand out so you can differentiate one battle from the other. And it's interesting how many of the people on both sides talk about how terrible the wounds are and how unlike many of these other armies are. And I've seen all sorts of reasons suggesting why that might be. A lot of mortars used, for example, the Japanese were using acid ones. I mean, a lot of times mortars are like 60 millimeter mortars, which are kind of light mortars. The Japanese are using ones that are like 12-inch mortars, shooting 750-pound projectiles that have been deployed as ash cans, flying ash cans, if you will. Running refrigerators, going so slow as they arc up in the air, you can see them and watch them. And when they blow up, they leave a giant hole in the ground. Whatever was anywhere nearby is gone. And there's no place to hide on an island. Everything's in the way. At no time does the commander allow, although there are some people who do it anyway, the suicidal charges that the Japanese have launched all throughout the war that used up so much of their manpower for no good reason. He's keeping his people hiding, and their job is to kill Americans, not to get the charges. They have to be audibly taken out. One Japanese survivor had said that it was like watching people try to exterminate insects. It's just methodical. If you ever watch videos, know this stuff. That's what it looks like. It looks like working a lot of the time. Sealing up caves, blowing up stuff, lots of flamethrowers, which turned out to be very important because a lot of the time you couldn't get the Japanese out in every way. But the wounds caused by all this equipment was terrible and remarked upon. Life magazine reporter Bob Sharon had said, and he quoted in many of my sources, he doesn't told add some context to he writes, quote, in the first 5 days of the battle, the Marines suffered an average of more than 1,200 casualties per day. The beaches and the flat terrain around the airfields were strewn with dead. Shell craters left records of direct hits. Some contained the mashed up remains of 10 or 12 Marines. Exploring the terraces above Red Beach, Bob Sherrod observed, quote, "Nowhere in the Pacific War had I seen such badly mangled beasts. Many were cut squarely in half. Legs and arms lay 50 feet away from any body. In one spot on the sand, far from the nearest cluster of dead, I saw a string of guts 15 feet long." Another Sherrod narrative, or the same one later, I don't know, was picked up by Francis Pike and Filipinos War. Francis Pike's account, by the way, picks up after the Marines came off the beach on the first day and start moving inland. And hiking is a word I'd never seen before, so I looked it up and I'm substituting the more commonly that way. And Pike did his own version of context, so it stands for each quote. Advancing towards Chidori Airport, the leading Marines were suddenly cut down by concealed underground positions. General Kurodayashi's death machine roared into action. It turned into a battle like no other in World War II. Japan's defenders had the advantage over attackers. Mobility, which characterized the advantage usually afforded the attacker in this situation, was entirely nullified in a fight that had to be won hole by hole, pillbox by pillbox, and cave by cave. By the end of the first day of fighting, 600 Americans lay dead, and a further 2,000 more had been wounded. Unusually, some of the highest casualties were engineers of the 133rd Season. The western beaches, he writes, were strewn with wrecked machines, body parts, and mangled bodies. At 5 p.m., a sickened chief wheeler told Robert Sherrod of Life magazine, quote, "There's more hell in there than I've seen in the rest of the war put together." The noise was almost unbearable, Sherrod noted. Not quoting Sherrod, there's an eyewitness to this. Quote, "As the shells burst, as they crashed and shrieked, one of the wounded rose from his stretcher. He rose slowly, bending at the waist. His head was bare, and his arms were straight and reaching at his sides. He sat, mouth open, and screamed, 'Oh my God! My God! Good God Almighty!' The corporal sobbed into the dirt." In the book of Truman called "My Dad," he quotes Japanese veteran who comments on the fact that the Marines named one part of Iwo Jima as the meat drive. In the sense that Omagari could easily understand why the Marines called it that, saying, quote, "Men didn't just die on Iwo Jima, they were ripped apart, torn to shreds and scattered. I saw torsos with no limbs, dismembered legs, arms, and hands, and internal organs splashed onto the rocks." End quote. The author then refers Captain Fred Haynes, later Major General Fred Haynes, the operations officer for the 28th Combat Team. He says he later summed it up best. He said, quote, "Each day we learn new ways to die." Each of the American accounts, the Japanese accounts, are of people who are living instead of words used so often, like trotting the dice underground with virtually no water. The island has virtually no water. People who know they're going to die are living amongst the dead and are dealing with, every time they come out of their holes, just absolutely overwhelming firepower. But their job, we should recall, was always to die. And victory or defeat will be measured by how many Americans they're able to take with them. And they take enough Americans with them, asking the questions of whether or not all the reminds me of the Tennessee in the Vietnam War. That wasn't intended as a stunning victory over Southeastern U.S. forces in the field. It was intended to improve public opinion back on the home front. To tell those people, if you've been told the war is almost over, well, you've been lied to. Otherwise, how could you choose this still? The Japanese are sending the same message back to the United States, and the Americans on the home front are hearing about it here. The Americans take almost 29 casualties, and we need more than a month of an island that's 4.5 miles wide. That most Americans. don't even know where it is. The Japanese, of course, has it as their trademark now, and has something that no one else does on a regular basis. Almost everyone is in it. There are between 21 and 22,000 guys on the island, slightly over 200 with. But here we are with the war seemingly, certainly in the end stages here, right? We're approaching Japan proper, and yet the fight is getting harder. People back home know that, and they want answers. It'd be wonderful to find the photos of stories of all the English and Marco right there, quote. The toll in lives lost on Iwo Jima produced a strong reaction at home. A woman who quote, "Please, for God's sake, stop sending our finest youth to be murdered on places like Iwo Jima." She continued in the letter, quote, "It's too much for boys to stand," she wrote. "Too much for mothers and homes to take. It is driving some mothers crazy. Why can't objectives be taken in some other way? It is most inhuman and awful. Stop, stop." Interesting to me to release that, isn't it? But according to these historians and others, a lot of it has to do with an effort to begin to burn the public for what is to come. We are starting to almost celebrate in advance because the war in Europe against Nazi Germany is clearly winding up, right? And the defeat is imminent over there. So the tendency is to think, yeah, victory is near, we can celebrate, we can stop all this rationing, the boys can come home vigilant and stop and all that. Not so fast. The Japanese have been putting 29,000 casualties for tiny little volcanoes rocking in the middle of nowhere and not showing any signs of being ready to surrender. And we can go through that too. And by the way, Forrestal was the Secretary of the Navy. Forrestal's willingness to publish the unidentified woman's letter and his acknowledgement that many others like it have been refused suggests that he and his advisors recognized that they were reaching a critical moment in the war. As the letters made clear, a significant segment of the public was beginning to find the war's cost intolerable, just as American forces were drawing closer to Japan. Harder fighting lay ahead, and that reality had to be confronted directly, Forrestal seems to say. Towards that end, they write, the armed forces were aiding newsreel companies in producing more realistic reports of the fighting in Europe and the Pacific. During the battle for Iwo Jima, raw footage was dispatched back to the newsreel companies in New York and was ready for distribution within 2 weeks of the initial landing. The newsreels produced from the film displayed the horror of war with disturbing candor. Mosley Crowther, a writer for the New York Times, observed that, quote, the newsreels, thank heaven, are getting tougher. They're letting us have it right between the eyes, end quote. Quote, of particular note, Crowther added, was the Pacific Fury, the name of the film, a forthcoming film on the capture of Peleliu and nearby Anguan, that looked closely into the faces of the men who fought these battles and thus personalized the strain and suffering they endured. That was a long quote. I wanted the story to weigh in on this because I'm trying to what a public news might have been like at the time, but of course it's something that historians just continue to do. And it's funny how this dovetails to the original Japanese concept here. In fact, it was down to the basic question of who's going to win the war. So whoever was willing to suck up more casualties from a bunch of places. Because they really didn't mean that much to the Americans. It's not like we're talking about the Japanese conquering the U.S. states in North America, right? We're going to fight to the death for that. But the Americans care about Iwo Jima that much because the Japanese care for it a lot, but it's a lot closer. Not only did the American public not only starting to feel this, which is really pinching, especially most people who lost people, or people who are going to lose people in the future to continue, you're starting to see discord being sown by some of the media outlets. The San Francisco Examiner newspaper, done by William Randolph shows here that this is bad leadership, right? So what do you want quarterbacking when they say the Gardner was in charge of this would have happened, right? He's a genius. He's known for taking his true fly. If he was here, in other words, sort of casting blame on this idea that command should have been divided at all, and that anybody but the Gardner should have been in command now. We should point out, though, first is a guy who was probably glad to support Douglas MacArthur for the Republican nomination for president in the next election. So this is maybe not all that he is on the surface, but it's a sign. It's a sign that people aren't happy with the casualties. People are wondering whether or not it's worth it. And we're not fighting it right, well, maybe we shouldn't be fighting it at all. This is a sign for a country about to see skyrocketing casualties, but you have to have it in this community to get this over with. Look at what the Russians are starting to take. The Soviets in their last push towards Berlin. It's horrifying. And what the Germans take in the process as well. That's what those numbers we started off this thing were all about. It's a meat grinder, and they're getting it done in European theater a couple of months before it's going to happen here in the Pacific. Is there a way out of hell here? Well, maybe. Because there are different views on ways that the war can be shortened. Well, because there's not enough data for one side or another to whip out there in support of their argument, that it becomes sort of a he said, she said wartime situation. A group of people who believe that a weapon already exists that would make the dreaded 1946 invasion of Japan scenario go up in a puff, become moot instantly. We wouldn't have to have any more of those EUGs. This is the sort of weapon that the mother writing that we couldn't take any more of sending our flour of our wheat to go die for these enormous slices. Well, what if you had a way around that problem? What would that be? Into the country or into the allies. There are people who are proponents of the idea that bombing from the air can be decisive in the war. Can go either way. It's opponents, but the best short enunciation of the hypothesis I've ever seen. I ran across Glenn Dyer's war. He quotes the British head of bomber command, Sir Arthur Harris, who said, during the war, quote, there are a lot of people who say that bombing can never win a war. Well, my answer to that is that it has never been tried yet, and we shall see. Israel is thinking about this sort of stuff for a while. Now, in Germany, we're starting to finally see bombing make a difference. It kind of looks in the statistics, and these arguments are still ongoing too, that the bombing was sort of something that was a pinprick for Germany for a long time, or that they could work around. And then all of a sudden, late 1944, early 1945, you reach like all this capsized moment where it starts to be having a huge impact on things, which was that there were others that happened in Germany that also were played into what turns out to be like a systemic failure to a certain point. But let's remember for contextual reasons what aerial weaponry is doing to Germany late in the war. And the choices under fire, moral dimensions of World War II, historian Michael Bass writes, quote, on February 3rd, 1945, the U.S. 8th Air Force sent 937 bombers and 613 escorting fighters over Berlin. They leveled large parts of the city and killed some 25,000 persons. On February 14th and 15th, 800 British and 400 American bombers flew in over Dresden, igniting a firestorm that burned for a week and killed at least 60,000 non-combatants. Now, I've seen a much lower casualty figure for Dresden than that, but even if it only took 25,000, only 25,000, and this in a country that has relatively sophisticated civil defense facilities. I mean, these people are mostly in bomb shelters and you get those kind of casualties. How horrible would they be if they were running out in the open? Germany's getting hit multiple times a week. And by the end of the war, I think it's highly likely the only group of large-sized German cities that is not decimated by the bomb damage or really completely wiped off the map. It's shocking. We are not seeing those kinds of results in the specific Asia yet. This is how total war turns things morally topsy-turvy, right? Is that the people who are running the 29 superfortresses out of the Marianas Islands since 1944 bombing Japan, they're in trouble for not doing the sort of damage that you just mentioned in Europe. But today, people look on that as horrifying. But in the war, you had, I guarantee you, when the Allied population woke up in the newspaper and read about those bombing raids in Germany that I just quoted from Michael Besser's book, those are good things to them, not bad things. The difference between if it's in cold blood or in hot blood is murder, these crimes. War is hot blood. Us today trying to make sense of the decision making in cold blood. It's a very different thing. The idea that the commanders of the American air assets in Marianas are in trouble for not doing more damage to Japan, not being more effective, is united with what the priorities are. In January 1945, they bring in new leadership to see if they can shake up the results here. And the guy who comes in to do that is one of the famous proponents of aerial bombing. He is a guy who is much of a caricature as MacArthur is, or General Patton. This is not like Patton. The kind of guy who has this sort of can-do, almost heartless towards the enemy sort of attitude in wartime. And then when you go from hot blood to cold blood, there is horrible place. There are a couple of figures in the famous movie Doctor Strangelove where he mashes together using one General Curtis LeMay. And that's who gets brought in to shake things up with the B-29 super fortresses, incidentally the most expensive weapon the U.S. paid for. I mean, it's the most expensive weapon program. It was in a trivia contest against people in a line like that. But that puts a lot of pressure on the people that were out there risking their reputations to promote this thing. Right? This is going to have a decisive impact on the war. Well, in a couple of months of bombing Japan, it hasn't done squat. LeMay said after he took over the air assets in Mariana, quote, "This outfit has been getting a lot of publicity without having really accomplished a hell of a lot in bombing results." End quote. Could change its strategies, adopt doctrines and ideas that have been percolating in the U.S. Air thinking, my people did it for years now, all the way back to 1939, when we noticing that Japan might be extra vulnerable to setting fires in the air. There was experiments in 1942 where they built mock-up cities in both German and Japanese cities so they could test them out. So May had spent some time in Indochina with another American air general named Chenault, who was a proponent of incendiaries, using 15 incendiaries in the bomb loads, which is a pretty common thing for most countries to do, by the way. And they burned down the Chinese city of Hankow to deny it to the Japanese, and I learned quite a bit about how the Asian construction materials, like blocks of wood, for example, how they could best be set on fire. So when LeMay gets to the Marianas and sees the meager results and the high casualty rates that they've been suffering in these raids to Japan, he changes things up. He puts a bunch of different things in place. Some his own sorts of ideas, others that he grabbed from years of thinking about this in most American thinkers. And he launched a couple of preliminary raids using these new methods, and then he puts it together, looked at the data from those smaller raids, and then launches one in March. What nightmare. It was called Operation March 9th, 1945. Roughly 140,000 take off from the Mariana Islands and the area bomb load that is take up thousands of these 17 flying fortresses, which is American bombers. It would take 1,000 of them to carry the bomb load up to 230-ish. And the bomb load has been tweaked. A lot more incendiaries added, certain particular incendiaries with napalm, which is relatively developed, deployed in discovery. But it's jelly gases, kind of. Like so many of the incendiaries by the major powers in Central War, flashes on you just continue to burn. Phosphorus is like that. You can't put it out. It's very difficult. So these flames are going to turn low, which is against everything they were designed to be. It's a fantastically high-level bomber, the B-29. That offers protection and all kinds of other benefits to bringing in low to go against the design idea. But the winds over Japan are crazy. The cloud cover is almost constant, and if the plane's going at 5,000 feet instead of 25,000 feet, you avoid all those problems. The Americans have learned that it is suicidal to be that in a place like Germany with their air defenses, but when they believe you can do it in Japan, especially if you at night, because the Japanese air defenses at night are significantly worse than they are in the daytime. The problem with going in at night is you kind of expose the fallacy of the basic idea that Americans celebrate with their bombing doctrine. The Americans are a precision bomber country. They have these great bomb sites and optics and tactics that's been developed to try to hit installations, factories, and railway yards, and infrastructure, and things that help the war effort, but not target civilians, not bomb indiscriminately over whole areas. But in the mid-20th century, precision bombing in the daytime is hit or miss at these parts of the time. At night, you're just kidding yourself. You're not even trying. It's an area attack at night. And these incendiaries in an area attack at night is to decide if you want to burn down a city. How do you measure the effectiveness? What's a good outcome for you if you launch a bombing raid on a city you control and burn it down? You can congratulate you can burn it down. And there's not countries in the war that would use in their propaganda or their public statements the idea that they're deliberately trying to kill civilians. So everybody has, sort of a rationale, a logical insanity for why they do what they do and what they're targeting. The Americans never, ever waver from the public pronouncements that they're going after military targets. And they can defend that in Japan because the military targets have all been decentralized. I mean, they had a lot of little workshops aimed at the defense effort mixed all over Tokyo. One author that I read called The Bombing Raid Target, the classic mixed target. You had infrastructure, industry, and civilians with homes and schools and hospitals all mixed together. But in a flammable city, if you can set it on fire and burn everything down, you'll get all those military targets. You get everything else too. On March 9th, which will continue until March 10th, almost 3-hour raid by more than 300 bombers takes out 16 square miles of Tokyo. Remember, this is an experiment. Wondering how this is all going to work. So for all the main hours, you're going to get tons of planes shut down. And when the results come back, everyone's overjoyed because this is the most effect that 29 have been able to have so far. I think in all the raids up till now, they've killed less than 2,000 people in Tokyo. But in this less than 3-hour raid, they kill 100,000. The U.S. Strategic Bombing Service said this quote, probably more persons lost their lives by fire in Tokyo in a 6-hour period than in any equivalent period of time in the history of man. The worst military attack ever, the most costly, the most damaging, and that 100,000 number is an estimate. Various intensities is closer to 120,000. No one knows. There are records that might help shed some light on that. Burned up in the very fires that took all their lives. The number of official injuries that people seeking help is documented was over 40,000. Many of the statistical surveys I was looking at triple that number. And if you look at photographs of the 16 square miles, something like 40% of Tokyo's main area is ash. And you have brick and stone and metal buildings sprinkled here and there. And you can see the outlines of the roads and everything else looks like the bottom of the barbecue, including the people. Inside those buildings, by the way, did not find sanctuary. Those buildings turned into permanent. And the accounts that are available, and it sounds like gratuitous stuff that you've been mentioning. I've always wondered about what I would like to call the worst places to be in the world at any given time, right? Like battlefield, that disaster site, whatever it might be. And I always darkly joke that the worst place would be is like a tie for 100 different incidents, but how is this done? His biography of General Curtis now, tells that gives you the rundown of how this goes and the weapons and the technical side of this, right? Because remember, the Americans are trying to figure out how to be effective with this weapon system. They're trying out different mixes of things, different tactics, strategies, altitudes, bomb loads, and the composition thereof. Each plane would fly individually in 3 staggered lines between 5,000 and 7,000 feet. The first planes to take off would fly at slower speed in order for the later planes to catch up. It would be unlike anything yet seen in the war. 3 long lines of bombers coming in at very low altitude. The bombardier's job would be greatly simplified, because a small group of planes coming from a different direction would drop incendiaries in the front and back of the target zone before the lines of bombers arrived, similar to lighting up both ends of a football field at night. The planes coming after them from another direction would see the fires that the lead bombers had set and then bomb the area in between. The plan, he writes, was brilliant in its simplicity. The human cost, he says, would be determined later. End quote. He continues. Quote, LeMay decided to drop E-46 clusters in the cluster bomb. Bananas all clustered on a tree, and then when they were dropped, all the bananas would split off separately. So LeMay decided to drop E-46 clusters that would explode at 2,000 feet above the ground. Each cluster would release 38 incendiary bombs of napalm and phosphorus, creating a rain of fire over the city. In all, 8,519 clusters would be dropped, releasing 496,000 individual cylinders weighing 6.2 pounds each, resulting in 1,655 tons of incendiaries to be dropped on Tokyo that night. End quote. If there's one that has been learned about strategic bombing to this point in the war, is that sometimes you get lucky or unlucky, depending on whose point of view we're looking at this from. Sometimes the climatic conditions are perfect. Sometimes you have some wind in the region. If everything would conspire against the civilians in the city, bombs mixed with the wind, mixed with the climate, and all that could create something called a firestorm. It's happened in Germany several times. Dresden just mentioned Hamburg, the famous one. And what that does is take the casualties from something that might be a 6,000 or 8,000 or 12,000 dead civilian lives, which sounds horrible, and convert it into something, amplify it into something like a 25,000, 30, or 35,000 dead civilian lives. War, military historian Ian Dyer said that if the British bomber command could reliably create these firestorms, whenever they wanted to, the war would be over in 6 months. That sounds like a crazy idea. But it's an interesting idea being able to create these equivalents of a natural disaster, right? A global weather-oriented disaster, for example, a flood, a volcanic eruption, a tsunami, something like that, right? A freeze, whatever it might be. To be able to do this as a weapon of war, well, it's interesting to speculate what that might mean for the war effort. And that's exactly what people do. I mean, how do you order a raid that might kill 100,000 people? How does one live with oneself? The way you do it, though, is by telling yourself that you say even more than that. You know, aside here, I've done more than 10 hours of talking about the logical insanity, the moral logic of strategic bombing as the proponents of that theory see it. And I would suggest that the jury is still out. Nothing has been decided yet on whether the people who suggest that a shorter war that is nastier is actually more merciful and humanitarian than a longer war that is survived. The idea being throwing the monkey wrench into the human being lawnmower, right? That anything that short circuits the ever-functioning conveyor belt of death here is the greater good in the minds of people who can manage to sleep at night ordering the deaths of that many people. When they said over and over, as did a lot of the people who worked with us, that this was going to shorten the war, and that shortening the war was the most important thing. It is so hard to not judge this sort of action by the standards of now. But what I constantly try to remind myself is that 1945, by then, they're not operated by our military. They're 6 years into total war, a war of survival, extermination, the very highest possible stakes, and all sorts of terrible things done up until this point. I mean, how do you order to burn 100,000 people? Well, a little at a time. You work your way up to it. We shouldn't forget that besides being bombed here were some of the early proponents of bombing. The Germans did it to Warsaw, they did it to Rotterdam, they did it to Britain for 9 solid, heavy months and killed more than 40,000 non-combatants in Britain. In 1945, they're launching B-2 rockets at Britain, killing more than, some of them were around 10,000 people. You had to be one that didn't work 10,000. So nothing to stop. The Japanese were bombing Chinese cities and killing civilians before the Second World War even started for most countries. They were dropping, but remember, this is a war where the Japanese are infecting fleas with the plague bacillus and then dropping back on Chinese cities from the air to see what happens. So some of this happened to drop incendiaries that kill 100,000 civilians. You say you work up to it. By 1945, the war is kind of level. But nobody feels that all of a sudden killing 100,000 people in Tokyo is tons worse than killing 60,000 in Hamburg. Forget two numbers which are impossible to conceptualize. There's all real people with human experiences on the ground, the sorts that are unimaginable. Listen to the eyewitness accounts. Or what the historians have to say. Historian Conrad's train, bombs, civilians writes about Operation Greenhouse in March 10th, war on Japan's The selected zone of attack covered 6 important industrial targets and numerous smaller factories, railroad yards, home industries, and cable plants. But it also included one of the most densely populated areas in the world. End quote, he goes on to say, 135,000 people per mile. Before Operation Meeting House was over, between 90,000 and 100,000 people had been killed. Most died horribly, as intense heat from the firestorm consumed the oxygen, boiled water in canals, and sent liquid glass rolling down the streets. Thousands suffocated in shelters or parks. Panicked crowds crushed victims who had fallen in the streets as they surged as waterways to escape the flames. Perhaps the most terrible incident, he writes, came when one B-29 dropped 7 tons of incendiaries on and around the crowded, I believe it was Ootd Bridge. Hundreds of people were turned into fiery torches and, quote, splashed into the river below in sizzling hissing, end quote. That's from an eyewitness. One writer, Crane says, described the falling bodies as resembling tent caterpillars that had been burned out of a tree. Hail gunners, Crane says, were sickened by the sight of hundreds of people burning to death in flaming napalm on the surface of the Sumida River. A doctor who observed the carnage there later said, quote, you couldn't even tell if the objects floating by were arms and legs or pieces of burnt wood, end quote. Crane then says, quote, B-29 crews fought superheated updrafts that destroyed at least 10 aircraft and wore oxygen masks to avoid vomiting from the stench of burning flesh. By the time the attack had ended, almost 16 square miles of Tokyo were burned out, and over 1 million people were homeless. Tom Dyer had quoted in eyewitness one of the fire storms in Germany, where it said that the sound that you hear during was like an old church organ that's very loud and playing all the notes at once. As we said, generally the conditions have to contribute to create these sorts of firestorms, and there was already something like a 30, gusting maybe 40 mile per hour wind in Tokyo when this happened, so that's makes the fire danger already. And Tokyo was known as a city prone to fires, and Japan had a problem with that. Tokyo had a very specific problem with that. That's why the U.S. had identified it years before as prone to incendiaries, and it really burns. It creates its own weather, just like the firestorms in Dresden and Hamburg, where the winds start turning into almost a tornado and moving into town after town of people being swept away by an invisible hand of wind that just pulls them away. It's so bad you can't see anything because it's blowing pebbles and rocks into your face. The accounts from some of these German attacks talk about the asphalt melting, and that happens everywhere. So you try to run down the streets and you find yourself sitting in molten asphalt. They talk about the wind sucking all the oxygen out of things. You'll find these area shelters in Germany where everybody just suffocates. The temperature reaches 1,800 degrees in the center of some of this fire area. People just start exploding in flames. Going over and over time, people just, like matchsticks, explode. A lot of people who found their avenue of escape cut off in every direction just sat down in the street. One of my sources said space, the Imperial Palace, and where they died were found there. The photographs there are not many, but and the photographs, to be honest, the photographs of bodies in Europe too are hard to handle. We're talking about large piles of bodies in Tokyo, and they're all carbonized. In the rising sun off of John Tolan Falls, one person was the father of his 4 children and his grandfather. Something with the hope of protecting from fire and take off trying to get away. They pushed their way across the bridge to escape the roaring blaze that was pursuing them, quote unquote, like a wild animal. A strong wind sucked into the flames, swept a stinging storm of pebbles into their faces. They turned back to the gale and plodded slowly away from the conflagration, fascinated with the sight of oil drums rocketing through the roof of a cable factory near the river and exploding into balls of fire 100 feet in the air. The center of Tokyo, he writes, was as incandescent as the sun. Billowing clouds of smoke surged up, illuminated below by orange flames. Thousands crouched terrified in their wooden shelters where they would be roasted alive. Then you could. An awful big man, absolutely no, Edwin. He wrote a book, The Night Coaches, 20 years ago. Of people who can visualize something that how they can imagine. It's both fascinating and repellent at the same time. Everyone I did is kind by a captain. The opportunity had just gone to the bridge to check out conditions there because people were running towards water wherever they could find it. The officers quote. And there they were stunned by the sight of countless dead bodies that lay everywhere around. They were in a forest of corpses. In every direction, bodies were crumpled so closely together that they must have been touching when they died. They lay there now, mute evidence of the fury of the American attack on Tokyo's civil population. The captain looked out over the Uchida River and shook his head. What a pitiful situation it was. So appalling that it exceeded the imagination's ability to deal with it. What could rescue would do in a situation like this. There was no one to rescue. Touch one of the roasted bodies and the flesh would crumble in the hand. Humanity reduced to the essential, turned into carbon. The account continued, and this is not to be gratuitous, just to give us an idea of exactly what mankind's capabilities, what our human capabilities can finally achieve. What levels now of the imagery we do. This is the sort of thing about after act of God, natural disaster type thing. Not something targeted at something. That talks about the capital, the banquet beginning, and seeing how the way that has been created that push all of the corpses, because tens of thousands of them, up against the beach and stack them like cordons. It was this weird sight. The account of Operation Greenhouse and the result afterwards, it sounds like the American Secretary of War, Henry Stinson, and the General of the Army, George Marshall, were both quite bothered by civilian casualties and bombs in New York and the Pacific. But they seem to be amongst a very small group of people who are not only because this contributed a better than expected result, but Lemay will turn the bombers around 2 days later and do it again. Turn around a couple days after that, and continue to firebomb Japanese cities until runs out of incendiary. With a temporary lull in practice, to get more days. But they underestimated how many bombing runs this could do, but after he has get more done. But he's also very blunt about what war, especially modern war, mid-20th century war, boils down to. Again, I said earlier, a caricature, but not a caricature like a cartoon caricature. A caricature like a two-dimensional figure that doesn't seem like a fully fleshed out. Because a caricature isn't, but the caricature said about the bombing in Tokyo, quote, this is quoted from Conrad, quote, we were going after military targets. No point in slaughtering civilians for the mere sake of slaughter. Of course, there's a pretty thin veneer in Japan, but the veneer was there. It was their system of dispersal of industry. All you had to do was visit one of those targets after you roasted it and see the ruins of a multitude of tiny houses with a drill press sticking up through the wreckage of every home. The entire population got into the act and worked to make those airplanes or munitions of war. Men, women, children. We knew we were going to kill a lot of women and kids when we burned that town. Had to be done. End quote. So how do people that order those kind of things done? Sleep at night? Well, maybe if they have a problem sleeping at night, they don't figure out some way to end this whole thing by throwing a monkey wrench into the assembly line of death. Warren Kozak's biography, LeMay. It describes a letter that LeMay described in his memoirs as sticking in his head, something he thought about. And Kozak says, quote, in his memoirs, LeMay makes more than one reference to a letter that continually weighed on him. Now quoting the letter, quote, Dear General, this is the anniversary of my son Nicky being killed over Hamburg, Berlin, Tokyo. You killed this, General. I just wanted to remind you of it. I'm going to send you a letter each year on the same date, the anniversary of his death, to remind you. End quote. Kozak then says this, quote, LeMay's only way to stop these types of letters from coming was to end the war. He rationalized the potentially significant loss of Japanese life on the ground with the following logic. Marines were suffering horrendous casualties on Iwo Jima in a slow, agonizing fighting. Evidence that the Japanese were becoming even more ferocious the closer Americans came to the home island. And unlike the U.S. or German industry, which was factory-centered, Japanese manufacturing was greatly decentralized. Individual parts for airplanes, tanks, and bombs were produced in homes and in backyards. Quote, This is what they thought. No matter how you slice it, you're going to kill an awful lot of civilians. Thousands and thousands. But if you don't destroy Japan's capacity to wage war, we're going to have to invade Japan. And how many Americans will be killed in the invasion of Japan? 500,000 seems to be the lowest estimate. Some say 1 million. We're at war with Japan. We were attacked by Japan. End the quote. In 1939, pretty much every major country in the Second World War decried the idea of bombing civilians. By 1945, none of those kind of moral leg to stand on anymore because either they've already done it themselves, but they've done things you might even see called worse. Now it's unfair to judge the moral sensibility of a guy like Curtis LeMay in a vacuum after movie, try to figure out where he was on the scale of his age today. How did the general public in the United States feel about this? They overwhelmingly supported, just like the British public overwhelmingly supported their bombing campaign, just like the German public overwhelmingly supported their bombing campaign, just like the Japanese public overwhelmingly supported their bombing campaign. All of these populations, of course, are having their information constantly cleaned and redacted and filtered so that they just get what the government wants them to see. And they're being heavily propagandized to feel a certain way and adopt a certain view. That's uniform. It's happening in every country. For example, the hundreds of newspapers in the United States that celebrate and tout this firebombing of Japan, they don't show mounds of charred human corpses. They don't play that side of it up. They may not even know how many people died. It's all about how many structures were burned, how much damage was done to the war effort, and all those kind of, how many of our own planes got home safe. This is exactly how other countries are portraying a similar situation involving air forces. What's more, we have to recall the amount of propaganda out there making sure that people were prepared for this level of commitment and nastiness. Those bombed cities and civilians, Conrad Crane quotes a little bit of the dialogue from one of these movies they made in 1944. One of those partnership deals between Hollywood and the government. Like these are propaganda films or films that have a message that bolsters up the home front. And it involved a film with Dana Andrews, who was playing a Doolittle pilot, one of those pilots that symbolically bombed Japan back in 1942, got captured, was going to be executed. And so they put these words in his mouth just before they were leaving away to have, I guess, his head cut off. The film, by the way, was called The Purple Heart. And this is the kind of dialogue that preps one for an air campaign like this. Quote, it's true Americans don't know very much about you Japanese, and never did. And now I realize you know even less about us. You can kill us, all of us, or part of us. But if you think that's going to put the fear of God into the United States of America and stop them from sending other flyers to bomb you, you're wrong. Get wrong. They'll blacken your skies and burn down your cities to the ground and make you get down on your knees and beg for mercy. This is your war. You wanted it, you asked for it, and now you're going to get it. And it won't be finished until your dirty little empires wiped off the face of the earth. Execute him, extra angry, and you're ready to go burn down some Japanese cities yourself. Those who actually had to do that, though, are to be pitied. There are you never get the stories of people who return just fine, never thought another day about it, and moved on, but you can hear the stories of those who were traumatized by it. Lots of tales of people returning back to their base with their clothes smelling like burnt human flesh. Pilots and crew members turning in after-action reports with shaking hands. Matthew Ray Rizzel's book, The Things Our Fathers Saw, one of the crew members said this, quote, we had to kill in order to end the war. We heard about the thousands of people we killed. It Japanese wives, children, and the elderly. That was war. But I know every B-29 air crewman for the next 2 or 3 years would wake up at night and start shaking. Yes, the raids were successful, but horribly so. End quote. General LeMay and the Air Force position here is basically that we are going to continue to do this to you, and you can't stop it until you say you've had enough and you end the war. As crazy as it sounds, as bad as things already are for Japan, they're not going to end the war. Herbert people to say Herbert people to Hirohito, the making of modern Japan. Quote, 2 days after Emperor Hirohito's inspection of bomb damage in the capital, I mean that's the Tokyo firebombing, no less a person than retired former minister Shigehara Kijiro, once the very symbol of cooperation with Britain and the United States, gave expression to a feeling that was widely held by Japan's ruling elite at this time. Namely, Japan had to be patient and resist surrender no matter what. Shigehara had earlier advised Foreign Minister Shigemitsu that the people would gradually get used to being bombed daily. In time, unity and resolve would grow stronger, and this would allow the diplomats, quote, room to devise plans for saving the country in this time of unprecedented crisis. End quote. It then goes on to quote a letter from the same foreign minister 10 days after the Tokyo firebombing, which said, quote, if we continue to fight back bravely, even if hundreds of thousands of non-combatants are killed, injured, or starved, even if millions of buildings are destroyed or burned, and then it finishes this off by saying there would be room to produce a more advantageous international situation for Japan. That's the same line we've been hearing for a long time now, isn't it? That if we can just shift, bring the momentum here, change our luck a little bit, get lucky, have one victory, and we can go to the negotiating table then and not be without something to use to bargain with, right? But way back in February, some of the people who, it's very hard to divine who is really for peace and who wasn't. Some of the people that are often credited with being more in the peace faction have tried to sway the hardliners, knowing that the hardliners' biggest fear over any eventuality was communism, by saying, if this keeps up, you're going to get the people overthrowing the government and the emperor and everything else, and that'll be worse than what the Allies would do to us if we surrendered. And even with all that hanging over the heads of the Japanese leadership and the elite, you're like a sword of Damocles with more firebombings, to continue. Japan fights on. And on April 1st, Allied troops land on Japanese soil on the island of Okinawa. And not only the Americans are in on it this time, but elements of the British Navy, the British Pacific Fleet are there now. I mean, Germany's almost had it. No reason to keep the fleet in the Mediterranean. Italy's out of the war. No reason to keep it in the North Sea, the Atlantic. Bring it into the Pacific with those aircraft carriers, with the armored flight decks. That'll be useful against kamikaze attacks. And help us take the first of the Japanese home islands, although if you would consider Okinawa one of the home islands. But the Okinawans wouldn't consider it one of the home islands, but it turns out to be a battle that acts as a preview, a version in miniature of what the Allies can expect as they continue to move toward Japan and islands like Kyushu, right? Okinawa has something similar to Japan also that the Allies will have to deal with. Lots of non-combatant civilians. And they're not running off to some refugee camp. They're not fleeing to another part of the country. They're stuck there on an island 50 miles long, but only about 10 to 12 miles wide in some spots. And we're talking hundreds of thousands of people. than 100,000 Japanese soldiers, more than 100,000 American troops. Okinawa is going to produce the highest casualties of the war, one of the worst casualty rates in American military history. We died at the end of the ordeal of Okinawa, both the Japanese and the U.S. military, showing cracks in their psychological facade. At first, it goes better than anyone on the Allied side has a right to expect. The invasion of the Senate kicks off April 1st, and there is seemingly little to no resistance. We still have the big American bombardment of the beaches, the entire choreographed military ballet goes the way it has for several islands now, but the Japanese are in the interior, staying away from where the big guns can hurt you, and are planning to let the Americans come to them, and then they're going to take as many of them with them as they can. But for 4 or 5 days, the Americans don't ready to get anyone. By and large, the Marines will sweep up towards the north of the island and take you to the smaller islands just offshore of Okinawa. The Army, for the most part, will sweep south, and it's not until like the 4th or the 5th of April till they run into the prepared defenses on both ends of the island, especially the south. And around the time they do this, when the big Japanese suicide, air and naval suicide attack that's meant to be the answer, the response to this U.S. Okinawa invasion, and have a chance to see how things are going to be amplified as you get closer to the Japanese homeland, which is less than 400 miles away from Okinawa, by the way, and what was a trickle, for example, suicide plans earlier in the war when they first showed up becomes an absolute fly at Okinawa. And there's all kinds of suicide things left at Okinawa. The Americans find several hundred speedboats loaded with explosives before they can even use against the Americans. The Japanese will be using a guided bomb, where a person guides the bomb after they drop it from a giant aircraft in this encounter. But the main assault and damage is going to be carried out by your standard kamikaze planes. And the new tactic is going to be, well, a tactic, I'm not sure how new it is, to mix kamikaze planes in with planes that are doing conventional attacks, normal bombers. And so if you're an American anti-aircraft gunner, how do you know the difference of who you shoot at if it becomes confusing? And there's going to be, I think, 10 full-on kamikaze assaults during the whole Okinawan campaign, but in between the big assaults, you have a single kamikaze here or there, a couple of them attacking. In 140-day period, the U.S. troops have been hit by some kamikaze attack every single day. You can't relax for 1 minute. And it's hard not to look at this as perhaps the first real test of what modern naval combat's going to look like, because there hasn't been modern naval combat between two first-rate naval powers since the Second World War. The little bits that you've gotten have shown how important missiles are going to be in naval combat. Well, haven't had a war where hundreds of naval missiles have been launched in fleets of ships. The closest comparison you could find is what's going on off the coast of Okinawa, when sometimes hundreds of kamikazes mixed in with hundreds of bombers will show up and attempt to get through the American defensive screen and sink American ships. They have far more success setting them on fire than outright sinking them, but they begin to whittle down the American strength, and not in a way where you have the danger of a whole fleet being sunk or anything like that, but it costs a lot of sailors' lives who have been horribly burned, the ones who survived. It's taking down a lot of smaller ships, and a bunch of American carriers end up getting injured enough to go back for repairs. I read one observer who was comparing the fact that most countries have wooden flight decks, including the Japanese and the Americans. But the British, who we had just mentioned, had shown up over their fleet, or one of the Pacific Fleet, and their aircraft carriers have armored flight decks, which cuts down, I guess, on the number of aircraft you can keep on board, because that's the downside. But what the kamikazes did, the observer had said that if this happens to an American vessel, it's back to port for 6 months of repair. If it happens to an English or British vessel, you just call the sweeper squad. Right? So let's just hose off the gas here. Send this kamikaze, what's left of this kamikaze plane, right? thousands of aircraft in the Open Allen campaign. Just going by the encyclopedia military history, they claim somewhere north of 7,000, somewhere south of 8,000 aircraft shoot up in these campaigns. But they also managed to sink 36 of the U.S. ships and damage another 368 more. That is not insignificant. You should recall that the Japanese are stockpiling all these kind of things on the home island for future assaults. There was a surface component that was supposed to work with the kamikaze attack. And the interesting aspect of that is that it involved super battleship Yamato, whose sister ship was sunk 2 battles ago in Musashi. And neither ship having been much in this war, both ships had every right to be the queen of the seas when they were launched into mission where the technological fortune had passed them by. And over the course of several hours, the American aircraft, sometimes 100 at a time, would sink her just as easily as they sunk her sister ship in Musashi. Lots of bombs, lots of torpedoes, but there was nothing to it. The Americans used 10 to 15 aircraft, not just the Yamato, but the cruiser and the destroyer with nothing. Look at the despair of those 10 to 15 aircraft cost the United States time, labor, resources, opportunity cost, everything else versus what the Yamato cost the Japanese. Very valuable not that long ago, and this is practically worthless now. April 12th, just as things were really starting to on Okinawa himself in combat, the American president that served more time in office than any other president in American history died in that office. Roosevelt was famously trying to get his strength back. He won his spring in Georgia with having his portrait painted, and Howard Carolina Hayes becomes very quickly to a figure who had a stroke type incident. This was not a surprise to anyone who was around the man at all. Indeed, account after account after account for a good year before his death. He looks like he's dead already. A lot of people thought it would be responsible for the man to run for his 4th term in office, as he obviously was. What's more, if you're in the middle of a war, especially, and you're a world leader and you know how sick you are, wouldn't you be really concerned with who your successor is? Part of the interesting angle here. The president of the United States has only recently picked a new vice president. So a guy who's in office for 4 terms, so long that most of the soldiers on the ground have no memory of any other president in their lives. He's got to get vice president out of January to the budget in April. Something like 82 or 83 days at this guy, and he's not someone that really enough to be true. What the so-called Allied commanders in war, Allied leaders, Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin. Only Stalin was still in power at the end of the war. Churchill famously said, what it is the election, July 1941. He had more power, and Roosevelt died. So Harry Truman, who cried on somebody's shoulder saying he's not good enough for the job, it's his job, he said, Eleanor Roosevelt, Franklin's widow, is there anything I can do for you? And she said, is there anything I can do for you? You're in trouble now. So the whole world stars and universe fell on top of him. This is a guy who is 82 or 83 days as Vice President of the United States, met alone with the President of the United States nearly 2 times. Oh yeah, that guy, the guy dying, when everyone knew he was dying, it was mentioned to the Vice President that they were working on a secret weapon that he might now inherit. It's borderline negligent. And Truman is no Roosevelt. You're going to take over in wartime, and especially if you're going to take over at this kind of a critical moment in wartime, you'd like to think you have some really august figure. And Truman's opponent, and he didn't like it, but often call him a fail and a haberdasher. There's not someone that you look at, okay, this is going to be one of the really powerful august rulers changes. But it's going to be tough to win on what to do for the rest of the war. There's some pretty obvious decisions, as you can imagine. Actually, the end stages of the Second World War, not a good time to be one of the leaders in the Second World War on either side. You think Churchill loses the election, he's gone to power. Roosevelt dies. Mussolini will be executed by partisans on April 28th. Hitler will die in early May. Germany will surrender, by the way, early May. So things are clearly winding down. But what this means is, in the middle of the Okinawan battle, Japan becomes the only one still fighting. The eight major powers still on the Axis side fighting. And the fighting is getting more vicious all the time. The Japanese have several lines cut across the width of the island, and they're forcing the Americans to take them on head on. You see what kind of combat that reminds one of the First World War, Second. In fact, I believe we've been told it referred to Okinawa as a Pacific Recon. If you look at a picture of the Okinawan campaign, especially one taken over at the Shuri line in the south after the fighting has been going on for a while, you'd be hard-pressed to say that wasn't the First World War battle. It just looks like giant piles of dirt with some roads cut through, and there's nothing green left anywhere. No trees, no stumps, no grass, no nothing. Holes in the ground where the troops are trying desperately to not be killed by mortars or artillery shells. And just like the First World War, because the situation is so dangerous that people can't go about their business, including things like going to the latrine in the rear area. Everything stays where it is. Excrement, trash, bodies, and that contributes to something which, well, in the First World War, it shatters the sensibilities of a lot of the people forced to live in those circumstances. This war brings heavily Okinawa, Ubi sledge, King sledge was at Okinawa and describes just what it was like over on the Shuri line. And remember, sometimes in this conflict, the rain starts and makes everything worse. If you're already living in the latrine, what happens when you add water, right? The sledge writes, quote, everywhere lay Japanese corpses killed in the heavy fighting. Infantry equipment of every type, U.S. and Japanese, were scattered about. Helmets, rifles, EARs, hats, cartridge belts, canteens, shoes, ammo boxes, shell cases, machine gun ammo belts. All were strewn around us, up to and all over half-moon. He says, quote, the mud was knee-deep in some places, probably deeper in others if one dared venture there. For several feet around every corpse, maggots crawled about in the muck, and then were washed away by the runoff of the rain. There wasn't a tree or bush left. All was open country. Shells had torn up the turf so completely, he writes, the ground cover was non-existent. The rain poured down on us as evening approached. The scene was nothing but mud, shell fire, flooded craters with their silent, pathetic, rotting occupants, knocked out tanks and Amtrak, and discarded equipment, utter desolation. The stench of death, he writes, was overpowering. How does one deal with that? Sledge says, quote, I existed from moment to moment, sometimes thinking death would have been preferable. We were in the depths of the abyss, the ultimate horror of war. During the fighting around Boomer Brogo Pocket on Peleliu, I have been depressed by the wastage of human lives. But in the mud and driving rain before shoring, we were surrounded by maggots and decay. Men struggled and fought and bled in an environment so degrading, I believe we had been flung into hell's own cesspool. Ledge also describes what happens when they're out there killing lots of Japanese, which they were, and then the shells come in and chew up the bodies that were laying on the ground, which is an environment that the Marines and the Army troops have to actually live in. The situation was bad enough, but when enemy artillery shells exploded in the area, the eruptions of soil and mud uncovered previously buried Japanese dead and scattered chunks of corpses. Like the area around our gun pit, the ridge was a stinking compost pile. If a Marine slipped and slid down the back slope of the muddy ridge, he writes, he was apt to reach the bottom vomiting. I saw more than one man lose his footing and slip and slide all the way to the bottom, only to stand up horror-stricken as he watched in disbelief while fat maggots tumbled out of his muddy jungly pocket. Cartridge belts, leggings lacings, and the like. Then he and a buddy would shake or scrape them away with a piece of ammo box or a knife blade. We didn't talk about such things. They were too horrible and obscene even for hardened veterans. The conditions taxed the toughest I knew almost to the point of screaming. Nor do authors normally write about such vileness, unless they've seen it with their own eyes. It is too preposterous to think that men could actually live and fight for days and nights on end under such terrible conditions and not be driven insane. But I saw much of it there on Okinawa, and to me the war was insanity. The actual fighting, trying to get people out of chains and defensive positions, if you weren't actively involved in the kind of combat Sledge was just talking about, was a kind of horrific and extremely dangerous keylessness. And E.W. Toll says, quote, it was slow, bloody, treacherous work, involving flamethrowers, grenades, satchel charges, small arms, bayonets, and even knives and bare hands. General Buckner, the American commander, referred to these tactics as the blowtorch and corkscrew method, end quote. And they want to talk about how unbelievably brave and tenacious both sides were in fighting for things like high ground positions, which would often change hands and change hands again, and change hands again, sometimes 10, 12 times. Oh, let's go. Naval gunfire and air support were valuable on Okinawa, but they never superseded the bravery, initiative, and grit of individual infantry units. In the end, the soldiers and Marines had to beat their enemies out of the ground and kill them. There was no other way. Rarely could they gain an advantage through flanking maneuvers. On the constricted terrain around the Shuri ridges, each battalion was wedged into a densely populated section of the line. On average, 1,000 troops per every 600 yards, and the only way to hit the enemy was by frontal assault. They might briefly seize control of the top of a facing ridge, but then be driven back by heavy artillery fire from positions farther south, or by Japanese infantry counterattacks in superior force. That was a recurring pattern on Okinawa. The high ground often changed hands in a succession of attacks and counterattacks, sometimes as many as a dozen times. American and Japanese dead, he writes, were splayed side by side on the battlefield. All foliage had been blasted or burned away from the once verdant landscape, and the zones between the opposing lines were scarred and denuded wastelands. Artillery and mortar shells fell relentlessly, shaking the walls of the trenches and foxholes. Japanese infiltration attacks were a nightly horror. More than on any previous Pacific battlefield, infantrymen suffered psychotic breaks and had to be evacuated as quote-unquote psycho cases. The war correspondent John Lardner saw a soldier led away from the front line by two medical corpsmen. He was uninjured, but wide-eyed and shrieking, "You'll get every one of you! You'll get every one of you!" End quote. But it's not just the conditions that will drive you crazy here. I mean, the soldiers are put in the kind of positions that I remember, and I think I mentioned before, the Vietnam class, which was all the rage when I was in college. They would call them a lot of campuses, and we were bringing a few Vietnam veterans to talk to us. Those I'll never forget how often the problems happened when the soldiers were forced to deal with civilians, or people that did not fit the mold of what one was preparing themselves to fight in boot camp and all these other things, right? An enemy soldier, kill or be killed. Typically, the enemy soldier is 12 years old or a woman. Hundreds of thousands of civilians on Okinawa made it absolutely impossible to avoid hurting these people. And I said earlier that there was nowhere to run if they had been evacuated. Actually, some had been evacuated. Some sort of like 80,000 had been evacuated. There's been others moved to other parts of the island by the Japanese considered to be safer, but several 100,000 were still in the way. And in caves and trying to stay away from the combat, others had been drafted by the Japanese. Because remember, as far as they're concerned, Okinawa has been under Japanese control for a generation, so they impressed people into the sort of the home guard. They have calling in particular youth is perhaps not right, but they have sort of a militant youth organization that has boys 14 to 17 years old in it. They get thrown into things. Girls, 14 to 17-year-olds who are nurses, nursing students get thrown into this, and everybody's going to take casualties. The battle for Okinawa. Survivor and higher command official Colonel Hiromichi Yahara described running into some of these and girls, these young women, I don't know what you call somebody 14, 15, 16, running into them who are doing work in one of these caves. All of them very aware that they're probably on the kind of a suicide mission. And Colonel Yahara writes, quote, during the construction, meaning one of these places, I often visited Sakata to encourage the workers. Young civilians, including many boys and girls, had been conscripted to work on the tunnel and the airfield. Deep in the tunnel on one of my visits, I found several girls repairing a water leak. When I praised their efforts, one girl stood and said sweetly, quote, we'll do our best until the end. End quote. I was deeply touched and minded by their devotion to duty. The end, of course, means when they all die. A lot of those people will end up being killed by being struck in crossfire, just like the soldiers, right? Dying from artillery or mortars. They will sometimes be trapped in caves with military people until everyone dies. Sometimes they will be trapped in caves and too afraid. The civilian population is absolutely terrified, just like the people on Saipan were, the Americans. They've been fed this idea that they're going to be tortured, raped, and killed in the most horrible ways. And so they're trying not to surrender to the Americans, but that means that when some American calls out into the cave and says, you know, come on out with your hands up, and no one does, they throw a grenade into the cave and keep going. A lot of people die that way. But the worst is when civilians, sometimes the Japanese using machine shields, sometimes the Japanese dressed up as civilians trying to get away. A crowd of civilians will usually ignite rush American lives, and the soldiers have orders not to let anybody do that for obvious reasons. You might be able to live with yourself for a long time, knowing that you're killing an enemy soldier who's trying to kill you. It's a lot harder, as I said, about the Vietnam veterans, when it's someone you're not ready to ever think of yourself having participated in nothing alive out of. It's one of the things that creates extra tragedy. Patrick O'Donnell's book, Legalizing Psychology, to talk about these incidents that they remember, and you can just see how the killing of civilians can sometimes get through the psychological defenses that these soldiers have. It might have protected them if they've been able to say, against the other soldier, fair fight, it's a little different than something like what happened to Joe McNamara, one night there was a bunch of firing. They passed the word. Be alert, they're coming through the line. The next morning we found out it was a civilian who had tried to come through the line. And they were out in this open field, all killed. Jesus Christ, dead children, women, old men. They said there were Japanese among them, forcing them to go. We were putting out pamphlets every day telling them, the Okinawa civilians, to stay on the main road and not to come through our lines. There were a lot of them killed. It was horrifying to see dead babies, dead children. We didn't have anything to do with it. Another group accidentally did it. Just the thought of all those people. We tried to get them, the civilians, out of the caves also. As we were advancing, we knew they were in there. We tried to get them out. If we couldn't, we didn't know if they were soldiers. We tossed big hand grenades. In a cave, we don't know who's in there unless it's Elmer Mace of the 6th Marine Division also quoted similar situations. Says that they told the people from Okinawa, stay away from the lines, you're going to get hurt. Like he says that the Japanese would put on civilian clothes and try to blend in with the crowd, using machine shields, as he said. And he says, quote, things were quiet for a while, and all of a sudden just everything started. Machine guns, rifles, you could hear the screaming. I wasn't right next to it. I was in a foxhole 20 yards or so away. After everything quieted down, it was a solitary baby crying. Just a little tiny baby, no other sound. The baby was crying in the night. Everyone was dead except this poor little baby there. The mother was probably dead. Patrick Allman is also quoted and also remembered that same baby. Somehow something like that might pierce the normal psychological defenses that anyone who has to face another soldier in combat may have put up right as a way to get through their emotional armor. And everything Allman said, running into slicing he was just a child. He was just a kid. The only thing I really vividly remember was this particular sniper. He killed 3 or 4 of my men. We located him by the sound of the bolt on his rifle. They flushed him out with a grenade. He was a 12-year-old boy. His magazine spring was broken, so he was only able to slowly fire 1 shot at a time. He was a damn good shot. So Donald says he sighs now. And then says the range was only 50 feet. The Japanese had left him there, and he did what they left him to do. We shot him right there. How does one deal with that? I was trying to figure out how I would deal with it, and while I was reading soldiers' remembrances of the situation, I came across one who basically said he had to drink. He couldn't continue to exist like this and kill like this without something to numb his emotions. And in the Mammoth Book of Eyewitness World War II, edited by John Lewis, he quotes John Garcia in the 7th Division, I think he was Marty Soldier. By the way, he's talking about the Japanese general who had committed suicide by the time of life was over. He writes, quote, we buried General Ushijima and his men inside a cave. This was the worst part of the war, which I didn't like about Okinawa. They were hiding in caves all the time, women, children, soldiers. We'd get up on a cliff and lower down barrels of gasoline and then shoot at them. It would explode and just bury them to death. He continues, quote, I personally shot one Japanese woman because she was coming across a field at night. We kept dropping leaflets not to cross the field at night because we couldn't tell if they were soldiers. We would set up a perimeter. Anything in front, we'd shoot at. This one night, I shot. And when it came daylight, there was a woman there and a baby tied to her back. The bullet had gone through her and out the baby's back. That still bothers me. That house is. I still feel like a little murder. You see a figure in the dark, it's scooped over. You don't know if it's a soldier or a civilian. I was drinking about a fifth and a half of whiskey every day. Sometimes homemade, sometimes what I could buy. It was the only way I could kill. I had friends who were Japanese, and I kept thinking every time I pulled the trigger on a man or pushed a flamethrower down into a hole, what is this person's family going to say when he doesn't come back? He's got a wife, he's got children, somebody. Oh, I still lose nights of sleep because of that woman I shot. I still lose a lot of sleep. I still dream about her. I dreamed about it perhaps 2 weeks ago. I think he let out a deep breath, something more turbulent than a sigh. Those are the remembrances of a man. He may have come home with no visible wounds on his body, but it's clearly carrying scars for the rest of his days. only one of those things that you're going to have when you have to invade the Japanese home islands. And maybe a better question to ask, although I'm not sure, what is an invasion of the home islands going to do to the civilians? Because when you look at what it did to them on Okinawa, you stand back and the hair on the back of your neck stands up. No one knows how many died, by the way. Okinawa's got slightly less than half a million people during this time period, and there may have been as many as 150,000 of them killed. The low numbers are way down by 30,000, so that shows you the range here. But so many of them die in circumstances that absolutely break your heart. If you want to read a very disturbing book, in the early 1980s, in the early 80s, an Okinawan newspaper went around and collected the stories of survivors, sort of piecing together little bits of the mosaic that is this whole affair on a memory-by-memory basis, and the results are horrific. And every story its own personal Reader's Digest survival or not story. The story of the nurses, 14, 15, 16 years old nursing students and what they went through and how many of them died, and the horror of that. The killing of their own wounded, which was happening on a widespread basis. And again, maybe that's a little glimpse of the future here when the Japanese home islands are invaded. One of the survivors, one of these nurses quoted, talks about one of those incidents in the book at this quote. The American artillery bombardment continued throughout April and May. So at the end of May, the naval units moved temporarily down south. There were many seriously wounded men in the shelter, and those who were unable to move by themselves were euthanized with potassium cyanide. At the start, it was mixed in with their food. The wounded just lay there, writhing in agony. After one of the group ate some of the food and died, none of the others would eat it. So the next method they tried was injection. Many men dying from what were passed off as injections for, quote, the good of your health, end quote. After watching one of the wounded men die from his injection, the other patients struggled violently and were held down by several staff while they were given their injection. Sashiko, who's one of the nurses who witnessed all this, talked about this as the most horrific of her war experiences. Quote, they died almost immediately after the injection. They just let out a little sigh or groan before both hands started to twist and contort. End quote. This was happening all over the island and in other circumstances. The soldiers are being recorded as being resigned to this fate. But the part that if you're looking at Okinawa as a preview of the Japanese home island that most takes your breath away, it's the group suicides. And I should point out that you can find examples of this. I mean, there's a lot of people in Germany killing themselves as the Red Army approaches their territories, and there's whole books on that. But the experience in the Pacific is different. Those are spontaneous things. In the Pacific, it's not always clear whether this is what the people who are killing themselves want to do, whether they feel compelled to or would rather live, whether they've been fed a bunch of propaganda that makes them think they have no choice. But one of the most horrific things I've ever read in my life involves one of these cases where these civilians are holed up. The Japanese soldiers give them all a bunch of grenades to kill themselves, but there's not enough grenades, and a bunch of the ones they get are done. So they have to figure out a way, without any weapons, how they're all going to kill each other, and they're all related to family members. And just to make matters worse, by the way, as soon as the first grenades do go off and these people start committing suicide, Americans outside the cave think that they're being attacked, so they start shooting into the cave. So the civilians are caught between people blowing themselves up in one part of the cave, and Americans shooting into the cave thinking that they're being attacked. The man, the name, by the way, is Kinjo, who's having this memory, and he says that between the Americans shooting from one side and people blowing themselves up from the other, he was sort of in a state of shock. But then as his eyes clear, he notices a former official who had picked up a piece of wood and who had started bashing his wife and children with it, saying that the bizarre, suicidal environment in that cave could obviously turn that man into a madman when he dashed his own wife and children to death with a piece of wood. But then they all realize that they need something if they don't have a grenade to kill themselves and their loved ones with. And this is where it gets mind-boggling. Can you imagine having to kill your family members? Can you imagine having to do it by hand? Can you imagine how hard it would be if they just sat there, told you they loved you, and then waited patiently for you to do it? Quote from the accountant descent to hell now. Quote, those people who had not been able to take their own lives with grenades were worried about being left alive. They had to find other ways to kill themselves. And the former ward chairman's behavior, way back his family, had set the example. Some used scythes and razor blades to slash themselves, while others strangled themselves with lengths of rope. As the mayhem unfolded, they found all sorts of ways to kill, including bashing others to death with rocks and sticks. Men bashed their wives, as parents bashed their children. Young people killed the elderly, and the strong killed the weak. What they all felt in common was the belief that they were doing this out of love and compassion. Then King Joe and his brother have to do the same thing to their family members. Quote, King Joe and his elder brother also had to fulfill their role. Everything that was happening around them made them understand that they had to carry out their duty as well. King Joe said, quote, I think it was our mother we hit first, end quote. As he and his brother began bashing her in the head, King Joe screamed out until she became a blur through the tears flowing from his own eyes. For the first time in his life, he wept uncontrollably. Quote, I have never wailed like that since, end quote. The account says, quote, the brothers used sticks to rain blow after blow on their mother, watching her from behind as their pounding sent her step by step towards her death is still a vivid image in King Joe's mind. However, it says he has no recollection of what he did to his sister and brother after that. End quote. Imagine finding yourself in a situation like that. And now think about how many more people are going to find themselves in that situation. Are we to believe that this is going to somehow end on Okinawa? Or is this a Nostradamus-like view of what's still to come for everyone? I was fascinated by the comments in Hiroichi Yahara's book, The Battle for Okinawa. He was a colonel, and he, in the book, started to ask real angry questions about Japan's leadership and how they can let this happen. And all throughout history, we've been talking about that too, this idea of the leadership is just immune sometimes to the suffering of their own people, their own soldiers. Yahara talks about how this idea of the Japanese not surrendering but killing themselves instead developed. And then since by the Second World War, the Great Devastation War, they call it, this was sort of ingrained in order to not be taken prisoner. But that's what the point is. The right quote. Japan had never lost a war. We had also never waged a war in which large forces were isolated from mainland support. Thus, not to be taken prisoner became a fixed principle, part of our military education. Since the middle of the Greater East Asia War, most Japanese garrisons in the Pacific Islands adhered to the supreme Japanese principle, never surrender to the enemy. Officers and men in ranks usually committed suicide, as a last resort to avoid the ultimate shame of capture. Our 32nd Army is now faced with this situation. Less 100,000 soldiers died because of tradition. From this point on, he writes, it was but a battle to kill the remaining Japanese soldiers for nothing. We could cause the enemy little damage. They could walk freely on the field of battle. The war of attrition was over, and we would simply be asking the enemy to use his formidable power to kill us all. Indeed, he writes, it is a high ideal to fight to the end to maintain national morale. But were our leaders worth the sacrifice of an entire people? With the end of the war in sight, they shouted us, millions of people must die for our nation. Why? Are they really aware of the entire war situation? It was foolish, he writes, to force everyone to die. Colonel Hara also mentioned the American propaganda efforts in attempts to get Okinawans and Japanese to surrender, to convince them that the Americans are not the terrible monsters they've been told to be, and everyone will be safe. And calling efforts were done on Saipan, that everybody stepped up here. That tells us more than on any other previous Pacific battlefield, the Americans are trying to persuade their enemies to give up the fight. They said they dropped tons of leads with 30,000 in one day alone. That they will mount loudspeakers on jeeps, trucks, patrol boats. They'll drop loudspeakers with parachutes, hoping that the broadcast before it hits the ground will reach you. He even says that they're using American Japanese citizens to create really good translations with cultural sensitivity to realize how the word surrender, like the sort of a trigger, like in modern term for it, surrender. And Colonel Hara, American propaganda was transmitted from small craft offshore. There were daily broadcasts in fluent Japanese, that was called broadcasts. Okinawan civilians, we will guarantee your lives. We will give you food and medicine. Please move toward Minnesota before it is too late. Alternatively, Japanese soldiers, you fought well and proudly for the cause of Japan. But now the issue of victory or defeat has been decided. To continue the battle is endless. We will guarantee your lives. Please come down to the beach and swim out to us. End quote. Hara continues by saying, thus the enemy struck not only with broadcasts and shells, but also with countless propaganda leaflets dropped from the sky. None of it shows the viciousness so typical of propaganda. They said candidly that Japan's defeat was inevitable. They spoke of Japan's leaders, that they are indifferent to the lives of subordinates. And perhaps one could argue that Okinawa is a war field. But notwithstanding the Japanese success, for the first time you're going to see a decent number of Japanese soldiers surrendering, sometimes as you. This is unheard of in the Pacific War. I think it's something like 11,000 or so Japanese surrender, but as usual, a nice proportion of those are really Korean high-wage laborers pressed into service. But it's like 7,000 Japanese soldiers, which is significant, and you want to say that this is a sign. As we pointed out, the Japanese are like everyone else. More so, it took them longer to get to the point of morale collapse, but here it is. But other historians will point out that the backwards rather than noticing how many managed to surrender, but how many didn't. The Japanese suffered something like 110,000 casualties in Okinawa. And 100,000 of those are people that either fought to the death or took their own lives at the end. It's terrifying to try to extrapolate data on what an invasion of Japan's casualty rate might look like. So, if you don't care what the enemy's casualty rate is, well, what about the civilians? The numbers of Okinawans who died range anywhere from 30,000 to 160,000 if I extrapolate that out for Japanese civilians. And maybe you say, well, listen, okay, this is the enemy side, I'm not going to worry too much about the people. Okay, what about your people? I don't know how many non-Americans were participating in the mention of Japan, but the American casualties on Okinawa are frightful. The worst in the Pacific War so far. 50,000 casualties, basically. Almost 13,000 dead. 5,000 sailors dead. Frankie said, the Navy and Marine losses at Okinawa by themselves constituted about 17% of all the casualties sustained by the Navy and the Marine for the whole war. So there's an idea of how nasty things are. Oh yeah, the other side may be war fatigue, as you can see casualties, psychological casualties on the U.S. side spike. I've heard all possible reasons for this. Some saying that the battlefield in Okinawa was sometimes sort of like a First World War battlefield. You start to see a lot of the same sort of combat fatigue, battle fatigue, psychological casualties that they saw in the First World War. I've seen others blame a flood of replacement soldiers of the terrible casualties necessitated, and historians are noting about how quickly those people tend to die when they arrive in battle the first time. They haven't acquired the skills necessary to survive. Things remind me of the stories of those sea turtles that have to hatch on the shore and then run the gauntlet of predators and threats to make it to safety to sea. But those replacement soldiers, if they can last a little bit in combat, will develop the skills necessary to survive. The combat is so unforgiving that tons of them get wiped out, very quickly. And old soldiers don't ever want to get to know them very well because they die so fast. But it's not just in the military sense at all that you're starting to see the psychological tension mounting. Earlier in the letter from my mother, Labor Secretary Forrestal had released to the public, it cuts right through the emotion of a personal matter, like it cuts right through the names of dates and places and all the other narrative. And somehow it establishes a little bit of the emotional connection to the story. And implacable close, historians Waldo Henrichs and Mark did the same thing. A letter as part of trying to do the same of how God would this the American people on. Okinawa comes after Yamaguchi comes after Kalamazoo. I mean, these are body blows in terms of a war that moves into a pandemic and just ready to take the mask off and go back to normal. And not have a lot of deaths. That's how Americans and a lot of people in the rest of the world by 1945. And take a look, But writing this, by the way, while the Okinawa battle was going on, right? The battle for Okinawa dragged on. As the casualties mounted, so did the questioning of American strategy. In mid-May, following one of his daily war journal broadcasts, radio commentator Martin Ekronsky received an angry letter from a Mrs. C.J.H., the mother of a soldier on Okinawa, asking why the Army, War Department, and American leaders generally were not boys, end quote. An anguished string of questions followed, now quoting from the letter, quote, why haven't reinforcements reached those boys on Okinawa? Why must the same troops fight for 45 days? Why only 6 divisions in the first place? Why must every battle in the Pacific be bloody? It was bloody Tarawa, bloody Saipan, bloody Kalamazoo, bloody Leki, bloody Iwo Jima, bloody Okinawa, bloody Mindanao, all of 3 divisions there, she writes. Bloody Luzon, not finished, and it will be bloody Borneo. Doesn't it ever enter anyone's mind that we are paying a needless, too high a price in human blood in the Pacific? End quote. Questions over strategy, which we should be in charge. Go after General Buckner and his decision to go head on into the defenses of the Japanese at Okinawa rather than trying to take this assault around the flank. But Buckner can't much respond as that he becomes the highest American general in the war to die in combat with killed in an artillery attack. And of course, the Japanese generals died, so they don't take it. Before the fighting on Okinawa is even completed, the brand new American president, still on the job for less than 2 months at this point, gives a speech to the news media. Tell that he seems uncomfortable at this point still with scripted announcements and cameras. And as we recalled earlier, he was the first American president without the initials FDR that anyone's experienced in a dozen years. A warning to Japan, the Japanese people, in fact the entire world. And if you don't want to have the same thing happen to you that happened to Germany, give up now. There can be no peace in the world until the military power of Japan is destroyed, with the same completeness as was the power of the European dictators. To do that, we are now engaged in the process of deploying millions of our armed forces against Japan in a mass movement of troops and supplies and weapons over 14,000 miles, a military and naval feat unequaled in all history. Substantial portions of Japan's key industrial centers have been leveled to the ground in a series of record incendiary raids. What has already happened to Tokyo will happen to every Japanese city whose industries feed the Japanese war machine. If the Japanese insist on continuing resistance beyond the point of reason, their country will suffer the same destruction as Germany. Our blows will destroy their whole modern industrial plant and organization, which they have built up during the past century, and which they are now devoting to a hopeless cause. We have no desire or intention to destroy or enslave the Japanese people, but only surrender can prevent the kind of ruin which they have seen come to Germany as a result of continued useless resistance. The whole situation in Germany is creating all sorts of very interesting societal and economic problems around the world, and especially in the United States. I mean, when you have a war ending in Europe with millions of men under arms there, what happens to them? Some fight the Japanese, and some get demobilized, and what happens to all the domestic political concerns and labor and management issues, and all these things that have been put on hold as part of the unifying effort that the country, and any country did the same thing, put together for the war effort. A lot of this stuff is starting to rise up to the surface again before the Americans and the Allies have reached the war's finish line here, right? Just because Germany is leading doesn't mean Japan is. And as we said earlier, the Americans really have to gird themselves for what's to come, because the plans for the invasion of Japan are harrowing. Slaves that started in late 1945 moved to the more important islands or places like Tokyo are by 1946, and the casualty estimates are horrific. I'm not sure what the proper attribute is when the high numbers begin to look like 1 million men maybe will be casualties. Worth pointing out, though, that even today, we argue over what the casualty numbers would have been. No one knew. What's more, the tendency in the Pacific on the Allies' part has been to underestimate the casualties that they'll suffer, so no one knows. The basic plan so that are being battered around boiled down to two main ideas. Some people want to blockade the country, which is already under a naval blockade to some degree, to tighten that, have ship systems, everything can come in. Fuel, medicine, food, everything starving to death. And then keep bombing them the way you're bombing them. This may sound, by the way, like a merciful strategy. Blockades often do sound like the lesser of two evils, but actually, when you live through one, when you start denying food and medicine to people, you have a horrific circumstance without any bombs exploding. And in the blockade and bombing scenario, you're still going to have Japanese cities burned out. Another idea is to bomb them the way you're bombing them and then invade. Both of those ideas have huge downsides. The Navy certainly understands after Okinawa that they're going to be facing constant and withering attacks through kamikazes when they invade the home island. For 40 straight days at one point on Okinawa. That's going to be something that whittles down strength and kills a lot of sailors over a long period of time. But an invasion with ground troops, this is a terrifying concept. And no one knows how many people might die like that. In July 1945, a bunch of things happened that changed the situation. Some want to clarify it somewhat. Two of these things overlap, by the way. There's going to be a very good conference in Potsdam, outside of Berlin, Germany, and now, in Rome, Germany, where the leaders of the Allied camp, Stalin, Truman now, his first one of these things, and Churchill was his last one. He'll have to lose the election during it and be replaced by his successor midway through the conference. They had this conference that's mostly about what we do in Europe, what's the post-war situation looks like. Oh yeah, and what about the Japanese who are still fighting? The conference is ongoing back in the United States, it changes the whole equation, and Churchill has to be informed about this. The Manhattan Project proved to be successful. Top bomb testing in Mexico goes off without a hitch. The world enters into the nuclear era with very, very few human beings on the planet Earth realizing it. Churchill finds out afterwards that the test, which no one knew how it was going to turn out, how it went, and wrote about it in the history of the Second World War. And said this, quote, "The President, in Truman, invited me to confer with him forthwith. We had with him General Marshall and Admiral Leahy. Up to this moment, we had shaped our ideas towards an assault upon the homeland of Japan by terrific air bombing and by the invasion of very large armies. We had contemplated the desperate resistance of the Japanese fighting to the death with samurai devotion, not only in pitched battles, but in every cave and dugout. I had in my mind," he writes, "the spectacle of Okinawa Island, where many thousands of Japanese, rather than surrender, had drawn up in line and destroyed themselves by hand grenades, after their leaders had solemnly performed the rite of suicide. To quell the Japanese resistance man by man and conquer the country yard by yard might well require the loss of 1 million American lives, and half that number of British, or more if we could get them there, for we were resolved to share the agony. Now all this nightmare picture had vanished. In its place was the vision, fair and bright indeed it seemed, of the end of the whole war in 1 or 2 violent shocks. I thought immediately myself of how the Japanese people, whose courage I always admired, might find in the apparition of this almost supernatural weapon an excuse which would save their honor and release them from their obligation of being killed to the last fighting man. I have a hard time here in the 21st century squaring the moral circle between the idea of a fair and bright vision, as Churchill terms it, and dropping atomic bombs on people, but perhaps this should be taken into account. And I'm not living in a world where cities are being bombed and incinerated multiple times a week, and Churchill and the allies that are making these decisions are. What to them might seem an incremental step up in nastiness to us seems like something that should never, ever, ever be done. Now, somebody might say we're reacting to this emotionally in a time period where they're operating with things and logic. Right? Because if you run normal logic, isn't it the idea that anything that puts a halt to the conveyor belt of death and saves more lives long term is the greater moral good? But you got to do some really horrific things to get there. I mean, look how it perverts the entire goals of this atomic bomb. I mean, in a way, if the goal here, and it is to shock a stubborn Japanese leadership into finally seeing the light because they lost the war, a little like slapping a hysterical patient, to get them to calm down enough to take in reality. You want this bomb to be as horrible and terrible as possible. The worse it is, the more likely it is that it's going to do its job of being a monkey wrench into the gears of this conveyor belt of death. It's a really weird place with the logical chain of thinking can get you to arrive at, isn't it? We call it logical insanity in the shows of video on this evolution of the logic of things like strategic bombing. But this is a lot bigger than that. This goes to the human experience on so many levels. The Gray Dyers who took war said that what's being done with things like atomic bombings and fire bombings, if this is just a natural extension of what human beings have always done, the weapons are just a lot more horrific than they used to be. But I can't stop thinking about the idea about personal experience. All these people making these decisions and doing so from a theoretical background. As far as I know, none of them could ever live through a firebomb or, God forbid, an atomic attack. What if they had? Would they still feel like this was the right decision? Would they still feel like this was a right and fair vision? And if they're saying, well, we just making decisions from emotion rather than logic has gotten emotional reaction to something like an atomic bomber in the news today. They're the ones that saying the logical decision seems crazy. Historian Michael Best in his book Choices Under Fire, World War II, reminds us not to forget the equivalent of thinking on the ground rather than making this into intellectual discussion on the right point. Sometimes, as we engage in the intellectual exercise of trying to understand the complexities of the war, we can become inured to the underlying realities. This psychological distancing from our subject no doubt reflects, in a small way, the manner in which the wartime leaders themselves gradually became callous to the dreadful acts that were being perpetrated all around them, and that they themselves were perpetrating. As we analyze the wartime decisions, we catch ourselves, to our shock, tossing around numbers of dead human beings. 10,000 here, 100,000 there, almost as unfeelingly as the participants themselves. This tendency towards psychological numbing is understandable and perhaps unavoidable, but we need to resist it as vigorously as we can. We must keep reminding ourselves what it really means. In practice, to speak the words firestorm or Hiroshima, for hidden beneath the abstraction of the words grown customary from heavy use, lie the unimaginable cruelty and madness of what actually happened. End quote. And told in his book, Twilight of the Gods, is one of the better overall descriptions of this. One on August 6, 1945, the first atomic bomb attack in history occurred. And I quote, Little boy, being rained off from Hiroshima. Little boy exploded at 8:16 a.m., 1,870 feet above the ground, only 550 feet wide at its ending point. The nuclear chain reaction it triggered created a core temperature of about 1 million degrees Celsius, igniting the air around it to a diameter of nearly a kilometer. The fireball engulfed the center of the city, vaporizing about 20,000 people on the ground. Thermal and ionizing radiation killed virtually all people within a kilometer of the surface of the fireball, burning them to death or rupturing their internal organs. Farther out, in successive concentric circles around the epicenter, people were exposed to gamma rays, neutron radiation, flash burns, the blast wave, and firestorms. The initial shock wave, he writes, raced away from the epicenter at greater than the speed of sound, some 984 miles per hour. Streetcars were lifted from their tracks and scattered like toys. Clothing was torn from bodies. Nearly all wooden buildings within 2.3 kilometers were completely leveled, and about half of all such buildings to a radius of 3.2 kilometers. Later, investigators found the shadows of people caught within the inner radius around the hypocenter. They had been vaporized, but their bodies had left faint silhouettes on the pavement or on nearby walls. Basically, the atomic attack combined the bad side of the firestorms, because the fires from the virtually everything exploded very quickly, with horrific concussive blast damage, like he was having major bombing, and then added just the sprinkling of extra specialness on top. Horrible dispersion of radioactivity. The stories all sound like people who are living through natural disasters that now being introduced the equivalent of natural disasters. The effects of the bomb managed to take out most of the first responders, the hospitals, the doctors, the firefighters, everyone who might actually go out and improve the situation, which leaves the people in a horrific situation for weeks afterwards as they die from radiation. And they are heartbreaking stories. This is what I mean by taking people who saw this in such a wonderful, logical way to get the Japanese to end the war. If they could have put Winston Churchill on the ground there and let him watch this scene going on as people trapped in burning buildings with their loved ones trying to get them out, had to be abandoned because the flames were coming. One of the most horrific stories from the communication among kids who were caught in the rubble as the fires approach and parents don't even know what to do. There's the theoretical understanding what it means to drop a bomb on a city, and then there's the reality of something like this. Those doctor shop survivors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which is just remembrances by living. One of these survivors, Shigeru Hiratsuka, talks about the bomb exploding. It says, quote, just then, a brilliant flash like lightning appeared, and the thunderous roar of an explosion reverberated around us. In a moment, our house collapsed, and we found ourselves buried in its rubble. As my husband and I worked frantically to free ourselves, I heard a cry for help from the woman next door. I called back to her. If we get out before you, we'll come and help you. When we did finally pull ourselves free, we saw the city of Hiroshima in ruins around us. Nowhere was a building left intact, and in several places tongues of fire had begun licking outward. Suddenly panic-stricken and completely forgetting about our neighbor, I began searching for my children. As I was calling their names, a voice emerged from a spot 2 or 3 meters away. Help, Mommy, help! It was my 6-year-old daughter, Kazuko. Hurrying to the spot, I found her tightly wedged from the chest down by fallen plaster and timber. I screamed to my husband to come quickly and do something. He, however, could hardly move, being badly bruised and bleeding from the shoulder. He had no strength left. It was all he could do to walk. She continued, and once again, I imagined Winston Churchill and all the other decision makers standing to the side watching this unfold. Quote, my daughter kept calling to me. It hurts, Mommy. My legs hurt. I can't move. Hurry and get me out. I tugged at her but could not move her. No matter how desperately I tried, I just could not free her. The fire was stand the intense heat. I realized I was afraid to die. I could not let myself be burned alive. Tears streaming from my eyes, I placed my hands together as if in prayer and asked my daughter to forgive me. Kazu, I am a bad mother to you, but please forgive me. You don't want to die either, I know. Mommy isn't brave enough to stay here and die with you. I'm afraid of the fire, Kazu. Forgive me, forgive me. Then I chose an area that seemed to be safe from fire and fled towards it, pulling my husband along by the hand. I kept looking back at the ruins of our house, as if I were being dragged by the hair from behind. There had been no time to rescue our other child. The rest of the evening uttering apologies to her grandchildren, and then her husband died. This is one of many. I describe it as a mosaic, right? And everybody's individual story has a extremely colored version of a natural disaster. When you put them together into the mosaic, you get a picture. There's a lot of individual stories, but look at the stories and imagine the emotion could have stirred decision makers rather than logic. But once again, to what end? To allow a blockade to happen, to starve people, to allow an invasion to happen where the citizens of Japan are killed in house-to-house fighting? What you're really getting here, if you want to look at this through the long-term lens, is a vision of a future to be avoided. I'm approaching. It was not until early the next morning that I made my way to what appeared to be the ruins of our house. The whole area was a fire-blackened desolation. There was not even a charred remnant of the huge camphor tree that stood behind our house. All around me were strewn skeletons, scattered bones, and torso held skull after skull in my hands that peered into the jaw area. I wonder how many people's skulls I picked up during my search. I continued searching frantically. There were times when, squatting, I even raised fire-blackened heads to look at the teeth. I spent that whole day intent, picking up skulls and putting down things. It is absolutely awful. It is impossible for us to conceptualize what this is like. Movies about it people have. You can read survivor accounts. I read a ton of those. There's this distance between what they experience and what you can do. When you read the accounts of survivors, they'll often refer to that one way or another. There's no way put you in the city in a peaceful room to understand what I'm saying. It's like using weapon. And I'd like to add to the group the leaders on the Japanese side who are resistant to surrendering when it's clearly over in this war. I'd like to bring in Syria with an Ebenezer Scrooge-like Ghost of Christmas Past, Present, or Future observer tour around the sea where we're talking about here. And I remember reading an article that was talking about these questions, but there's always something to think about. Like you mentioned about the other things that are destroyed when the bomb goes off, it's cool. There, mosquitoes and flies, squirrels, family pets crackled and were gone. And it's obvious. But I don't think about all the insect-like instruments like that. It's a crazy kind of weapon, isn't it? And while there's burning corpses in the foreground, it is absolutely understandable that the things in the background that you might have lost, but those are considerable. And when somebody starts rattling off what you lose in an attack like this, a nuclear explosion, well, one history professor is gone. He said of the atomic bomb, like such a weapon has the power to make everything. Well, what's everything? Richard Rhodes, quoted by Best, who had studied this very subject, trying to sum up some of the things, besides the obvious things of burning corpses in the foreground, destroyed, that is, were not only men, women, and thousands of children, but also restaurants and inns, laundries, theater groups, sports clubs, sewing clubs, boys clubs, girls clubs, love affairs, trees and courts of law, pets, groceries and markets, telephones, personal letters, automobiles, bicycles, horses, 120 war horses, musical instruments, medicines and medical equipment, life-saving, eyeglasses, city records, sidewalks, family scrapbooks, monuments, marriages, employees, clocks and watches, public transportation, street signs, parents, works of art, and such a weapon has the power to make everything into nothing, and still does, by the way. Start then was perhaps a sign of something that we're going to, and before they can even come up with some decent conversation about the matter, they get hit with another blow. 2 days later, when the Soviet Union declares war on Japan, it's extra nasty because the Japanese hardliners are living in this fantasy world with the Soviets as a way to get a better deal from the Allies. But when the Soviets declare war on you, well, United, that's generals now dead. And then the day after that, while the Japanese government is still figuring out how to respond to a bomb drop almost 2 days later, the Soviet Union declares war, nothing than on August 9th, we get hit with another atomic bomb attack at Nagasaki. 100,000, 200,000 people killed in Hiroshima. The numbers of Nagasaki are lower because of the terrain and whatnot. But, 55,000 were not instead. After Nagasaki, we can't get the army ministers on board to surrender unless we can have 4 conditions, and all 4 conditions are unacceptable to the Allies. And you think, but you can't occupy Japan, we'll try our own war criminals, all kinds of things. It wasn't going to happen. But they're not going to surrender till it does, and the U.S. and the Allies are not going to stop attacking until they do. In fact, there are bombing raids launched on Japan after the 2 atomic bombs are dropped, because nothing is going to stop until the surrender happens. And finally, famously, and in a way that's hard to choose for, made in the interest of certain countries like the United States to maybe hide some of the emperor's decision-making in the Second World War. But the emperor steps in and famously says we have to make the most unavoidable and breaks the tie between the rules of the emperor steps in. And one of those times that a lot of people are focused on ever since, understandably, because it brings up all sorts of questions. First one is, the emperor has this kind of power it this bad before we exercised it? The Japanese system, as we said all along, is everyone says, the government, it's okay, by design, that decision sort of secret, gauzy lens. It's always following the Western idea of looking down rules for everything. But there's some advice there's protocol stuff that's deeply embedded in Japanese cultural traditions and material traditions, far for outside its grasp. There's also the hardcore real policy connecting those things like the emperor does something that we don't do. Not emperor. Not long ago, it was an official government by assassination. The Japanese entire government officials run down, right in this room with the emperor who carries bullets in their bodies to be assassination, attempted assassination victims for policy decisions that were not nationalistic or right-wing enough, not super patriotic enough. One of the people who's key to this whole thing, one of the people who involved in the leader for, he's contemplating maybe the alternate reality from surrender. And he says, quote, would it not be wondrous for the whole nation to be destroyed like a beautiful flower? End quote. That's like a samurai romance poem ending there. Let me all die beautiful. You see beautiful Hiroshima with the descriptions there on Nagasaki or Tokyo. That's the kind of cultural blinders you're working with here on a certain segment of the military community in Japan, and they have a veto power over policy. That's kind of tragedy, so how it turns out. I mean, there's almost a sense of resignation that when the emperor decides that we're going to finally put in surrender, the coup was attended by the same mid-level military guys who've had an inordinate amount of impact over policy all along, right? We talked about that as lieutenant colonel and mid-level guys who actually bully and scare their superiors, decide they're not going to stand for this and try to attempt a coup. They want to get their hands on the emperor's message to the public announcing that they're going to surrender before it's broadcast. People will die. The coup plotters will eventually realize they will fail. They'll try to take over a radio station just so they want to be able to explain their motives. It's denied. They'll kill themselves. Some people commit suicide. But you see the last gasp of these people trying to make a play for things to prevent this surrender, which they aren't handling delaying to this point. And there are generals we should point out on the mainland, including the Chinese, who are going to look at this idea that they have to surrender. It's crazy. We're going to have to go over and surrender to the people who love you. I don't think so. Don't forget, Italy, Onoda, and a ton of other Japanese troops on the Pacific Islands aren't going to go anywhere for decades, no matter what the emperor does here. No other armed fighters for years after the war was done. Because they were such true believers. They were going to surrender regardless of what the truth situation happened to be. Because they were such true believers that they were supposed to believe the truth of the situation was true. In the Second World War, it's rare to see the war ever. Well, it's just interestingly enough, it coincides that you're connecting with the dawn from next Egypt history. Most of the time in Arabic history are easy to pin down when they happen. Most people would include them, whether it's the agricultural revolution, the great discovery of the industrial era. You can't put your finger on exactly where they are in historical moments. Exactly when it started, everyone figured it out at exactly the same time. Because of what the Japanese people went through in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the door is open where Einstein supposed to say, we know before weapons, World War III was fought, World War IV, he said, we fought with sticks and stones. By the time the human being long grinds to a halt, the death tolls are some of the worst in recorded history. If you just take the Asia Pacific theater alone, between 25 and 30 million Allied civilians are dead. The Second World War was there was in the civilian casualties. That's less than the military casualties. In the First World War wasn't that way at all. The military casualties are significant. Just in that theater, the Allies released 4 million Allied dead. A lot of those Chinese, we forget that the Chinese played a role in the Asia Pacific theater that the Soviets played in the European war. They just suck up the majority of the damage and keep the enemy occupied. Those forces, 2.5 million Japanese and a million civilians. These are the kind of death totals that will stick with you for a while. It's hard for me not to notice that we haven't had, and I can't help but notice that we haven't been nuclear weapons on any either. There's not still quiet for long because of that destruction was kicked up in the wake of the Second World War, in large part because of the structures and changes that were created by thrown out of places like Korea. What goes into that basket, or do the Koreans just take over? The next 15 to 25 years are going to be all of these areas having independent peoples, national peoples, communist insurgencies, and all kinds of things that can be tied directly to them having a soft or not so soft landing from their colonial eras. And a lot of historians can draw direct connections between the Japanese throwing out the colonial overlords when they initially took over those areas and the amplification and acceleration of trends towards independence that were already underway in most of these places. And if they weren't, they were by the time the Allies tried to retake control of them from the Japanese at the end of the war. I mean, the Indians were going to get independence pretty soon no matter what. They were well on their way. It's only a couple of years after the Second World War that they get independence. But you're going to have things with Korea and Malaysia and Vietnam and the rest of Indochina. And this is all going to be shaking out the news, contributing to the death and destruction of the human beings and conveyor belt of death in the subsidiary Second World War version for decades to come. Here's the part, though, that I try to reconcile, and I never have, which is if the end result is something that people celebrate, right? If a nation's independence or national independence, then the answer to this depends on who you ask. What it would be done to raise all sorts of questions that lead you to moral quagmire after moral quagmire. You start with the idea that either inadvertently or by design, does this mean that the Japanese propaganda portrayed their armies in pan-Asian terms, these East Asian co-prosperity driven terms? Does that mean that their army actually was the military tip of the spear of the non-white world, playing its role in none of these colonial oppressed societies could be militarily defeat the colonial overlords? Is there some truth to that? Then if there is, how does that change the morality of the overall situation, right? You say that you can't put a price on national and political independence. What if you're the Chinese and it costs you 20 million civilians to be yours? And the people that killed those people are the Japanese. Are you thankful to them for that? That's how you look at it all. How about another one? Because if you play that game Japan from an oppressive, authoritarian, totalitarian, pseudo-fascist state. It's really John Dower looking at the cultural situation in Japan, and one of the elements he focuses on is how some Japanese view it that way. Usually, most of the press. The old regime, artists, free thinkers, liberals, communists, socialists, leftists of all kinds, who believe that the post-war centuries, well, they watched the secret police in the state. They often else is having been influenced by an alliance of other countries, which is the way the United States will often portray interventionist activities after the Second World War. Right? You know, the people of this place, it's the government, the government's not free, we're going to come in there, defeat their military, give them the selling what they didn't have before, let them run their own country. And we did it in Japan. The revolution as a gift was the reason why the Japanese portrayed it. In his book, Gallery, printed cartoons, and Japanese cartoons, Keigo Tsuro, when he portrays the Japanese as an individual in the foreground of one of these pieces of art. His hand had been tied behind his back, and then he has just had the bonds severed by a giant pair of scissors that's over his head in a piece of artwork, and the scissors are sort of clothes and the stars and stripes scars. So the scissors represent the United States. Japanese criminally in bondage represents Japan. And in the distance, running away from the scene of the crime, you can see the two figures, one who's dressed in a military high-level bucking muck represents the militarists. The other looks like Mr. Monopoly from the Monopoly game, who represents the fat cat, rich elites, who are the puppet masters of the society, and now the outside powers, by the United States in this case, have freed the Japanese people and handed democracy back to them. I mean, it's interesting to contemplate because a lot of societies evolve politically through bloodshed. I mean, how many countries do we depend from other countries through bloodshed? The French Revolution, bloody affairs. It's just a different vibe, isn't there? When it's people from outside your country who have to kill your soldiers, your civilians, destroy your cities, occupy more. It's just fascinating to think about. Of the blade and rope in the Second War. How many of these things here leave us wondering about moral questions? And how about the number one question that often comes up at this time period? The morality of the dropping of the atomic bomb. Now, I am on record as saying that I think this is one of the most important ethical things one can ask themselves about. Something that the entire potential future of humanity could rest on, and its importance becomes clear anytime the issue actually raises its ugly head, like in the middle of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Everyone basically understood the import of this moral issue, question of to atomic bomb or to not atomic bomb. It does not helpful, useful, satisfying, or in any way instructive for the next time we might use such a weapon. If you take it out of the context of time, if you end up creating a moral choice that never really existed for the people who had to make it, and then judging them on that. This is when you have a plan A, drop atomic weapons on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, atomic weapons on them, and they can live happily ever after. But that was never plan B. Plan B is the one that makes plan A something that people would consider. Plan B is not to drop the atomic bomb, but to continue with the firebomb. They would continue after the atomic bombs were dropped as well, historically. Continue with the firebomb harbors, but then get to a point where millions are dying of starvation and lack of medicine, and you have the inevitable land invasion against a bunch of civilians who are trained with bamboo spears, a lot more work than those of the plan A and plan B choices. What should be pointed out is that our views on these things have been colored by history, and when you read what historical participants on the Allied side in the hands of the individual marketer is a potential awesome force for good. We have nothing and more religious disparity in the word of the day, isn't it? Our cynical nature, I think that after the Holocaust, the fact that there was a Holocaust saying a lot of lies. Those who died in concentration camps probably created such an international historical shock. How long it lasts, certainly lasted pretty strong defense. Created an international moral line in the sand that has been violated any time since. And look at Rwanda, for example, but it has created a situation where it is radioactive to commit genocide. The leaders notwithstanding ground. I think that genocides that would have happened had the Holocaust not happened, haven't happened, and therefore, as the Holocaust is survived, humanity ever collectively learns lessons. But they can't do. I often think it comes with the equivalent of us touching history's hot stone. In this case, in 1945, maybe the hot stone was an atomically heated one, and had we not had an example of what these weapons do, the power of the power to see it, and see it shocking. And a shock of it being prevented us. But if we ever had to try to use these weapons again, I mean, think about as this weapon being delayed another year, and the war ended before nuclear weapons were ever used. Do you think, given what you know about how you are, that we really have been in the room just to see what they do? We were tempted many times. There was always Hiroshima and Nagasaki's example that created, if not a feeling on the parts of the strongly that we wanted, certainly a feeling on the parts of global humanitarian public opinion and the pressures exerted by them. I mean, images that were certainly, for example, cascading through President Kennedy's brain as he contemplated the decisions he was making in the 1952 Cuban Missile Crisis. And he was looking at 6 or 700 million people dying in 2 days. Is it possible that humanity and the Japanese specifically suffered 250,000 deaths from a couple of 10 kiloton atomic bombs? Nagasaki's case. Nazi. I mean, if that's the case, is the atomic age people might vanish, at least that it doesn't have to end that way someday? Because we don't have to have the war after the next war occur with our very best technological knowledge. Hi everyone, Dan here. Just a couple of quick words before we go on there. The first one is if you were interested enough in the ideas surrounding strategic bombing on the train, or the emerging history of the potential destructive power of atomic and nuclear weapons, we do have past shows on both of those subjects. Car drive. But we also have in the paid-for archives on the website, really paid for logical insanity, has twice, and also logical insanity. I strictly say logical insanity. That's how we once again, I want to thank you for taking part in the planet. We appreciate it. Also, another announcement for those of you who able to see and want to see our First World War immersive experience. If you could war remain, we just want to let you know what you need now and hard times. The National War Memorial Campus in Missouri, which is there. This is the full set, by the way. We're talking, there's a whole version of it. It doesn't have the actual set. It doesn't have the giant speakers under the sound things like shells vibrate through your spinal column. There's a whole bunch of things that the action physically combines, like virtual reality and haunted house for kids in terms of when you can reach out and touch things and they're there. Right. Barbed wire, rats, everything feels just the way it should. People with MWF and Life Skywalker sound. They are pretty software just looking for you. And check it out, would you? Tell them I sent you. Support us with Patreon by going to patreon.com/StanHarlan or go to our donate page at StanHarlan.com/EC-donate. What you're about to hear is part 4 of a multi-part series on the war in Asia and the Pacific area between 1931 and 1945. If you like your story in some sort of linear order, and you haven't heard the earlier segments, you might want to catch up by checking those out first. If you don't care, or you've heard of it already, well, this is Supernova Part 4. History. Hardcore history. There's a very wonderful and squishy question in play. In the Gulf War Wars, especially, I think there's something in the back of my head saying it's always been places at the beginning of time, but certainly because of the increase in the pace of change in what, like you see, start with the Gulf War Wars. But it has to do with the different quantifiable war elements versus unquantifiable war elements. And this is not to say that one is more important than the other, but one is much more subject to proof and testing than the other. We had said earlier that the early parts of this conflict are the acid test of combat. The rubber meets the road for a lot of the pre-war promises about these ships and these aircraft and all these land-based systems and all these both tactics and strategy and equipment, where we get to see all the hype before conflict really does. There's news about something like that is quantifiable evidence. If that airplane sucks and doesn't live up to the potential and the promise, you'll know it quickly. And you'll be able to use what doesn't work to help make something that does later. But the other side, the conflict and its goal, much harder to measure. If you can't measure it, how do you know if it's working or not? How do you know if you keep doing it or not? There's somebody things like the morale. Morale, of course, is a psychological thing. So right now we're in the realm of harder to pin down and harder to say that what applies to person A will apply to person B necessarily. But morale is one of those things that on a tactical level, on a battlefield level, is undeniably huge. And they've been writing about it military strategy since the dawn age. Yeah, it's not to kill everybody on a battlefield. Traditionally, it's to kill enough people to break their will to continue fighting, like to destroy the morale, killing them in oblivion. Nobody denies it. What is interesting, though, is to try to extrapolate what applies and that it's not provable, that demonstrable, right? You might not be able to prove it in a laboratory, but it's been shown to be true enough times to get in the lab. Right? Morale is the most important thing on a tactical battlefield. Is it the most important thing on a strategic one? Does it apply to whole nation states? Do you break their morale? This is an open question in the Second World War. Some people say you can, some people say you can't. Some people say you can, but only if you do it this way. Some people say you can, but only if you do it that way. What breaks a nation's morale? And what proof do you have that that's something that occurs? Much of the justification for some of the bombing is going to be done from the air on cities and populations in cities based on this idea that you get them to petition their government to say we must have peace now, we can't be bombed anymore. These are, well, this is that whole multi-hour discussion that was in the past, but this is part of the near-war years of aerial development of theory on how aircraft are going to use those peacemakers sometimes, because very quickly the population will London, and the evidence seems to contradict that 180 degrees. Ah! Now, does this mean that it doesn't work? No, it means that the jury's still out, right? We're not bombing enough, we're not bombing the right kinds of bombs, the right kinds of planes. Now, the technology hasn't caught up with theory yet, and there are still people that think once we they finally get that morale question working at the grand strategy level the way it's designed. And by the way, in Germany, at the end of the war, was bombed to rubble. They finally saw something more akin to numbness creeping into the population rather than a sense that they wanted the war to end at all costs, so that they were ready to give in. Made you more likely to surrender. At the very end, I think they may have seen some of that, but by that point, they already destroyed all the industry in Germany, so why not? You can bomb them from around the center. You just level them, and if you want to say it worked, okay, because we honest about why. The problem is that because we know morale is important at some level, and it is important because you can make up any opinion you want about how it's important at a giant level, how much effort can you put into it? One thing you can say is that morale has a connection to fear. Now, fear doesn't necessarily mean you don't want to fight. And if you bomb my city, I might not be willing to give in because I might be angrier than I was before at you, but I might be afraid. Sometimes people are the most dangerous thing you can ever raise. If you have a very benign, coin-sized spider in your hotel room up in the corner, and you can know that this is not a venomous spider that can hurt you, but what percentage of people, if you can't get that spider peacefully out of your hotel room, are going to have to kill that spider before they can fall asleep with any peace and comfort? No, you never know. There's Native American massacres predicated on really more than this idea, by the way. Years before the Second World War, the American President Franklin Delano Roosevelt was running for president during the Great Depression. He had nothing to fear itself. In the middle of the Second World War, when the U.S. was being involved for 3 months, not the kind of phrase you could probably get away with saying, not after Pearl Harbor and a drumbeat of losses initially that are as bad or worse than I've seen Americans have to absorb in their history. I'm not sure there's a terrible time. Maybe sometime in the Civil War, maybe sometime in the Revolutionary War. But Pearl Harbor is 9/11 from the psychological and morale standpoint, from the sense of injustice, but at the same time, it's also a military disaster that cripples your ability to respond to the perpetrators of the attack, right? If you're the President of the United States, you have to bolster the morale of the nation, you have to dampen fear, you have to rally it towards the cause. Franklin Roosevelt is a controversial figure to some Americans because some Americans don't like his policies even today. As a war leader, he was inspirational. As a politician, there's a law now saying he can only be president for 2 terms. And some of Roosevelt's detractors were able to tell the head of state, well, he's still the president today at 147 years old or something. His style was different than someone like Churchill. Churchill was a guy who thought was ready to take off his coat and didn't even learn to wrestle with him. The bulldog, the come and get it, that kind of thing. And different politicians have different personas and ways that they present themselves. FDR couldn't do that. This is a man in a wheelchair. He's not going to give you an alpha male tough guy sort of routine. It's got a different feel to it. If I had to describe it, it reminds me kind of like, Woodrow Wilson was a little this way too, but you get a feeling like Roosevelt would be a little bit more physical, even in a wheelchair than Woodrow Wilson. But it's this sort of preacher, angry preacher looking down his nose and scolding while he hands it, shakes the Bible at you, just almost like a moral implication and a righteous anger. He was yours, something like that. Very effective, though. It also sounds like you're definitely coming from the higher plane in terms of morality. The presentation that in its own way, what we rarely saw, Roosevelt had this wonderful way about him, where he would calm some kind of funny, but he doesn't have to change that tone and add much anger at all for him to sound absolutely ludicrous. You can see how effective Roosevelt uses this final way. If you listen to some of the addresses that he used to be there, well, he had these things that were known as fireside chats, where he would speak on the new technology of radio directly to the American people, so they were in the home with them. The first president seems like being able to use mass communication in any way, shape, or form. Like I use the president today was on Twitter now, how to connect with Americans directly. Well, that's important warnings that we are getting. We're delivered on February 23rd of 2022. This is 6 weeks or so before the can falls. The Roosevelt knows it's going to. He knows the American people have already been through the worst series of bad news events that they probably ever been through. He knows the worst is yet to come. Maybe it is one of the biggest surrenders in U.S. history. How do you get out in front of the issue that they think in Washington and be proactive about something like that? That's the bolstering morale, fighting spears, and all that kind of stuff. And how do you whip the people back up into a frenzy? I mean, there's a lot at stake in their speech. 60 million people, by the way, or more were here during an era where the American population was half of what it is now. So these are basically Super Bowl type numbers tuning in. You listen to it, it's not like a short little thing. It's like 35 minutes of Roosevelt talking to you. And like I said, like in your home, he'll say, please get out your maps and follow along. He couches this entire affair this time with a report to the American people, and he goes after conspiracy theories that say that the government's been hiding the real losses and everything from you, so he literally lays out this little dances at the interesting speech to listen to. But what he also had to do, like we said, again, get out in front of this issue. So first he basically says things are not as bad as you heard, but doing better than we're getting, acknowledge losses, and at the same time turn it around into something where, the light is at the end of the tunnel and we're going to turn this around. And he does so in this speech on February 23rd, 1922. Here's the same thing. We have most certainly suffered losses from Hitler's U-boats in the Atlantic, as well as from the Japanese in the Pacific, and we shall suffer more of them before the turn of the tide. But speaking for the United States of America, let me say once and for all, to the people of the world, we Americans have been compelled to yield ground, but we will regain it. We and the other United Nations are committed to the destruction of the militarism of Japan and Germany. We are daily increasing our strength. Soon, we and not our enemies will have the offensive. We, not they, will win the final battle. And we, not they, will make the final peace. So that's inspirational on one level, and he's setting the stage for there's going to be bad things still to come. And then he gets into the question of how you motivate the American. What are the right buttons to push? And the button he decides to push, it's not the Rambo button, it's not lead from the front like a Churchill where, give us the tools and we'll finish the job. It's really confirming with all that kind of stuff. It's, they think where we're pushing that schoolyard button almost, right? But then at the end, he with something like the almost Jewish audience, everybody going, USA, USA, with a crazy chant. I will say this though, ever the master politician and always with his eyes on the prize, Roosevelt, right after the cut we're going to do, incorporates the rest of the United Nations. Like all the other countries in the world, he portrays this as a battle between like the other. And everyone has their role to play. In other words, the great politician makes sure not to make it sound like it's an all-American show, make sure you include every one of them, every one of them has their important place as masterful. But he basically says, you can't call us a bunch of weaklings and you to take that. We'll show them that we already have. He says this. Ever since this nation became the arsenal of democracy, ever since the enactment of last week, there has been one specific theme through all active propaganda. This theory has been that Americans are admittedly rich, that Americans have considerable industrial power, but that Americans are soft and decadent, that they cannot and will not unite and work and fight. From Berlin, Rome, Tokyo, we have been described as a nation of weaklings, playboys, who would hire British soldiers or Russian soldiers or Chinese soldiers to do our fighting for us. Let them repeat that now. Let them tell that to General MacArthur and his men. Let them tell that to the sailors who today are getting hard in the far waters of the Pacific. Let them tell that to the boys in the flying fortresses. Let them tell that to the Marines. Now, while this broadcast is going on, a Japanese submarine, a huge submarine, the Japanese like the French submarine, surfaces off the coast of California over by Santa Barbara on 7/7/15 p.m. Pacific time, so it's really already dark, and with 140 millimeter deck gun, they shell some refinery installations on the coast. This is a legendary incident where I come from in the era where I grew up. People just talked about it. Most of the rest of the country doesn't really about it. This attack may have been timed to coincide with Roosevelt's speech as a way to put the lie to all of his fancy, inspirational, talk. Right? Oh, sure, you're going to get a wish. We can't institute in Great Britain. Regardless of the intention of this Japanese submarine related to the Roosevelt speech, it's a pretty classic sort of an attack against the morale of the enemy, which is so clear in the sense of vulnerability, right? Low risk, high reward sort of endeavor. Worst case scenario, you lose the sub. Best case scenario, who knows what happens after that? Who wants to gamble with that? I think it's something to damage morale, but it sure already added a few more scale, like war panic during that time period, and having the Japanese open fire off right on the coast there. I mean, that panic people. Exhibit A that had some effect is the very next evening, February 24th, 25th, 1942. Anti-aircraft artillery on the California coast around Los Angeles opens up in the night sky after somebody thinks they see Japanese aircraft. Rather than reflecting off the clouds, the 14 or 1,500 shells later, 4 or 5 people dead from car accidents and heart attacks, property damage, and quiet down. But it was apparent that once somebody opened fire, everybody opened fire. My grandfather was just looking for my life. Although selfie was cursed by being born in April 1906, something most people would probably consider to be a sweet spot in the 20th century. Too young for the First World War to serve, too old for the Second. He was a chicken. He wanted to be there, though. He was a policeman, Irish American, but then that man died. So he made sure he was on the coast. Serving in the volunteer, the civilian role where you're commanding the anti-aircraft guns on the coast, he did the whole thing. It was a family story for a long time. Even though it had an official name, so it was the Battle of Los Angeles. But the Battle of Los Angeles is evidence of panic, in part set off by a sub attack on the coast. Really only, taken only a couple of hours or something. Santa Barbara down in LA, it might not even take that long. You find out the criticized great white shark prowling off the coast. People will panic. Imagine how we do attack with submarines. That's why people will feel that it's important because if it takes off, it will devour lots of things that you'll be sorry about later. Case in point, civil rights. Civil rights and wartime are two things that we all understand are sort of at odds with each other. How to maintain peacetime levels of civil rights. wartime especially, total war. The problem is, in this conflict in the Second World War, this is something that the framework exists, the propaganda is geared toward, and people understand it as a war between people who believe in things like what we would call civil rights and people who don't. And so there's an irony attached to it that in order to keep the people who don't believe in civil rights, you have to do things that reduce the amount of civil rights in the countries that are fighting for that. And so the great strength of a totalitarian state is that it forces those who fear it to erase their death. I did some research on that quote, and I stumbled across a piece of journal or something that was quoted from a debate between George Orwell of 1984 and weird, wild, wonderful scientist Alex Comfort. And they were talking about this thing, and neither of those guys fit into the American standard physics, especially for Comfort. But Comfort played off of that Hitler quote and basically said he's right, and we're falling for it. He said, well, quote, Hitler's global victory over here in Britain was when he persuaded the English people that the only way to lift fascism was to imitate it. He puts us in a dilemma which cannot be practically rebutted, only broken away from. Now, if I win, you have political fascism victorious. If you want to beat me, you must assimilate as much of its philosophy as you can, so that I am bound to win either way. Unquote. Remarking from the individual for obvious and understandable reasons. But that's why the fascist states like war and praise war, because it dovetails into something they already believe in, the power of the state. In Western democracies, they're supposed to have these civil protections that tend to get in wartime, well, it works against the basic framework of the system as it's at least advertised. If you want a practical example, I would only cite Executive Order 9, because it sounds like it should be. This is an executive order signed by President Roosevelt about a week before that speech, that fireside chat we just took an excerpt from. And this, along with several subsequent sorts of orders and directives, ends up creating a situation where you get 110 to 120,000 people of Japanese birth or descent. The majority of them, by the way, 60 to 70% of them American-born citizens, sent to what we used to call, and it sounded better than relocation camps. When I was a teenager, that changed to more ominous internment camps. And now it's commonly seen as a much more ominous, but not Nazi death camps, equivalent of concentration camps. If you actually go read Executive Order 9066, it sounds short, it sounds vague, and it sounds something that's sort of commonsensical. I mean, if you look at it, you just think, well, I'd be mad at the president if he derelict your duty if you do something like this. It sounds like an anti-sabotage and anti-espionage thing. We're going to have these sensitive national security areas. We're going to put a military leader in charge of the whole regions of the country, right? One guy to the west, one guy to the east, to the south. And they're going to decide what the zones are, and it's not limited to anybody, but especially enemies, because it's Japanese this or that. But you go down here, flew one day, report, gotcha, everybody can agree with that. Who knew that the guy that's in charge of the West did not like Japanese people clearly anyway, pretty openly? Who knew he was going to say that these little national security areas are going to be off limits in California, Oregon, and Washington, on the states that he added later? It just every Japanese person was sent out of Alaska to qualify to be relocated, by the way. You know how much Japanese blood you had to have in you? 116. If we apply that same standard to Italian Americans or German Americans and said them all to relocation camps, how many Americans do you hold today? Probably 7 million Americans. It would be a small group after a while, wouldn't it? And that is not to say that the Italian Americans or German Americans did not do these civil rights violations. They did. Like 10 or 11,000 German foreign nationals or descendants of Germans were put in similar situations. Were put in 4,000 Italian-born or Italian-American as well. For some reason that's probably not hard to figure out, the Japanese Americans were affected at 10 times the number of German Americans. In order to avoid the normal criticism these days that people can brush aside this kind of talk because it's called the postmodern, it's overemphasis on race that's so popular now. I think a ton of people favor both if you're my age, the 1985 published Introduction to Somebody's Military Advantage of Expensive, so that we can avoid any suggestions that this will change it from sort of modern response scenario or else because they're nothing but this. And I can also point out that what happens to Japanese Americans has been apologized by multiple U.S. presidents. I think Reagan gave the most open and long-winded and pressing apology, and the paid indemnity. Carter, Ford, Reagan, the elder Bushmen, these are all presidents who brought it up, and this is something he's careful about. My cynical way of looking at it, though, is I'm not sure we would do it again in the same circumstances, which is why I always really blame the people at the time. Ronald expected them to have that kind of problem. Right in 1985, he says, quote, early in the war, in what one authority has called the most blatant violation of civil liberties in American history, American citizens of Japanese descent and Japanese resident aliens, most of whom had lived in the U.S. for many years, were forcibly removed from their homes on the West Coast and evacuated to large internment camps in the desolate interior of California, Nevada, and Utah. All were forced to abandon their homes, farms, and businesses to the doubtful care of the Federal Reserve Bank, or to liquidate their property at a severe loss. And I should point out that this fear that these people were going to be a problem turned out to be 100% completely unfounded in terms of espionage and sabotage in the war. I mean, there was no rationale for this, but we need to understand the fear involved. This is the sort of thing we talked about before that reaches away from the history books that makes it impossible for us to understand people from other eras because we're not scared like they were. We don't have to be emotional anymore. And we talked about this analogy of the spider in the hotel. It's completely hard not to illustrate knowing that spider's there. If everybody is assuring you that it's not dangerous at all, what if everybody is doing the exact opposite? The human beings, the Americans in this story, are not operating in a neutral informational environment, something Ronald H. Spector in 1984 also emphasizes. What's the climate like that all this is happening in? He says, quote, the citizenry of California and the other West Coast states, whose bigotry toward the Japanese had long been part of their way of life, saw their fears and suspicions amply reinforced by the nervous and indecisive leadership of Lieutenant General John L. DeWitt, the head of the Western Defense Command. California newspapers, he writes, carried headlines such as, now quoting the headlines, chat, votes, flash messages ashore, and chat and camera held in basic, and even caps on Japanese tomato plants point to airbase. At a meeting with California law enforcement officials in January 1942, the Los Angeles District Attorney, asserting that the U.S. Supreme Court was packed with leftists and other extreme advocates of civil liberties, and it was time for the people of California to disregard the law if necessary to secure their protection. Later in the solicit says, one high official was heard to state that he favored shooting on sight all Japanese residents of the state. Maybe I'm reaching here, but when you read why Hitler fought the United States, it was always because we were a mongrel, polyglot nation. We didn't have this racial, ex-slaves, all these immigrants, with things like a war scare. as something that begins the process of pulling us apart a little bit. And as we do, I have to tell you, wobbly, I thought, and had there been an Al Qaeda submarine that surfaced off the coast and sent dozens of shells into some facility there, the vast majority of West Coast newspapers that were in favor of taking their fellow citizens to internment camps. One of them had a great line. I thought I would have read it in Germany and Japan. You know, take you down to the dungeon and torture the life out of you until you get the names of different countries. They will know Western democracy. Like to avoid things like that, you want to go to the war, choose to choose yourself as it comes from upstairs. It's mostly Japanese, but also German and Italian during the Second World War. Is not that it could never happen again to them, but that wartime opens the door to the breaking of protections that defend us all, and that sort of experience can happen to any of us. Now, I should point out that in terms of actual importance to the overall Asia-Pacific theater and events that comprise a giant chunk of the globe, this sub-attack against Santa Barbara is nothing. I've overplayed its importance, but I do it for a reason. In Iowa, they would have glanced over the news story and hardly noticed it, gone right to the bombing features native in 1942. On the East Coast, they didn't even get a raise an eyebrow. They did it with U-boats operating off their coastline for months. No big deal. Well, my grandparents talked about those sub-attacks for the rest of their lives. Something that most people don't even know about. It scared everybody on the West Coast. So you're going to have a West Coast war hysteria, and those are the people who have to fight, right? The question that's interesting to ask is, does a West Coast war hysteria actually help the Japanese? Does it make the United States weaker? You know, once again, we're into this unquantifiable squishy area of national psychology and morale and all that kind of stuff. It's hard to measure. The accountants can really enjoy themselves on the other side of war. It's hard to live in the world. We're listening to the and we're off between men, the utility that we live in. You can start with charts and comparisons and intelligence and spatial rational matter. You know, that whole side of war. But this is the squishy side. And you can't say that that Japanese sub-attack had no impact on everything that happened afterwards, but you can't say that it had all the impact. I mean, you don't know what to say. So the question that comes into play is these kinds of offensives against the squish underbelly of the enemy's morale, how much are you willing to lose in order to potentially get whatever it is you get? In the case of the Japanese sub-attack, it's one submarine. If I'm wargaming this and I'm the Japanese consul, I think one submarine risk to get a chance to spin the wheel. Who knows what happens if we shell the United States coastline or just continue. The question gets a little bit more upsetting, though, because if you're going to risk too much, I would think, I'm a conservative person, take that as an insult, but if you risk too much in this war against the squishy side, for lack of a better phrase, case in point, and yes, we will finally bring this back up to where we left off in the story. I told you all that stuff, to tell you this stuff. Right after Japan called, and that was Japan Death March in early April 1942, which is where we left off. So once again, what FDR was prepping the American people for, the worst surrender, or one of the worst surrenders in American military history, coming right after all this other bad news. I mean, you know, the U.S. needed some good news. How much would you be willing to risk in terms of human lives or precious and sacred history of legacy or military assets to get that morale lifted home? Especially if you could at the same time damage the enemy's morale. One submarine certainly will be a problem with that. But on April 18th, 1942, the United States conducting operation is highly celebrated. It's a legal in the United States. But I think if you look at it logically, and again, I'm totally completely wrong here, and I'm a conservative person, as I said, I can't see it as worth it in English. It's a terrible thing to say, because the brave people who went on it knew they were almost maybe on a suicide mission. It's called the ViralRabbi. The reason that it's audacious is because it involves something that had never been done before, and I don't know if it has been tried since. Flying land is the bomb off aircraft carriers. The reason the U.S. wants to do it is for the impact of the U.S. coastline. So the gains would be similar. There would be no way we could see effect psychology at home and morale damaging, hopefully abroad, operate have formed the Pacific Theater. At a time when aircraft carriers have unexpectedly and as a surprise to everyone have turned out to be the most important ships now going into the mid-20th century. Everybody wants these battleships, and now here we are, and you're stuck with what you built before you knew that it was going to be the most important system, and everybody's frantically working on more. It's going to be your last time or something on these things. So you want to be careful with them. But here in the United States, and the Japanese Navy is basically undisputed at this point in the war. Very scary. Surprise. I mean, you do not want to have to face it. We risk too carrying in the United States to launch these 15 or 16 B-25 medium bombers over Japan. At the last minute, they have to launch much farther away from Japan than they thought because they discovered again how much, I mean, what happened to the Gulf of the Prince of Wales not that long before, right? I mean, you can do these things in an instant if the tide of war sweeps over you on land, and naval warfare is off the dust. There'll be a hole in the clouds, the other side of the reconnaissance aircraft sees you, and So, it's risky. These planes are supposed to land in bases on the other side. So one-way trip to not landing on those carriers is going to bomb Japan and keep going. And then land in China, hopefully, but a lot of China is run by Japan at this time period. Long story short, some of them make it home, some of them don't. None of the planes make it home. The aircraft carriers get away, which is the main thing from the U.S. perspective. There's a bump. First good news in the newspapers in the United States in a long time. Wonderful. How much is that worth? And there is a real sense, and after the war, you get memoirs and everything that confirms it, that this was very embarrassing to Japanese military leadership because, if nothing else, it put the emperor's physical safety in jeopardy, which is going to be how those carriers say. Two other quick things we're thinking about the digital race. The first is that there is another way of looking at this, and people who soar more aggressively on the willing to take risks, military commanders such as that I will say that in addition to the, everyone brings upon morale, psychology boosts, effects, that there was a real world goal in this whole thing, and that it was achieved. And the real world goal was the equivalent of what a boxer does in an opponent in a ring. The Japanese flinched. They reacted to the blow by changing their strategy, moving their assets around, doing things differently, and perhaps deciding different places to strike and maneuver in order to prevent anything like this from happening again. So in other words, a real military effect. Something that's hard to measure in terms of how much of an effect and how much that helps, but something different from the psychological or morale side of things. I think that it's a little bit more like this thing of what happens when we bomb Japan and something good came up, but everybody's got a different opinion. Now, something that is not a question of opinion is the real world effects of the little rain on our allies, if you're in an allied country, the Chinese, because they were so obviously in on this plan. They were to provide the bases that the pilots and the plane crews landed at. But there's a harrowing personal experiences thing on the Chinese side that's really known in the United States. The Japanese took their anger out on the only allied people that they could get their hands on and take their anger out on. They punished the Chinese. The numbers are incredible. Most people think that Chiang Kai-shek was exaggerating, but cut him in half if you want. Chiang says 250,000 Chinese civilians paid with their lives in reprisals for the Doolittle break. Those war officers like put it this way. Chiang would later notify Roosevelt that in southern China, the Japanese army slaughtered 250,000 Chinese civilians in a campaign of vengeance, even allowing for some exaggeration on Chiang's part. The Doolittle raid thus caused the death of more than twice the number of Chinese than the United States military suffered during the entire Pacific War. I'm fascinated by these experiences. It's part of the reason we focus so much of it in these conversations. In the same way, I can't help but think about those B-25 crews that just bombed Japan, whose planes are running out of fuel, and they're going to bail out. I can't help but wonder, oh my God, what is it like to think about that being mysterious? And that is one kind of human experience. But at the very opposite end of the scale, Franklin Roosevelt experiences when his ally Chiang Kai-shek tells him that resulting from decisions that he made, 250,000 civilians are brutally killed. That's a different kind of human experience. How'd you like to be in Franklin Roosevelt's shoes right there? Disclaimer. There are well-known leaders of countries on both the Axis and Allied side who seem to have not a ton of sympathy for human suffering. One of them is alleged to have said that one death is a tragedy is really a statistic, and others sets up human extermination camps that run like a factory operation. So let's not attribute this same sense of gut punch when you find out what results downstream sometimes to your decision making to all of them, but I do not believe in the country would think Franklin Delano Roosevelt was one of those people. And that's war results and terrible things happening. But in this case, Roosevelt was bringing the war home to the Japanese to show them what this was like. This is what you bargained for. This is what's going to happen because you're stuck. In other words, in his way, this was a measured sort of a response that sent a message. And that as a result of that decision, 250,000 civilians are killed. I cannot imagine if Roosevelt would have reacted to that well. I wonder what that might potentially was like. That's not an experience that people ever have to have in their end. Knowing that any decision we make could, in many cases, unforeseeably result in the deaths of huge numbers of human beings would paralyze most of us. But there's an alternative way of looking at this that I think it's almost like a DNA built-in outlook. It's a different point of view, but enough of these people think this way, so it's a type, and maybe it has to be the kind of type you have in the war. You're right, it's like you're all sociopaths because they have to disregard human suffering, but I don't believe that. I think they have an alternative rationale, which is that the suffering that these decisions result in are the price you pay for a better long-term outcome. Like lower casualties than you would have otherwise had, less suffering than you otherwise would have had, a better outcome than you otherwise would have had. And instinct in the move sometimes, because you don't want to do anything that could kill tons of people, could end up killing more people in the long run. So there's not even a sort of a safe strategy to take here. Want to trade places with one of these war leaders in terms of responsibility? I don't want to say another way again. Roosevelt has dictatorial-like powers in the Second World War. There's still a U.S. Congress. He's consulting all the time with military leaders, industrial leaders. He's got a lot of influences organized from every direction. But the Constitution gives the U.S. president a lot of warfighting authority and to ultimate responsibility for things. The buck stops here. The president's death. In the case of Roosevelt, weighing decisions versus outcomes, the buck stops there. But when you think about it, that's pretty common, isn't it? I mean, certainly in the Third Reich, the buck stops with Hitler, doesn't it? In the Soviet Union, it sure as heck stops with Stalin, doesn't it? He's the one with the responsibility. I think it's fair to say the buck stops with Churchill in the UK, even though that's a Western democracy, and they have a part in the Japanese system. Politics and its culture developed after, well, really for more than a century before the Second World War, and how the system itself would break down. In the war, this is one of the ways it breaks down. There is no place the buck stops when it comes to Japanese military responsibility. If you're analyzing the Second World War from sort of a big picture level, this is one of the strangest things. The Japanese command and control the leadership situation that none of this is anything like the European powers. It's got a very sort of uniquely Japanese sort of feel to it. At the same time, this diffusion of responsibility is something that the other governments either do away with because they're totalitarian, they don't believe in diffusing power anyway, or temporarily suspended a lot of it, like in the U.S. and the U.K. with their wartime government. The Japanese kind of don't. And it's because they can't. There are certain elements that are built into the system, right? American propaganda used to always lump the Japanese into the Germans and the Italians. All fingers, but tell you what, my two things, you can't have done better if he was. He was the most powerful prime minister, John M. McClain says in modern history, the most powerful prime minister Japan has ever had. Gobbled up a couple of other political offices, too, seems to be consolidating his power. Still couldn't control his underlings. Even army generals couldn't even totally control the army. Forget about the Navy. Talked about the fact that the Japanese have the most hostile inter-service rivalry problem I've ever seen. I mean, the actively dislike each other, they tell each other things. There really is nobody who can tell them what to do. When you hear the way sometimes Hogan is treated by his supposed underlings, well, that puts the lie to the idea that there's anything like Hitler or Stalin in terms of their power, because I think it's really that stupid fool to your face. Jason McClain tells a story in his book where they're right. And everything overwrought in terms of music and what they're trying to do. And because they're not operating with one voice. The Japanese obviously an extreme version of this, but the Axis has this problem across the board. The Allies are doing a great job working together, communicating. They'll eventually have whole conferences where all these guys, the countries together. The Axis is doing anything like this. Cooperation is rare. Communication is rare. Sharing of intelligence is rare. The Allies do a lot more of it, not so much the intelligence. But here's this command and control problem that we just talked about. We've added to the other very non-sexy things in this war that the Allies simply dominated: industrial production, possession of natural resources. I mean, the Allies are screaming oil, the Axis on the sea down, especially after the Midwest point. We'll always see down like the last point of the gas. The logistics, the ability to get stuff to people fighting, and the question of intelligence, knowing what your enemy is going to do and preventing them from knowing what you're going to do. These are areas where the Axis are dominated by the Allies. I mean, it's a war game player. You can't help but notice how great, for example, German equipment is on the battlefield. There's great tanks, great anti-tanks, great planes, all this kind of stuff, great quality. And so we wonder how they win this war. They win this war with all the stuff they do, not saying sexy stuff, take intelligence. The United States and the United are the best code breakers and signals intelligence people in the world. They're very good at what they do, and they're sharing their information. The Soviets are fantastic at the old-fashioned, boots on the ground kind of intelligence, human intelligence spying. Hard to find a country that does a better job in their ideology, which has this global appeal, and they're all comrades worldwide. And it's making it a little easier for them to recruit people who work with other countries for their cause. But it would be if they were just saying, people who would rush on our national games. Another thing is to say, comrade, help us out as a fellow traveler, with giant world revolution. And it always seems like you have even three people in the most top secret kind of get together over something like an atomic bomb or something like that, and one of them will go Soviet balls. Now, I should say there's been a lot of argument amongst historians about the value of this intelligence and how you try to quantify how much of an advantage the Allies had because of it. Some people say sure, more by a lot, others by a little. It's like art with certain things, though. You just have to look at it as enormous, and basically intelligence from anything. The Soviet Union had a spy who was able to tell them the Japanese were not going to attack the Soviet Union and help the Germans who were driving toward Moscow, but were instead going to bomb Pearl Harbor and go that route. That allowed Stalin to free up 30 to 40 divisions in the East and send them west to help keep the Germans from taking Moscow. How do you put a value on that? There are researchers and scientists in Poland who, years before the war, had started to dissect some of the German cryptological equipment, cryptographic equipment. Then they worked with the French, and then when the war started, they transferred their information to the British. The a read machine, which is like a little coding typewriter that you had to have on both ends of the coded message. It encoded the German started to say, and put a shot line. Part of the program called Ultra. It was called Ultra because it was ultra secret. And the information for Ultra did not become available till really the World War before the mid-1970s. And there's no word Ultra in the back index. It shows you that their view of the war is going to be very different than ours because we know how much the Allies knew about the Axis capabilities and intentions. And it's something like the whole North Africa campaign was kind of different. Everybody thought, and I read this in the book, everybody thought Montgomery was reading Rommel's mind. And there's one historian said he was instead reading his mail. In the Pacific, the United States had some idea of the Japanese coded messages. It could read some of the stuff, some of the time, and you have to be so careful because you have to make sure they're not being remote below you and figure out that you're reading their messages. You also have to be careful about how you react to those messages because if you're too perfect and you react to everything you decode, they'll realize you decoded their message. There's a book called Bodyguard Lives, which is all about the Enigma and the Ultra program and how they have to make trade-offs sometimes and let troops go to get to the situation where they know they shouldn't be going into that situation, but if they cancel it, the Germans will understand the traffic's been compromised, but change the way they code things. Sometimes you make hard choices to keep the information conduit open and save it for the really big, decisive moments. Of course, let's not pretend that you can always know what's going through decisive before it is. There are some obvious ways that a huge battlefield in front of your strength and the person, war winning or war losing objective, you don't have to be Nostradamus to see the best of the decisive and you burn all of your intelligence bridges or whatever it takes. Give yourself an edge, right? It is famously serendipitous and often involves blocking chance and all these things. That's why you have things like dice. In wargaming, that's what you're simulating there. The random factors that are often out of one's control. I like to go stark examples. Those stories of ancient battles where the wind whips up unexpectedly and blows sand in the face of only one side, and so they live. Something would probably be seen as the gods making a choice in a battle like that, right? The problem with the wind whipping up, though, is you think, well, how do you take advantage of that? How do you use that ahead of time and know and make that decisive? Well, the easy answer is you can't, of course. I think about like a Julius Caesar who had to go into the battlefield days in advance to meet the locals to the Pilgrim Mountains. What time of day does that happen? Is it happening this time of year? Just doesn't get the sign of the river that's on the east or the west, and you can kind of maybe take advantage of it. But the double-edged sword does because sometimes having information in advance forces you to do something. And if you do something and it turns out wrong, you might have been better off not doing anything at all. I love that Herodotus story about the king of Lydia. It goes to the oracle of such an attack the empire of Cyrus the Great, and the oracle says, if you attack Cyrus the Great, you will destroy a great empire. So he does, and loses, destroying his own great empire. In mid-April 1942, Admiral Chesterton, the U.S. Admiral Chesterton, was at least commanded the U.S. Central Pacific area, or the Central Pacific, and he gets information transmitted to him up for the military food chain, emanating originally from some of the crypto analysts like Joseph Loper, who take interest in writing their own right. And the information is like the water of Galadriel, the Lord of the Thunder. They want to see it. It's intelligence, right? It's stuff from the crypto analysts that puts some of the puzzle pieces together in a way that allows them to say with some confidence, hey, because they wouldn't have brought it to limits, what the Japanese are going to do in about 2 weeks. And it's a little glimpse into the not too distant future. Now the problem a guy like me has with something like this is what do we do with it? Do you act on it? Well, what if the crypto analysts have it wrong? Or, worse yet, what if the Japanese figured out that some of their codes are broken and deliberately gave false information out there to trap you? And this brings it to other admirals there of mixed opinions. Some agree with him that this is actionable intelligence that we should take advantage of. Others much less sure, saying there's a lot of guesswork going on here. Eventually he gets his approval, though, because he seems to buy it to take advantage of this actual intelligence by taking an action. His problem is He doesn't have all that much to work with. As we said earlier, American aircraft carrier strength in the Pacific, and aircraft carriers have turned out to be the important weapon system, although that's not totally confirmed at this point in the war yet, but people are starting to think ahead. American aircraft carrier strength in the Pacific is 4. The Japanese and the light carriers have more than twice as many, and the U.S. has this to notice with which to take advantage of the intelligence. We may not have all 4 of them because 2 of them are off conducting the doolittle raid, sort of in Japan. They'll send it again, but he's not in charge of the timetable here. The Japanese are. It's a surprise attack on the island of Ootd, the second largest island on the planet. That's what Minutes gets information about. What's more, the crypto analyst think it's going to take Port Moresby, which is so is extra scary for the Allies because Port Moresby is on the Australian side of Ukraine. Allows the Japanese to avoid having to traipse over the mountain range in the middle of Ukraine, which is the whole thing actually is just what we talked about it earlier in the story, depending on your personal figures and things that make you squirm, you might be able to the fight. Some of you are really the cold, some of you are but these are a lot of bad theaters, but for a lot of people, you make the top of the list. The Japanese are going to go around the side of the island to the far side, the Australian side of Port Moresby, and they're going to hold mountain range. They're going to do it by ship. They're going to have some transport. They're going to have some escort ships to keep an eye on them. And in this case, going to have a couple of aircraft carriers, 2 Big-Wings and a light aircraft carrier nearby. All part of the Japanese moves into that area, not just in Guinea, but some of the Solomon Islands like TRILLIONAIRE. And if the Japanese can establish air bases there, they're going to cause a lot of trouble. They'll be about 100 miles, 200 miles, something like that off the Australian northern coast. That means not just bombers will be able to reach it, but you'll be able to have Japanese fighter planes in their whole northern Australia area. There was an Australian prime minister a generation before this time said that New Guinea and some of the Solomons comprised like a fortress guarding the northern approaches to Australia. What happens if the northern approaches are no longer guarded, but instead are held by the Japanese? If you're an American, imagine having the Japanese 100 or 200 miles off the coast. Intolerable, right? Well, Australia is one of those, let's call them, if you want to call them intolerable, I like to call them geographic firewalls for the places where the Japanese advance has to stop. Lines in the sand. Places like India on one side of the Japanese perimeter, and they're advancing in that direction through Burma, which now Myanmar, fighting not just forces from the United Kingdom and involving Burmese and Indian troops, but also the Chinese troops working up over there. It's key because if the Japanese get to India, they'll cut off supplies to China, all that kind of stuff. But they can't get farther than India. Now it's hard to see them getting farther than India. That's something all these geographic firewalls haven't found. Right? They're hard to imagine them falling. They're even hard to imagine communications being cut off significantly. But like all firewalls, if somehow the firewall fails, if somehow the Japanese were able, either directly through some sort of military endeavor or because the anti-colonial forces in a place like India were somehow exploited by Japanese propaganda, if somehow the Indian firewall failed, well then every fantasy that the Axis dreamers have could possibly be played in. Maybe you could have this linking up of Japanese forces, Axis, Italian, German, Hungarian, Romanian forces somewhere in the Middle Eastern oil fields, right? That's a dream for all these Axis propagandists, but if that happens, all bets are off, right? In the west, on the opposite side of the Japanese defense perimeter, we have the other firewall, the Hawaiian Islands. Some would argue it also includes the islands that guard Hawaii, so Midway, Johnson, those islands. It's hard to imagine the Japanese taking those islands. It's a little less hard, but still hard to imagine completely and significantly cutting off communications between those islands and the continental U.S. But if they did, all hell breaks loose. So that's the geographic firewall in that direction. North, well, that's the Soviet Union. If the Japanese wanted to attack the Soviet Union, they already could have. Now they don't want to. Now that whole Moscow dance looks like it's stalled on the eastern front, might have made a good decision there not to mess with the Soviets, so that's a direction we can expand in. The Japanese supernova begins to run the firewalls into direction east. These places like the Salt Guardian approaches from the north. The it creates problems, huge problems. This is also, we should point out, part of the effort in the plans for the conquest of this, preventing that is worth losing a couple of aircraft carriers for. I think you could make a case. It does make a case with approval to risk these carriers, and of course the reason you know this is anytime you're going to go out there and strike a blow, you risk what you're using to strike with. It's the same thing if you throw a punch and boxing, you're opening yourself up to a counterpunch. At this time, the loss of 2 aircraft carriers, half your force in the Pacific so soon after Pearl Harbor, with all the other things that have happened, it's a big risk. It's also a hell of an opportunity. It's a chance for a change to surprise the Japanese when up until this point in the war, it's been the Japanese who could be laying off the surprise them, and wrong including the Allies. And once they have them off balance, to do them that way. This is the era, by the way, and this is debatable amongst experts, but this is the era where the Japanese or the layers, especially from Japan after the war, would talk about the problem with victims or other phrases that denoted a level of hubris that might have been creeping into some in the Japanese military, and whatnot. They still have a bunch of people that think they're doing better than the Allies, but you know, so far so good, right? So these things are little places. And what the Allies are about to do here is ambush a surprise attack. They want you to surprise attack against the surprise attack. It's a counter-surprise attack. And if a surprise attack doesn't enforce multiplier, one would have to think a counter-surprise attack is like to enforce multiplier plus. So if you're a guy like Admiral that's trying to figure out, what do I use my asset for? What do I risk? What are you waiting for? This is as good as it's going to get. And the reason you care is because the intelligence shows that there's going to be a couple of Japanese aircraft carriers, 2.5, let's call it. Shokaku, Rikaku, 2 carriers in the Shoho like carrier. If you have a chance, because you have all the advantages in your favor, to take those out, that would be a nice little whittling down of Japanese aircraft carrier strength, wouldn't it? So Nimitz gathers what aircraft carrier strength he has, and he sends it out to the Coral Sea, which washes up against North Australia and New Guinea. It's the place where you have to make this interception of this Japanese amphibious assault. Like the USS Yorktown aircraft carrier there, the Lexington there, and their supporting ships. They will try to ambush the Japanese. But as we said, the U.S. may have this intelligence advantage, but the Japanese control the timeline. On or around the first 1942, they strike in the Solomons, launching amphibious assault at places like the island of Tulagi, all part of the early moves in this expansion of the defense perimeter southward. A couple of days after that, Admiral Fletcher on board the Yorktown, in response to the Tulagi invasion, launches an airstrike, maybe hoping to catch all those transports still on the beaches and everybody vulnerable, but it's really after things are done. So the airstrike roars in and sinks the transport and a couple of patrol boats and the destroyers. Not really a real big haul, that amount of effort expended. And for what essentially it is also, which is announced as a giant bullhorn. So there must be an American carrier, at least one nearby, because we just got hit with American carrier aircraft, right? For just in my own personal account, because there's about 100 of them that look as complicated to me, but that's just because I'm not that smart. It's very complicated stuff. And so in a simplistic sense, the best way to look at it, though, maybe is that it's going to be one of the last battles you're going to see, especially once you get satellites, forget it, it's all over except for the civilians. But it's going to be one of the last battles where you really get a chance to get that feel that goes back to naval battles when people were in communities. An element that's always been present in naval warfare because of the obvious, because land warfare it's a factor too, but the ocean completely into a different ballgame. You're forever looking for the other side. Where are they? You're like two people boxing in a fog. Don't like think smart about the thinking of the giant battleship. If you watch it, it seems to me like 3/4 of that film is all like a spy versus spy thing. What's handling low and gets lost in the fog. Nobody think of this. You should go find the Bismarck, not sink the Bismarck. But that dynamic is the ever-present naval dynamic that's been around since the beginning of time, right? swallowed up easily in the vastness of the ocean. Then there's the atmospheric conditions of the ocean. You got your fog, you got your squalls, you got your sharks. There's a million things that just make it sometimes hard, sometimes impossible even for fleets that want to find each other to fight each other. If one side actively wants to get away, it's very difficult. What's more, the fleet doesn't as far distance that you can scout ahead with all those planes. Right? In the old days, like right before this period, until back to the canoe era, you could see as far as the tallest crow's nest, in the highest mast with your little spyglass, as you could see, and that was pretty much it. The radar could get pretty darn good in the American side. It's already pretty good, pretty darn good later in the war. Start changing the characteristics of naval warfare that have always been present. The Japanese are significantly behind in radar technology and the deployment of radar in things like fleets. Even with the relatively rudimentary radar on the U.S. side, even with the submarines out there scouting supposedly, even with the air reconnaissance out there scouring the skies, even with the guys in the crow's nest on the highest mast looking for everyone, these fleets get frightfully close to each other and don't even know it. At one point, they'll be 70 miles apart and not know it. How do you have all those aircraft out there scouting? It boggles the mind, but it's the ocean that we've gone now. It's always been that way. There's something comforting about the way things have always been. And what's about to happen in this encounter is going to change the way things have always been, and turning into the way they still are now. You go look at modern naval warfare, and you will be struck by the speed at which it all happens, right? It's bewildering, it's disorienting, it's hard to follow, and it's quick to get. The period in which that sort of speed acceleration happens in this period that we're talking about right now, and it's not hard to see why. There's an aircraft. There's lots of fast-moving, dangerous objects in the sky. Things are going to be chaotic and they're going to be going fast. Look at the Star Wars, these are big, giant ships that were besieged by hundreds of the little teeny fighters. If nothing else, it's fast. These admirals that are heading to the encounter here are both working without any actual hard data what it's like when two aircraft carrier arms face each other. This is the first time it's ever happened. The Japanese are on multiple time periods sent away from British light down in the Indian Ocean, but it wasn't combat. This is full-on combat. And both admirals are sort of winging it, if you'll pardon the pun, but they're going to learn a lot. If you have to get granular though, and study what's involved in carrier warfare, with the timetables involved in launching, bringing back planes, and having to, the time involved in rearming them or changing your armament. These aren't just details, they're going to be the really crucial details, and for a bunch of admirals who are surface fleet commanders or submarine commanders, guys who are from a different world entirely, they're all learning on the job here, and the American crews and pilots and everybody especially, it's not so much a baptism of fire, because the aircraft carriers have been involved in little strikes here and there. This is real. This is not like little rain. This is the full-blown thing. The Japanese are much more experienced in that regard. They've been fighting with each other a lot longer. It's more of a swing as much running machines. But they haven't had to fight aircraft carriers either. Both sides have teamed up to exercises and war games before the war, and certainly continuing, even after the war, trying to replicate what might happen when these kinds of groups ran into each other. And I was reading something on the U.S. exercises a little while ago saying that evidence seemed to show that you had to, as the Americans, you had to find the Japanese carriers before they found you, and you had to launch a strike with almost everything you had immediately upon finding it, in the hope that you could knock out their carriers before they could launch a strike at you. They could keep gunfighters trying to be quicker on the draw. Simply as other gunfighters, just to make sure you kill them before they use off a shot at you. Because it could be like striking beyond the grave if the American aircraft are able to sink the Japanese carrier, but not before the Japanese carrier unleashes the planes that then knock out the very carrier that killed them. Like the two fighters killing each other at the same time. Like the Japanese samurai does is he puts a real emphasis on, like a nail-biting emphasis on finding the enemy and then immediately crippling them. He gives you an itchy trigger finger, if you can use a gunfight analogy here. Both sides have it, and it contributes to how things play out. Because on May 7th, both sides are looking for each other. I've read that neither side knows where the other is. I've read that both sides kind of think that they know where the other is, but on May 7th, both sides think they find each other. The Japanese get an early report in the early part of the morning that they found at least one aircraft carrier. So the Japanese based on what evidence the studies seem to show, right? The footage of the launches a full strike, and full strike arrives in the scene to find not an aircraft carrier, but an oiler, a refueling ship, and a destroyer. The problem with throwing a punch like that, all the right common sense reasons, right? Take them out before they take you out, but while you're taking them out, you're totally defenseless. That's something else that War Game showed. You're basically a floating gasoline and munitions vehicle without protection. And even those small groups of fighters you keep back, only seeing combat air patrol, this proved to be less than 100% effective in the early part of the war. So to launch a strike to take out the enemy carriers who could hurt you, and realize that the Japanese reconnaissance guy is giving you wrong information is potentially devastating. The Americans have a similar problem happen to them a couple hours later. When one of their reconnaissance planes accurately identifies some Japanese cruisers that they find, but somehow muffles the communication back with the fleet and the admiral. What should say cruisers instead reads on the other side of the message in Admiral Fletcher's hand, carriers. So Admiral Fletcher does exactly what the pre-war evidence would seem to indicate he should do. So get them. And launches a full strike. Those two reconnaissance pilots who muffle the message exchange then have to land and run into Admiral Fletcher. And his book here, Author Francis Pike talks about that. So first he talks about how the strike gets going, and then he talks about Admiral Fletcher realizing that he just launched his entire strike force. 6 a.m., Yorktown's entire strike force of 93 planes has been spotted, moved and armed on deck. On deck, and Fletcher came onto the bridge wing with a bullhorn and ordered them to hit that goddamn carrier. 45 minutes later, the strike force was on its way. Nielsen and Straub, one of the two aircraft reconnaissance guys, now returned to the Yorktown, dropping a beanbag with an attached note that confirmed the location of the force. Fletcher was horrified to see that the note mentioned 2 cruisers and 4 destroyers, not a word about carriers. As a result of the miscommunication, Fletcher had launched his entire strike force against a small cruiser force, leaving his own carriers there to attack from Japan's carriers. When Nielsen landed, Fletcher asked him, "What about the carriers?" The shocked admiral, according to one witness, told Nielsen, "Young man, do you know what you have done? You have just cost the United States 2 carriers." End quote. The Americans got lucky. Another reconnaissance plane spotted not one of the big carriers, but the light carrier Shoho, steaming about 20 to 30 miles away. Radios that information back. Fletcher was able to break radio silence and vector the attack, which was, of course, going towards its insignificant cruisers, to change course and hit the Japanese light carrier. The Shoho got to be an early example of exactly why these admirals had every reason to be frightened to death of what these aircraft could do. She's blown right out of the water. The after-action reports of fighter pilots and combat pilots and bomber pilots of all kinds are wildly and notoriously and historically in every culture in the world that has them optimistic. They're an optimistic lot. I think in the Battle of Britain they actually had a formula to read out the natural optimism of fighter pilots. to take these numbers with a grain of salt. Craig L. Simon says that pilots from the Lexington claimed to get the shell with 5 bombs and 9 torpedoes. The Yorktown crews claimed 14 bomb hits and 10 torpedo hits. 700 crew members or something that bolted them over 200 out of the water. Scratch one flat top was a famous American message back to let the owners of the fleet know that they've gotten a carrier. May 7th is kind of the appetizer for May 8th. The travel story in the historian Craig L. Simon describes the next day. He writes, quote, the air attacks of May 7th were only the preliminary skirmish. The next day, scout planes from each side finally sighted the other's carriers, and at almost the same moment, the Americans and the Japanese launched full deck loads of attack planes toward the other's position. The planes even passed one another en route to their targets. Arriving first, the Americans encountered ferocious opposition from Japanese Zeros flying CAP, the Combat Air Patrol, the defensive refining of their own aircraft carriers. An American pilot recalled, now quoting the pilot, quote, it was an incredible scramble, people yelling over the radio, stuff, and you never knew who was on top of whom. Amidst the chaos, Simon writes, and harassed by the Zeros, the torpedo planes scored no hits. The dive bombers, however, plunging almost straight down from 14,000 feet, put 3 1,000-pound bombs onto the Shokaku, utterly wrecking her flight deck, so she managed to stay afloat. The Shokaku, obscured by dense cloud cover, escaped entirely. It was a tiny moment aside here, because it's part of the sort of tragedies of war. We talked earlier about things that will fail in the acid test of combat. Right? You don't know until it happens. One of those things is going to be the American torpedo. The early part of the war is probably the worst torpedo of all the major powers. It's dysfunctional and unreliable. Often didn't explode, often ran too deep. All kinds of problems. It's been a scandal amongst some, and there's been writing since I was a kid, blaming all kinds of things, from the underperformance of the U.S. submarine service early in the war to the torpedo planes, blaming this weapon system that did not pass the acid test of combat. Now, the Japanese, on the other side of the coin, have by far, it's not even close, the best torpedoes in the war. So that's an area where, the United States has the radar, the Japanese have the torpedoes. I think the radar hole, when they are supposed to be the main ship-killing weapon in these naval arsenals. There's a sort of due heroism to the torpedo planes on the American side here, because they don't know it, but even if they manage to make this career, they have to line up with the ship and go straight and level for a long time, which means there's wonderful city dust for both the ship's anti-aircraft and the combat air patrol that's out to get you like a bunch of dragonflies amongst gnats. You get this heavy torpedo underneath you, which makes you lumbering and slow. Alright, but it's worth it, right? If you can get a ship, the problem is that these torpedoes so often fail to explode or run deep. Despite saying that they scored hits, it's going to be the dive bombers who take the toll on the Japanese. But the dive bombers have been a way opened up by the torpedo planes. The torpedo planes are kind of like the lead blockers. If the lead blockers had to sometimes take a bullet for the running back, because the torpedo planes, as I said, operating at low level, well, that's where the fighters who are defending the fleet go get them, low level. When these dive bombers come in from like 14,000 feet, you can't just as a fighter climb from ground level to 14,000 feet quickly. It takes some time, and by then the bombs are dropped. So the torpedo planes, which get massacred in the early battles here, are taking up the attention of the dragonflies, so the bombers have a clear running lane to drop their bombs on the Shokaku and send her careening away on fire. The Americans do not escape unscathed, though, either. The Japanese find them. They launch an angle attack, Simon said, which means they're coming in from opposite angles. It shows you their professionalism, how often they've worked together. They may not have attacked carriers like this before, but they've got a lot of experience sinking ships, and they do it so that no matter which way you turn, somebody can hit you. In Yorktown and the Lexington, the aircraft carriers are enormous. The Lexington is one of the largest non-nuclear warships ever built. I remember how long it took to be 800 years long. Try legally turning that monster. That having been said, Yorktown not much shorter in which she was able to legally escape, I guess, like 8 torpedoes. The Japanese torpedoes, as I said, those are not dysfunctional anyway, they're deadly. There's a couple of them hit the Lexington. So there were a couple of bombs. The problem on all these carriers, this will never get solved in the whole war, although they'll get better as the newer carriers come online, incorporating what these early battles teach them. These are bombs and torpedo bombs and fuel. That's what they carry in planes. Lots of flammable, explosive types of things. And so when a fire starts on them, it's extremely dangerous. And that's what these bombs do. They blow holes in flight decks and they start fires. This is where another non-sexy side of war is going to come into play. When I was a kid about that, there were also always credited with a lot of sort of under the radar importance in the war effort. The combat crews and the damage control crews on U.S. ships are going to turn out to be one of their real strong points. Their ability to put out fires, prevent ships from listing, their ability to get ships that are out of commission, especially flight decks and flight operations still in the ground, would be make it or break it stuff at several important points. And not just the crews on board, the ability of the crews back in places like Pearl Harbor to get ships up and running quickly are going to be absolutely crucial to the war effort in a way that you could never if you were back in Japan 15 years before the war going, you really have to invest in medicines for people to quickly turn around ships if they're injured in wartime, because the Shokaku's going to go back to Japan and it's going to take some time to get back in action. And the other ship, the Rikaku, is also going to go back to Japan because they've lost so many pilots in this encounter, which is going to turn out to be another one of those problems. So both of those things are going to be out of commission for a while. The Lexington couldn't be out of commission forever because these damage control crews do heroic efforts to basically get the fires under control, get the list under control. The Lexington almost makes it out of there. And then internal explosions start. And the ships do. And they actually were able to, like they told her the stories that they were able to say that the crew was, they had so much time to go down and get whole helmets full of ice cream, from the restaurant at the ship as they take it down, as they're getting off the ship, they took their shoes off, and they were getting off of the green vessel. It's something that the destroyers have been torpedoed with torpedoes. At least some of which obviously were functional and sent it to the bottom. Both sides kind of contemplated striking again. The Japanese actually thinking about looking for a nice battle, but the end result was both sides sort of pulled away. You never want to trade up this carrier like the Lexington or a light carrier like the Showa. So it's often been portraying this battle of the Coral Sea as a tactical victory of the Japanese. And by the way, all sides claimed victory, exaggerated the enemy's losses and all that kind of stuff in the media and the propaganda. But from a strategic standpoint, the Japanese, at least for now, called off their invasion of Port Moresby the first time in this whole supernova era that the Japanese have been thwarted in one of their designs. And it's also to say that firewall on the south, that line in that direction that the Japanese must not be allowed to cross. But in a month, they would test another one of the firewalls. This one, the American firewall in the Central Pacific. The dead center of the Pacific continent, about halfway between North America and Asia. And that's why it's called Midway. In my mind, and that's one of the reasons I disagree with that admiral who says Coral Sea is maybe the most complicated battle ever, because Midway is just as complicated, if not more complicated. It's very hard to follow. And I feel like it actually makes more sense if you simplify it to Midway, this famous legendary battle in the Second World War. One of the really great naval battles, the suffering and violence and death and everything bullshit conflict. To me, it looks like round two of the same fight. The Coral Sea is round one, and then Midway's round two. They're only a month apart from each other, and the time spent apart reminds me of what a boxer does when they go back to the corner and sponged down and stitched up, and you go and break down what they're connected to it together, and then they clash again. This is non-sexy stuff, but the York cow, which is going into the coral sea, is supposed to be out for months. It goes back to Pearl Harbor. They did the equivalent of calling on Scotty for all power we needed, and they send the Yorktown within 48 hours with welders still working on it to war to meet up with the force that's going to ambush the sea. There's interesting lines to this, which I read today. It's intriguing that the Japanese high command never really wondered, and I've got to do this, what the American carriers would do at just the right place in Coral Sea. Because the Americans are doing the same thing anyway. They're going to have the same people, they're the same crypto analysts, like Rothschild is going to be one of these guys again. He tells them, he does a roost to try to make sure he knows what they're talking about. He tells the high command they're going to attack Midway Island, which if you actually look at it on a satellite map, calling it an island is a gross exaggeration. It is too small a base. These are islands that are recorded because of where they are. In fact, if it's picking up a foot or picking up a bill on the Japanese are going to take it. What does it do? Well, a bunch of things. And the Japanese are sort of divided into what they want here. Once again, the book doesn't seem to stop anywhere. And strategy is often decided at these liaison conferences, where the army leaders, the navy leaders, the emperor, they're haggling in a strange way. They cobble together something here. This has been apparently the largest Japanese naval effort up until this time ever, in multiple columns, including an attack on Aleutian Islands, Baku and Sister, I think it is, and that may be a concession to the army, one of the defense corridors around here. So attacking out in the way in order to extend some of these people Japan between us and the Americans, more room to detect their attacks, more space to launch countermeasures, right? Because you have to do all these expanding the defense in that direction. So we can extend our lines of communication farther. It looks like Admiral Yamamoto, the mastermind at Pearl Harbor, is always known, because he may have had another idea here. And he may have had to work out deals in the haggling with the liaison conference and the army and all this other stuff, and even with giving his own service to get his way, maybe even a little prima donna activity there. But like a lot of aggressive admirals out there, especially guys who happen to favor the decisive battle, schooling naval, many ways against countries around the world. The idea of just sitting back and creating a defensive corridor to protect yourself from things like American aircraft carrier attacks seems like the wrong way to go about it. Why don't you just go get those American carriers and solve the problem right there? You already knocked out the battleship fleet at Pearl Harbor. Why not just sit those aircraft carriers somewhere where the water is nice and deep and you can cover them the way the U.S. is trying to raise some of those battleships at Pearl Harbor? The histories, and Yamamoto is a guy who sees Midway, just like we explained, a firewall, something the Americans would think was a line in the sand, and that if you threatened or took it, they would come out and fight for it. And if you could sink those carriers in deep water, you've got a mathematical equation going on in your head. We understand, Yamamoto, a lot of the Navy guys really understand the American industrial capability. We know the Japanese are currently building one new aircraft carrier. And remember, they take a couple of years. The Japanese take longer than the Americans to build these things. So they have one in the pipeline. They won't have to get a new purpose-built aircraft carrier instead of a conversion until 1944. The Americans, by the way, in 1942 are working on like 5 of them at the same time. So if you're Yamamoto, you have a superiority in aircraft carrier numbers right now. You want to mow the lawn or cut the grass. You want to whittle American strength down now while your superiors, like you got their carrier force here by 3/4 or roughly all of them, and just continue to sink the American carriers in battles as they come off the assembly line. You know, where they maintain your superiority. You could just mow the lawn once, in this case, you buy the Japanese unbelievably important time. time to consolidate this defense perimeter, at your bases. Stop with fire. We would just wanted to get the resource chain going. We just conquered. The Japanese have been planning this since before the Korea Sea battle that had taken place in May, and to move the services of your two newest and most modern fleet warriors, the ones that were damaged or who lost planes, the Kaku and the Shokaku, to lose their participation in what's about to come is going to turn out to be one of those things that look back and I go, wow, that might have been different. But the basically plays behind all of the other things that might have been different. This battle is going to be uncharacteristically sloppy on both Yamamoto and the Japanese side. Unexpected. If you look at how they conducted themselves in the first phase of this whole supernova in the East, the initial expansion and everything, the Pearl Harbor attacks, those are intricately planned, wonderful, clever, elegant military things, like the training and everything. It's just going to be much more haphazard, and lots of really detail in this book from the 1950s, the end of the Imperial Japanese Navy, the American title, had said that every estimate was bad, every guess wrong. I think that's his way of saying what's about to happen is going to be a perfect example. One good military example of what there's a trillion of Murphy's Law, right? Whatever can go wrong will go wrong. It helps if you don't plan for certain things and you're not flexible. This Japanese assault, and assault it is, it's going to be an invasion of Midway Island, right, with small little accents. It's going to involve a fleet that is huge, 4 aircraft carriers, 4 main fleet aircraft carriers, and battleships, and another one. They're going to be dividing it into columns, so they're separated. So think about different fleets. There's maybe 5 or 6 of them. And they're going to be stretched out over a huge length. The ones in the far north are going to be landing on Alaskan islands, actually just things like that. That's the weird part of this whole thing too. When I was growing up, we were talking about diversion. Nowadays, it's thought that this is maybe a concession to the army, or this is going to be the northern wing of the defense perimeter. Whatever it is, it's been criticized by military historians ever since as a needless diversion force. And again, weirdly enough, the Japanese columns here, these different fleets, are too far away from one another to be of much help. The basics of the plan are that there's going to be an invasion of these assholes, the Midway Island assholes, by land troops. There are going to be American defenders on the island. There's an air fleet, so you've got to take those things out. So the aircraft carriers, the 4 aircraft carriers that are part of the main strike force, the fleet carriers, are going to go in there and bomb the head. The orders are to prepare the way for the land invasion so that can succeed. But they have another order, and that is to sink in the American carriers that they find. Which order takes precedence? Well, they're still debating this while they're approaching this destination. This is how strange the whole thing seems. There's going to be a lot of problems with the Japanese plan. They're over-complexifying, if you pardon the misuse of the language, over-complexifying the whole thing, which is a problem they have. Their plans, when they work out, look like pocket watches in terms of the precision and, watching mechanisms all coming in place at the same time. And that's how the first phase of the supernova part of the war went. Their problem is an inflexibility when something doesn't go according to plan. And a bunch of times in this operation, something's going to be, for example, late. And when it's late, if it turns out to be a very important part of the operation, this will jeopardize the operation unless the operation accounts for this. They're going to change the plan a little bit. The submarine is not at the rendezvous point to use reconnaissance efforts, make sure the American fleet's not coming. If you don't change your plans, things get a little ragged. If several of these things happen and you don't change your plans, things can get very ragged. The worst part, of course, from the Japanese standpoint is you're walking into another trap, the second one in like a month. We mentioned earlier that the Yorktown, the aircraft carrier, damaged at Coral Sea by a Herculean effort with welders still on board. To the rendezvous point is a place where in the war games, the Japanese war gamer who was put into fighting the Americans, he put the fleet there in the war game, and the judge who worked for Admiral Yamamoto apparently said, sorry, you can't put the fleet there, that's unrealistic. One of those things where you go, what in the war games? If you want to get granular on this, people have debated every little moment of this encounter ad nauseum, but it's just kind of something good. It's fascinating. It's a million time moment kind of conflict that's about to happen here because it's the, we mentioned how naval warfare nowadays is so quick and so deadly. Welcome to modern naval war. While there's a lot of error in keeping attributed to the Japanese, let's not know this. This is a pretty good plan here from a military standpoint. Intelligence puts U.S. in a position where they can hide 3 fleet carriers sort of behind and above, if you're looking at it on a map, the island of Midway. Use the Midway reconnaissance to find the Japanese carriers and sort of keep their carriers out of range of the Japanese scout planes. That's kind of neat. Eventually, you're going to have to wow, you're more invisible to them than they are to you. And as we had said earlier, the whole carrier thing at this point is confirmed by the Cold War battle a month before CUD. Find them before they find you. Find them before they can launch their own strike force, right? That's a decent part of the plan, as is being able to use Midway as another aircraft carrier. You get 3 fleet carriers for this battle, which the Americans do, and the Japanese have 4 fleet carriers, so you can use Midway to make up the difference. So the odds are then even. It's not movable like a carrier, but it can't be some good. I think it's amazing those ones even now. But what the Americans are doing is using intelligence to better trap and rely on the wait for the Japanese who think, once again, that they're the ones ambushing someone. On June 4th, the Nemo launches an airstrike. First thing in the morning at Midway Island. The airstrike's job is to take out, as you said, the ability for the island to launch planes, take out defensive stuff, so that the amphibious assault force can land. He's got about half his planes, though, in reserve. He doesn't say that. Beyond them, there's torpedoes, which are specifically ship-killing armors. Whereas the planes going after the island anyways are mostly armed with high explosive bombs, right? With the ordnance, which is the target. And then the Gumo Strike Force carrier aircraft, a huge wave of aircraft gets to Midway. Instead of finding the Americans with their planes parked on the runway, unprepared, they find the American air assets in the air waiting for them. John Helena, right, his son was talking about secret was amongst Americans that the intelligence had perhaps been compromised and that this was a trap and that they were part of setting it. He talks about the scuttlebutt on the U.S. aircraft carriers amongst the sailors were saying that. And he quotes Admiral Screw as saying he thought that the next day, this day, June 4th, would be the most important in the U.S. naval history. The Japanese strike force does have a significant amount of damage to Midway. It doesn't seem to have indicated the aircraft capabilities, among other things, and Nagumo gets the message from his aircraft strike leader that he recommends another strike on the island. It puts Midway low on the horns of the dilemma from which he will not escape. Because his job is twofold, right? To knock out this island and to sink any American carriers. He's got half his aircraft sitting around doing nothing with torpedoes just in case he runs into some American carriers, but maybe found it. Yeah, so what do you do here? That's the ultimate thing on this point. This is when you realize that the speed of the battle between naval warfare has always been kind of quick and deadly. They thought of that way because they never thought it was slow and easy. But we were 55 years old. When this stuff starts cascading on him quickly, I love the way he shouted swords at them, saying, look at all of them, like I said, it's a dragon armies. But they point out that the bridge on the ship that he commands, they get the dimensions, the size dimensions. Right? They talk about how many people would have been in the movie with it. In other words, the whole point of the movie is this guy's got no physical space in which to think. So not only does he not have time, he's got no sense where he can just let me think for a minute. Everything's going to happen so amazingly quickly. I just think about how disorienting it would have been. This problem starts, though, with arming the planes. And not about Midway. This is a big deal, right? What are the planes armed with, and what do we change to? because that's all predicated on, well, there's no American food system, so what's the problem? When they find the American food. Another wonderful little just a bit moment in the Battle of Midway. The American food was spotted by a reconnaissance plane from the Japanese cruiser TRUMAN. This plane took off 30 minutes later. Now, if you think of that, no big deal. Something else because it was a plane that sighted the American carriers on a search route. They want to be out. Well, it was. It sighted the American carriers. Sighted them about 30 minutes later than it otherwise would have. That's kind of a big deal. Before, instead of the pilot radioing back, we saw the American carriers quick launch of these things, and he found a bunch of American ships. To which the Zumo then had to go, ship, what kind of ship? You know what we were talking about here, so ask him what kind of ship, ask him what kind of ship, and then he comes back and he finds out that it's more aircraft. We're going to join trade planes to get this thing from there, and with a bombshell that was just being quoted. That changed everything. And the Zumo now had to decide what to do with this startling information. He could order the anti-ship ordnance put back on the planes and prepare an immediate attack on this American carrier. That, after all, was his primary mission. The problem was that by now, Tomononga's planes, that's the man who just struck Midway with the strike with, Tomononga's planes were returning from the strike on Midway, and they needed to land. So too did the Zeros that had been flying combat air patrol all morning and were running low on fuel. Nagumo could not recover and launch planes at the same time. He had to choose. Because he did not like doing things by halves, he decided to recover Tomononga's planes, as well as the circling Zeros, then refuel and rearm all of them for a coordinated strike on the American carriers, or perhaps carriers. All that would take time, of course, but Nagumo believed he had time enough. He did. When I grew up, there was a blockbuster Hollywood film about Midway with big stars, and it's another one since it was the Japanese have a film on it. It's one of these sorts of events that, as a kid growing up, you get a sort of a sense of a vision for. And looking on it now with the good history book and the written sense and whatnot, I had a different feeling for it. It doesn't feel anymore like it felt when the movies were telling the story to me. I had a sense of maybe that being something the screenwriters needed or the filmmakers needed to set pacing and to provide breaks whenever the dialogue and drama between characters. I get it. But it screwed up my sense of the timing. If you go look at the timeline of this, from, say, a Japanese sailor's perspective, and I went and looked at a bunch of them, and they can be a little different from each other, but the general tone is the same. It doesn't look like there really was a lot of break once the attacks started. Maybe a little time here and there, but when you consider the chaos any of these attacks would have created, and the adrenaline and the cleaning up of the casualties, or whatever it might be, casualties, we all know that until you survive it. I don't think it would have felt like there was much of a break. I think the prevailing attitude on the Japanese sailors' part would have been something more akin to, oh no, here they come again. Like, just you can relax and have a cigarette. Oh no, one plane's in the distance. So check out this timeline. Tell me if it doesn't feel a little like that too. The Japanese, by the way, would be found. The strike force would be found by American reconnaissance pilots who would break through the clouds, see the strike force of like 4 fleet carriers, 2 battleships, 2 heavy cruisers, 1 light cruiser, 12 destroyers, 250 combat planes, and it's just one of the many different fleets that are part of this overall Japanese offensive, stretching all the way to those Alaskan islands. And it was like the curtain rising on the biggest show on Earth. It doesn't raise the background of the Japanese fleet. Basically, within an hour and a half, or an hour and 45 minutes, the Japanese are facing the first American aircraft. So as soon as they could get up and out there, they were on them. And the Americans will, almost no time in this combat, develop a giant swarm of aircraft all at once and then launch it all at the enemy. The Japanese prefer to do it that way. The Americans might prefer to do it that way, but there are many decisions made commander-wise in this combat. Admiral Furlong's going to make a couple of them. One will be launching from too far away and just taking his chances, right? Not waiting for an optimal time, trying to get a jump time-wise on the enemy. The other You can send your planes in small groups as they get going. Right? Don't wait around to concentrate. The Americans took a lot longer to launch than the very efficient and experienced Japanese carriers do. But don't wait 45 minutes till we're all up in the air in one swarm. As you launch, you should concentrate in a small group and go. And they did. It means that the Americans were arriving all morning long. And it just lost some of these planes. The problem with this story, if you want to tell it best and most accurately, this is a war between beehives, and you need to follow small groups of bees. You need to be Luke Skywalker's like Red Leader 1, Red Leader 4, because that's what's going on here. But it makes the story unbelievably complex and turns it into a bunch of vignettes when really, if you're the Japanese sailor, at 7:10 a.m., the first American planes from the outer Midway show up, and you're under almost constant attack. The rhythm I feel now is not like the movie rhythm. The rhythm I feel now is like the Americans are trying to strike a match, and the Japanese are trying to blow the match out. And strike, and eventually one. 7:10 a.m., the Japanese are struck by American aircraft from Midway. The Japanese basically take no damage from these planes, but they're zeroed up there, they're fighting, they're using fuel, they're taking damage. So these attacks all count. The ships are all doing evasive maneuvers, everybody's adrenaline is up, everybody's wide-eyed and aware. So 7:10 is your first attack. 7:55, 45 minutes later, another one from the island of Midway. These are all 15, 16, 12 numbers of planes. A lot of them are high-level bombers too, all different kinds. So 7:10 your first, 7:55 your second, 8 to 10, 15 minutes later, another one. 8:20, 10 minutes after that, another one. 9:25, so an hour, a little break, a chance to have a cigarette. Talk about what just happened. An hour and 5 minutes later, boom, first carrier plane show up. Torpedo bombers, right? The ones that are real ship killers. Now, neither the Americans nor the Japanese realize that the torpedo bombers are really not going to do anything. You can't play it that way. You might be able to argue that the reason the American torpedo planes is because of all the Japanese countermeasures, right? But the first torpedo plane show up at 9:25 a.m. 5 minutes later, torpedo planes from another American carrier show up. 10 o'clock, half hour after that, more torpedo planes from another American carrier show up. 10:25, 25 minutes after that, the dive bombers show up almost serendipitously at the same time from multiple directions, and the war changes. The moments before the U.S. dive bombers, which were unquestionably the best American carrier planes that they had built this time, better than the fighters, much better than the torpedo planes. Before the American dive bombers showed up, it was looking a bit like a Japanese torpedo. I have difficulty finding, consequential 15-minute, record history anywhere from 10:25 a.m. to the next 5, 10, 15 minutes time. It's doing crazy things, talks about the Japanese before the dive bombers show up and how they've been ripping apart all the American aircraft and the torpedo planes not long, quote. Only minutes later, the torpedo bombers from Enterprise in Yorktown arrived, and they too were overwhelmed by the Zeros. Of 41 torpedo bombers launched by the American carriers that morning, only 4 made it back to their ships. And despite that horrific sacrifice, none of them managed to hit any ship with a torpedo. Counting the bombers from Midway, the Americans had now sent 94 airplanes to attack the Japanese. All but a handful had been shot down, and none of them managed to land either a bomb or a torpedo on any Japanese ship. At 10:02, Nagumo had reason to believe he was winning the battle. To complete the victory, he needed to finish the transfer of ordnance down on the hangar deck, bring his planes up to the flight deck, and send them off to destroy the American carriers. None of Nagumo's vessels had radar, he writes, so it was one of the many lookouts on board the flagship Akagi who pointed skyward at 10:22 a.m. and screamed out, I believe it was Fukuoka, which means dive bombers. But love that line. That moment when the dive bombers are spotted is famous. There were eyewitnesses who survived the war and wrote about it. One of the things that some of the modern history prove is once again you can't always trust an eyewitness just because they were there. They misremember things, they romanticize things. It happens. There's nothing new about any of this, right? This is what historians spend a lot of time doing, isn't it? Taking the most precious things they have to work with, primary sources, and if you're super lucky, eyewitness accounts, and then trying to figure out how much of it you can trust and how much is real, how do you filter out the biases, how many biases might teach you something. But you gotta have something to plug in for X to get the whole calculation going. You gotta love the primary sources. A bunch of interesting survivors from this event. The Japanese war this time, the flight leader, one of these carriers, when the strike happens, these United Eyewitness accounts, it becomes something that was originally transmitted as accurate to 100% of it. Eyewitness saw everything that happened. Now it's been torn apart and re-put together and analyzed on it this Sunday. And a bunch of the specifics that he talked about are true, but it doesn't matter. If you plug your little tube into the back of his head and suck out some of those memories, it's the fire and explosions and what happens in the sense of disbelief, where that's what stays with you. And the emotions on the other side are shocking too, because we're not including what you have coming. The Japanese have been throwing all the punches that we say in this war. At Coral Sea, the Americans had given them their first loss of a ship larger than the destroyer that had faced up in the whole war, but they've still come off relatively unscathed. They've been doing great damage. There's a lot of anger in Gene's life and other war. I heard him say once there was a crying, screaming Japanese wounded soldier outside the police position. The group wanted to finish him off just so they could get some mental peace. And another person in the group said, "Forget that, let him keep screaming. He killed my brother in Pearl Harbor. I like the sound of that." Forget about that. We're about the account. We're thinking about payback. It's a look at something in the world, isn't it? These are the ships that hit Pearl Harbor. These are the pilots on these ships that did the act. To the Americans in this time period, this for them is the equivalent of what it felt like getting Osama bin Laden. Right? There's a sense of payback of all paybacks here, what's going to happen. And this narrative on the thinks of after the loss, the torpedo planes have been eliminated. I think it's about 2 to 3 minutes. The timeline is all different, like I said, between the last of the torpedo attacks that we started getting officially are done, and the beginning of the dive bomber attacks after the storm picks up. And the guy who led the first wave into Pearl Harbor watched it from an absolutely target's eye view. The two of which he remembered. Visibility was good. Clouds were gathering at about 3,000 meters, however, and though there were occasional breaks, they afforded good concealment for approaching enemy planes. At 10:24, the order to start launching came from the bridge by voice 2. He was aircraft carriers on the plane. The air officer flapped a white flag, and the first Zero fighter gathered speed and whizzed off the deck. At that instant, the lookout screamed, "Hell divers!" I looked up to see 3 black enemy planes plummeting towards our ship. Some of our machine guns managed to fire a few frantic bursts at them, but it was too late. The plump silhouettes of the American Gauntlet dive bombers quickly grew larger, and then a number of black objects suddenly floated eerily from their wings. Bombs! Down they straight towards me. I fell instinctively to the deck and crawled behind a command post maintenance. The terrifying scream of the dive bombers reached me first, followed by the cracking explosion of a direct hit. There was a blinding flash and then a second explosion, much louder than the first. I was shaken by a weird blast of warm air. There was still another shot, but less severe, apparently a near miss. Then followed a startling quiet, as the barking of the gun suddenly ceased. I got up and looked at the sky. The enemy planes were already out of sight. And quickly, that just happened. continues, by the way, to give you a sense of the situation on board, and this has been roundly broken down by experts, right? How much of these things happen the way that the eyewitnesses said they did? But let's understand what's going to happen on all these ships. It's going to all seem a little bit like this. I was horrified at the destruction that had been wrought in a matter of seconds. There was a huge hole in the flight deck just behind the midship elevator. The elevator itself, twisted like molten glass, was drooping into the hangar. Deck plates reeled upward in grotesque configurations. Planes stood tail up, belching livid flame and jet black smoke. Reluctant tears streamed down my cheeks as I watched the fire spread, and I was terrified at the prospect of induced explosions, which would surely doom the ship. Stay cool. Again, to the Americans, this would have been an exultant moment, and John Toland in The Rising Sun described the feelings of one of these dive bombers who went in there and delivered this damage. This one is the remembrance of Lieutenant William Earl Gallagher, as recounted in Toland's The Rising Sun, and Gallagher is one of the first guys who comes in there, sea carrier, goes for it from almost a straight down dive, according to eyewitnesses. Perfect pro maneuver type dive bomb. It just didn't look like the Coral Sea were things. These were professional, still people on board the Japanese ship thought, and totally right to quote. Gallagher aimed at a huge rising sun, about 50 feet across, painted in blood red on the flight deck. Ever since the day he saw Arizona lie slashed and smoldering in Pearl Harbor, he had vowed to go after an enemy carrier. At about 1,800 feet, he released his bomb, then pulled up into a steep climb and kicked the gauntlets around. He kept watching his bomb, something he had warned his pilots never to do, tumble closer and closer to the target. It exploded on the after part of the flight deck, and he thought exultantly, Arizona, I remember you. As I said, to the Americans this time period, it didn't seem like this was the most. I was attacked us. He did all these nasty things in the Far East. He had it your way the whole time. This is our wrestler analogy, our professional wrestler analogy, where the little guy at Pearl Harbor went after the big guy, the popular hero, with his back was turned before the bell was rung, and there's always the turning point in that storyline, as you probably know. When all of a sudden the big guy shakes the cobwebs out, turns around, and issues a big match-turning blow or two on the little guy, and now everything's going to be different. The American dive bombers come in within a few minutes. I'll have 20 of these Japanese carriers on fire and burning, two of them out of control inferno. It is stunning. I just compared it to Osama bin Laden 9/11 moment. If you lived through that, you can remember the extent of disbelievable. Something happening this quickly that was this substantial. You were able to get your mind around it. And of these four Japanese aircraft carriers, the one that avoided in Shattered Stories, there were remembrances of that captain are recounted at this length where he just couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. You have to imagine that these carriers were a couple miles apart from each other, but you can see them like torches on the naval horizon. I like the way it's a great book, but you really have to want to know a lot about Midway called Shattered Swords, the reference to early recipes, Jonathan Parshall and Anthony Kelly. He'll break the whole thing down like the Kennedy assassination investigation. From Shattered Sword, quote, to the north, on Hiryu Bridge, there were collective moans as Kaga burst into flames and began smoking heavily. Hiryu had tried to warn her, but it had all been for nothing. Her navigator, Commander Cho, later remarked, quote, now quoted Commander Cho, it was like a horrible dream in slow motion. To see such a great carrier done this easily, end quote, Jonathan Parshall and Anthony Kelly continued. Almost immediately, though, the lookout started screaming in a loud voice that Soryu and Akagi were under attack as well. Afraid that the man's near hysterical demeanor would be bad for morale, down and use a lower voice. You could see, though, that the man was right. Joe tried to stay focused on driving Hiryu out of danger, as the torpedo plane attack was still coming in, but it was useless. Everyone on the bridge was stunned into insensibility by the magnitude of the attack. One of the things I like about the granular approach, like Shattered Sword, earlier they described the size of the thinking space that the Japanese admiral would have in the situation. A 55-year-old guy was watching all this unfold this quickly. Then they talk about things like how flammable these ships are. The quote that stood out was, they said, World War II era warships were marvelously flammable. And then went down the list of why. And they were talking about all warships in general initially, and then they specifically started talking about aircraft carriers in the Pacific. The British have armor plate, but the Americans and the Japanese have the Ward One, these beautiful wood decks that burn wonderfully. They also have, of course, lots of aircraft people. They have bombs, they have torpedoes. These Japanese warships are carrying, on average, about 80,000 pounds of torpedoes, bombs, and stuff like that. So being fired on any of these ships is a huge, huge issue. It sounds like a situation on two of the Japanese carriers was bad instantly, and Kaga had its side blown because of the everything just exploding. There's talk of cascading, like rivers of burning aircraft fuel tumbling off one level of the ship down into a hole. These are incredible tragedies. The number of people that are dying on these warships and burning is a disaster. And as we said with this Commander Cho on the VP, there's a sense of shock. How do you respond to this? The speed at which this occurred will change. I mean, this is what you're watching here is one of the great revolutions in military affairs demonstrated in real time in front of everyone. Everyone started having inkling. We mentioned earlier when the first two battleships were sunk, the repulse and the Prince of Wales by Japanese aircraft in December. And then you get Coral Sea, and then you get this. This is the exclamation point that says nobody needs to build battleships again. Nobody needs to worry about bigger guns and the ships maybe ever do. That's not how wars are ever be fought again. This is a huge guns. Our wars are going to be a huge disadvantage. Making sure that atomic weapons used in a war that was undecided, where things could be so radically altered in such a short period of time. People argue the mission to be within 5 minutes. The whole thing, the whole war was changed. And this is in large part because of what eyewitnesses said. Again, the eyewitnesses were broken certain things down and figured out that certain myths existed. And what kills poor Nagumo here, we talked about it earlier, is he gets caught with his planes in transition. Instead of having half planes up and ready to go get these carriers, we talked about it. He's divided trains to go back to the island because we are the torpedoes and armor fishing possibility. Look at how do you get these things. Now, in the old days, it was assumed that it was just like a lucky 5-minute window there where it was vulnerable, and that's when the Americans showed us. In more modern things, they say that the window was probably more like 45 minutes, and that explains why the American admiral, Truman, who was pushing this whole thing, decided to launch when he did. He was hoping to catch the Japanese sort of in mid-transition, right? Landing some, refueling, rearming, but not up there waiting for it. That's exactly what happened. And instead of being able to mow the lawn so that the Japanese could maintain a naval superiority over a quickly building the United States Navy, they ended up being the ones who were at the time. Because the first 5 or 10 minutes of this battle of Midway Strike that we just recounted is so famous and so consequential. People have been talking about it forever. They have said, but let's repeat it now just in case, because it's Kennedy assassination last level of detail of the TRILLIONAIRE and the main points and continuing controversies over this whole thing, and I'm not qualified to weigh in on it. Was there a magic 5 minutes? Or was it more like 45 minutes? I really thought it would make a whole lot of sense for Admiral Struan to take any of the chances and launch a strike early in the hopes of catching the Japanese in transition. Because that transition window was so dang narrow, I think like 3/4 of an hour didn't have a chance, I would think. But I guess I'm kind of wrong on that also. Then there's the question of where the Japanese planes, this is what I think would be fun, right? With the Japanese planes on all these flight decks crowding in every little bit of space, about ready to take off the American carriers, fully armed with weapons to take them down, but just to make it better, which can then afford the typical kind of doors because you're not carrying lots of gasoline hoses everywhere, no gasoline, so basically, air bombs when they go off. And it just good luck with trying to do this. The American dive bombers appear in such a thing on fire. It seems a little too big and too Hollywood to be true, but there are eyewitness accounts that say it is. So I'm not going to complain on that, except to say the county is a believer that World War II era warships are marvelously flammable, and aircraft carriers triply so. They always are a bit like torches ready to be lit, and so when these dive bombers show up, whenever these dive bombers show up, it's a big deal. And the two carriers, the Kaga and the Soryu may have had like planes ready. I mean, it's bad at the Soryu right away. The Kaga was set aside for a while, but I think that happened after a little while. But the fire just was going are unstoppable. And in the Kaga, you can just what the hell's going on. It's another thing to do with the guy who's in charge. In his little teeny cabin, too small to think crazy people, 55 years old, this unfolding. 5-10 minutes, folks, from beginning to end once the dive bombers are involved, and it never really stops from the torpedo planes to the dive bombers. So this guy's been mentally buffeted quite a bit, and all these ships are taking evasive maneuvers, so it's this crazy situation trying to scatter and avoid the air attacks, and there is no time to react, and the Nemo seems in shock. We didn't get into that, and the cabin's burning around it, so the Kazi gets on fire, and they fight the fires for hours, and they just lose. But the planes at one point are leaping around the enclosure in the bridge, and they're trying to get the Nemo off. Here's what John Owen of the Rising Sun writes about this moment, quote, Akagi was helpless. Flames lit the glass window of the bridge. Above the din, this is one of the commander's health officers, Kusaka shouted to Izumo, we must move to another ship. Izumo refused. Kusaka said the ship could no longer steer and had no communication. Izumo kept saying, we're all right, over and over again. Thousands of gallons of burning fuel cascaded into the lower decks. Torpedoes stored in the hangars began detonating. Blasts of fire shot through the sides of the ship like huge blowtorch. Izumo still refused to leave his position at the compass. There are a lot of stories about Japanese commanders on the ships and higher officers deliberately choosing to down with the ship or having to be wrestled away. One of them holding up a sword and singing the Japanese national anthem. He won't leave the bridge. Some of these guys tie themselves, to things on the bridge. They go down. There's another story that reminds you of sort of the cherry blossom sublime Japanese idea of the beauty of death, and at least in the American version, interpretation of it. One of these commanders or officers puts his arm around another one who's decided to die with him. And says something to the effect that, it's a beautiful moon out tonight, so we watch it go down together for something to prove it, where you're trying to sort of, there's just that interesting Japanese idea of death that comes forward. And it's both foreign to non-Japanese people in some respects, but touches a deeper human part of your soul. When you think about human beings in that position and how we should be living. Certainly would probably want to anything worse than the twin aircraft carriers and China or however long it was, even before. It seemed to qualify because there are 4 fleet carriers the Japanese have outside anyway. One of them is undamaged to hear you. And again, within 15 minutes to a half hour, the hear you have launched. Let's call it a revenge strike against the American carrier, wherever they may be. We said earlier that this is like a fight at the OK corral between gunfighters, and even if you shoot the other one, as they're falling into the dust, they can loose a bullet off at you and sort of avenge their brethren from almost beyond the grave. Here, the hearing is larger than a practice that I think the story that holds its way back following one of the various planes that bombed it from Yorktown. How revenge like that that, right? You're going to get the exact carrier that refers to this famous, this historically famous Japanese fleet, like the TWI, the Mobile Strike Force, the ones that did Pearl Harbor, the ones that have done all these great things so far in Japanese history. And pilots who would have been getting altitude off the flight deck of the air, would have had an amazing historical, literally bird's eye view of history, wouldn't they? Looking out and seeing 3 smoking carriers out of 4, and knowing that you know people, especially pilots on those carriers, pilots who are going to have nowhere to land, especially if something happens to the vehicle. The economy is burning. If there are hopes that it can get underway for a few minutes and get going again, right? But fire that over. These pilots who are heading towards what will turn out to be the one ship that busted its rear end after fighting in the coral sea, still damaged, working still on board, just to make it here and has the strength of the undamaged carrier that the one the Japanese find. You can walk down, and you can take out the feelings of anger on that carrier. There are, according to Francis Titan, there were heroes of war, sailors on the Yorktown who see these Japanese planes and these pilots who are attacking the Yorktown are shaking their fists at them from the cockpit. There's a, we said earlier there was this moment for the American pilot. Arizona, I remember you for this sense of wonderfully appropriate revenge, almost tears in your eyes level revenge. It's a feeling most people don't feel very often, if ever. Even though the Japanese could be doing the same thing right now. You imagine your pilots, instead of saying Arizona, I remember you, saying Kaga, I remember you, or Soryu, this is your ship, I remember you, I remember you, or some pilot that they knew personally, I remember you. When the first wave of the fear-used retaliatory strike comes upon the Yorktown, it finds that the Yorktown is waiting for it. Its onboard radar is giving it advance notice, and it's had time to get its own screen of fighters, a defensive screen in the sky, had time to get everyone manning the anti-aircraft guns, had time to batten down the hatches, so to speak, when it comes to flammable things on deck, pushing over giant barrels of fuel and everything. It's had time, non-sexy stuff here, to pump carbon dioxide gas into all its fuel lines. It's not armor, it won't stop it from getting hit, but it might stop it from turning into a critical hit in like 5 seconds. And you're all between 2 and 2:30 in the afternoon, 18 dive bombers, 6-0 fighters. The Americans are up in the sky and waiting. And here, once again, though, the Japanese pilots I've been raving about will show just why they're so good. The Zeros expertly occupy the American fighters, so the dive bombers could go get the American aircraft carrier, and they do. When they have a piece of flying, they put 3 bombs on her. The Yorktown is belching smoke, the boilers are damaged. As far as the Japanese pilots are concerned, the Yorktown looks just like 3 out of 4 of their carriers do. And that's what they tell the people on the news, an American carrier burning. It's not. One of the ironies of this whole battle, the damage control people on the York, not only good, but at the Coral Sea they've had real experience. And they've got those extra workers from Pearl Harbor still on board. They managed to patch up the damage. There's a hole in the flight deck, and they patch it. They've got air operations going again. They get their speed back up. It's crazy. But they're kind of a victim of their own success. Because after the Japanese knock out that carrier, they're not looking to find the same carrier again. They're looking for an undamaged carrier. So when the second wave arrives from the VRU, a couple hours later, they find what they think is an undamaged carrier and go after it. It's not an undamaged carrier. It's a carrier that's been so well repaired by its damage control crew that the Japanese torpedo planes can't tell it's damaged. I mean, how great it is. I mean, remember, that's a carrier that was damaged already when it showed up in this battle. It's a retwist of history. Had they not been as good at their job, and a little smoke had been pouring out of the top of the Yorktown, she might have been spared. Instead, she takes the ship so starts to list something like 26 degrees or something. And you figure that these things have a big old heavy flight deck on top, capsizing, imminent. They take everybody off, and she still doesn't sink. So I think it's the next day, June 5th. They tow her. They start taking her back to Pearl Harbor. She's like the ship that you can't kill. You have this interesting reputation. They fix her up, send her back out to sea, sell a lot of war bombs, right? Instead, the ending is anticlimactic as the Japanese submarine leads its way through the destroyer screen and puts several torpedoes into the Yorktown. And that's the end of that. The ship that couldn't kill almost seems like it was destined, one way or another, not to survive this battle, because it kept finding itself in the way of the enemy, in the thick of everything. The battle's not done, though, because at the end of the day, somewhere around like the 5 o'clock hour, when Captain Wayne transitions into the evening, the Americans find the last Japanese carrier that didn't do it. And they essentially do what had been done to all the other Japanese carriers in terms of a burning wreck. And it is somewhat interesting because these aircraft carriers proved to be a little difficult to see sometimes, but not difficult at all to light on fire. And I think that the Japanese actually are the ones ultimately responsible for sinking all 4 of these carriers and get the torpedoes eventually. The carrier at one point is just sort of like smoking and drifting. There are some post-script activities to the Great Battle of the Japanese lose a cruiser in Yamamoto who try to force a night attack. None of it matters. As far as history is concerned, the damage has been done. Once the carrier is, for all intents and purposes, taken out of the war, 4 Japanese carriers are lost in the day. There's no recovery from that. And there's so many elements that you don't think about. I had, of course, business delve into it. And there are all things that when they're pointed at you, you go, oh, yeah, sure, that would be a big deal. But they don't occur to you. Just because we're talking to you about pilot careers, and that's easy for most people to go, sure, the pilot would be a big deal. But this is the cutting edge of 20th century naval technology, and the engineers, the technicians, and all the specialists on these ships are, well, these are special people in their own right. And I think about this too. You think about an aircraft carrier as a weapon, but you forget that it's all of them working together to create a weapon system. And this POV this local strike force, the Japanese was a weapon system, and all these ships had people on board who knew the proper ways to work together. They acted as components. And once you took those people out, you just cannot. First of all, it's hard enough to replace individuals to go away, but you can't replace the institutional memory never evolved. And recreate that without years of work. 14 years to build this thing. And lost it in a day. There's no construction force. Prime Minister Winston Churchill, whose fingers are stretched all over the globe, way too thin, fighting major battles and dealing with problems in North Africa, supplying the Soviet Union. For them, trying to contend with these problems in the Far East has been a nightmare, and it's been at the very low end of the priority list, simply because things are so great in so many places, and Churchill's response, keeping the naval guy himself, by the way, to this American victory in this thing, as written in history of the Second World War. Quote, this memorable American victory was of cardinal importance, not only to the United States, but to the whole Allied cause. The moral effect was tremendous and instantaneous. At one stroke, the dominant position of Japan in the Pacific, which struck Far East for 6 months, was gone forever. From this moment, all our thoughts turned with sober confidence to the offensive. No longer did we think it could back strike at him to rush. The road would be long and hard, and massive preparations were still needed to win victory in the East. But the issue was not in doubt, nor need the demands from the Pacific bear too heavily on the great effort the United States was preparing to exert in Europe. From a war perspective, an overall war perspective, we need to compare about the changes what the Japanese can do. The Second World War has a different feel. But many times the First World War, different rhythm. Both of them involve grinding and grinding each other down. But in the First World War, either side could have taken out the other till a very late time. So it was an undecided fight. The Second World War was much more one side had its way, and then there's a huge shift in momentum, and the other side had its way. And it's not so much things like the axis, economies, and resource base, and population side, and industrial capabilities. That's when they're just exposed. That's what they don't have, the strong foundation. They've got a wonderful cutting edge. So once you get all that edge, and it becomes something where it is how much industrial power you have and all that stuff, then it becomes a rear guard action and a question of how long the axis side hold out. But holding out is not the same as victory. It depends on what your victory conditions are, doesn't it? It has always been part of the Japanese plan. We're going to conquer these resources that we needed, then a bunch of territories to surround them as a defense perimeter, fortify it, make it an aircraft, and hold out. So we can have it around like counterattack, right? Then there's a combination of things like Imperial armies of supply, the wicked terrain, the Japanese Yamato spirit in the decade weakness of the American Westerners would create a situation where they were paying such large numbers of lives that people back home in the United States who would neither pronounce these places' names or find them on a map would eventually go, why am I fighting these places? Negotiated settlement, which, after all, is the way everyone at Japan's conflict since she so-called opened up in the middle 19th century has gone. They literally believe that's how this will end, after all. So the idea of unconditional surrender, which won't be announced until January 1943, by the way, that was not the normal way countries do things. So they never usually expected some way or another to an annual agreement. And here's the thing, even if you start losing, if you're in a strong position, you have a lot of bargaining to look at the way it is in Europe. And you're obviously fighting the war of annihilation with the Soviet Union's giant racial thing. Hitler does not have a negotiated settlement in his Plan B file, but Hitler doesn't necessarily have to be around. There's a lot of people who see Hitler on the gas. They plots are ongoing all the time. So, if all of a sudden the German leadership will replace, in 1942, something like that, 1943, they have so much territory conquered of continental Europe, basically. This is 100 years previously. We're not in total war. That's a hell of a negotiating hand right there. I think with some agents who negotiate for basketball players and NFL football players and big entertainers, that kind of leverage. Can you imagine? And I think this really is a twisted plan for some reason that keeps playing. Feeling like a bad Saturday Night Live maniac in my head where I can't stop thinking about it. Representative of Germany after Hitler is being toppled, sliding into the Oval Office with the initial switch to President Roosevelt. And it's both true that they instructed that he measures of walking around, Mr. President, from the German. And all I have to say is, wow, where have those guys been all my life? I mean, they are big fans of yours, by the way, Frank, and they want you to know that they wouldn't have done this whole coup thing with senior advisors. It's a difficult job to pull off, though. It's not a free country, as you well know, Frank, but it could be a lot more free soon. These new leaders recognize things have gone way too far. They want to dial it all back about the whole thing. They know they're going to have to take a man, and they are prepared to deal. I have here, Frank, a deal to end all these. This would make you the greatest peacemaker in the history of the planet, and all you have to do is sign it. We're talking about something where they are promising in this, now hold on to your hats, promising to give up half of everything they've taken over the last several years. This is going to save you a minimum, Frank, 5 years and 15 million lives. Think about the suffering that doesn't have to happen if you get signed this. This is victory, and you can walk away clean from this whole thing. I just want to warn you, as a patriotic American, they took me back to one of their secret factories, showed me some of these wonder weapons they have, and while I'm under a non-disclosure agreement, I just want to say, this thing's not the bag. I signed this now. Walk away with it, right? ladies and gentlemen, can you imagine if the President of the United States or the Queen of Great Britain were offered a deal out of the war that would save them years of fighting and tens of millions of lives? No matter what you think about unconditional surrender and the nastiness of the enemy of the state of things, it might be tough to sleep at night, don't you think, to turn a deal down like that? And if the worst happens years later, and you somehow lost the war or was a nightmarish, you might feel like that would have been something, the less two evils, I don't know. I mean, you never want to be in the position of one of these things. The world is just it. These are some tough choices to make. Of course, part of what makes it seem so hard to imagine is it sort of runs against the grain of what you might expect of human behavior, especially collective behavior. I mean, if you're winning the war, if you're kicking butt, I mean, the tendency is to let it roll. There's nothing to do. All right, cash in my chip and walking away. This is enough for me. You might decide that that's the plan before the war. Once it's going so well, I would think that there'd be an inertia that might be hard to struggle again. But if you suck the job and things start looking bad, it's hard to slow the train down when the conquests are ongoing. I have a book called Japanese Destroyers Captain, the Remembering Sailors Captain, Shinichi Hama. And he talked about but that wasn't the attitude at the time. I think you tend to think about that after the war, but people weren't thinking like that when the victories were rolling in. And he writes, quote, after the war, many of my countrymen said that Japan should have concluded a peace in the spring of 1942, instead of waiting to swallow Allied peace terms after Japan had been bled white. But in the early months of 1942, he writes, there were no thoughts of suing for peace. Indeed, many politicians and military leaders firmly believed that the occupation of Southeast Asia was assured as permanent, and that Japan, with the immense resources of this great region, would be invincible. End quote. Can you pull out a map from mid-1942 that shows the extent of the Japanese conquest in the Asia-Pacific theater? You are looking at the maximum extent of the blast zone from the Japanese. That's as big as it gets. If you get your room and you realize how many miles that is, it looks darn big enough, to be honest. This is where the Navy said it's confusing between the defense perimeters always wanted. Now, the Allies do not have the luxury of assuming that this is all they want. The Japanese kings and codes got their midway, so for a while the Allies are in a little bit more darkness than they're used to, and surprise again becomes something that's a real possibility. But the Allies go from underestimating the Japanese capabilities before Pearl Harbor and the fall of Singapore and all that stuff to almost a pendulum swinging the other way, where even things that are really, really improbable have to be taken as potential possibilities. Because, who knows what they might do? The Allies are worried about the invasion of Australia as a significant, maybe not short term, but not too far in the distant term, Japanese intention. And the Navy thought about it, by the way. They hadn't asked the Army for permission, obviously, and the Army all but laughed at them. They used a little bit of scorn. After all, they've been trying to keep the elephant in China since like 1931. They keep a giant force available in northern Manchuria just in case the Soviet Union attacks them. Since December 2nd, 7 months ago, they've been fighting all the Allies, places like Burma and the Philippines. Go back to the Northeast and 10, 11, 12 divisions across thousands of miles of ocean to a brand new continent that opened up a giant new front. Now, here's the thing now. The Allies do not have the luxury of a significant or significant worries about an Australian invasion. They have to plan for it. The truth is, if you look at the Japanese perimeter at this point, they're still going to launch some offensives. The days of the offensives are not over, but their offensives are more like what the defensive side in the World War I battles would sometimes have to do. You might be on the defensive, but you might have to go on a limited offensive here or there to straighten out the lines in this one part of the front, or maybe capture this strong point to anchor another part of the front. And this place the Japanese are going to take, and a giant strong point in your defense perimeter is a place they've already tried to take, and they'll take multiple shots at trying to take during the war. Fort Mosby in New Guinea. What's more, the Solomon Islands, if you look at the map, are so close to New Guinea, one little feeders there that came off each other. It's important to assume that those are involved in that planning operations. Japanese because those being pregnant between the bylines of we just learned in the war so far. Unbelievable power of aircraft against ships. Now, people weren't stupid before the war. The Japanese defense plan before the conflict even started assumed that aircraft were going to play a big role in shutting down sea lanes. But everything so far shown that the power of aircraft is far more intense than has been assumed. And all of a sudden, instead of needing a squadron of frigates like in the old days, or a squadron of cruisers to shut down the trade route or supply line or sea lane, you could use an aircraft. You could put a few air bases around the perimeter of an entire island chain like the Solomons and Cherry ground shipping. So the Japanese having these places would be key towards being able to damage the Allies while having a huge strong point for yourself and protecting, the edge of your defense perimeter down in that area. The Allies, this area is going to be like the black hole of the Pacific design. On the American Allied side, this is going to be a fascinating time to look at all of the things that influence the way the Allies counterattacking, which is what this is going to be, the first great Allied counterattack in the Pacific. But it also involves the long-term strategy for how to move the war. This is where you begin to see the human element come into play again in a way that's fascinating. If this were a war between Vulcans and all they cared about was efficiency and logic and all that kind of stuff, it would be fought very differently than the way that is fought. Because in this war, we have the opposite of logical Vulcans. We have some divas with ego. And it is worth pointing something out that a lot of people already understand. If you've watched anything like if you're old enough to remember the Gulf War, for example, you get a chance to see how generals and people like that, military leaders, turn into like movie stars. So that they attain a visibility and cash. I mean, if you want to think personally, once in a while, and below the God's order are these demigods, these people who, especially in their own theater and area of operations, are often almost gods themselves. I mean, I think of the Douglas MacArthur as a guy who's on the borderline between demigod and God, and you can see some of those gods of war, like Roosevelt, actively thinking, what do I do if Douglas MacArthur comes up here, runs against me in the next election? That's something that they call for. Why they do the most dangerous man in America, right? But it's not just MacArthur. You have, look at all the military stars you have that are involved in the war on both sides. You had your Rommel, you had your Patton. I mean, all these people. MacArthur, as I said, probably very small, right? And we should recall that he was in the Philippines, and the Philippines were going to fall, and MacArthur said he was prepared to die there, so his wife and his little boy were both prepared to die there, and the president and the American military ordered him out. You know why? I was the other day that said something I've never thought about, and it was that they had this great fear that the Japanese would take MacArthur up on his offer, kill him, and then he took the photos of the mangled body of the almost godlike general and his wife and his little boy to the global media. That's going to be good. So in order now to go to Australia, and of course people don't call it comeback, vows to return. In Australia, he has to try to figure out how you do that. Right? What does return mean? How do you fight this war? You do a scenario list to a bunch of generals and admirals about a war, and then ask them how they would go about fighting it. I bet you're going to get a lot of different answers. Because there are a lot of different ways to fight a war, and it doesn't necessarily mean there's one right answer, right? A bunch of these people could be right. But if you have a bunch of your top military demigods telling you how to fight a war, and you're somebody like Franklin Roosevelt, what do you do if they differ? What are the different ideas? We've made a lot of headway, haven't we, in this conversation so far about the Japanese governmental design and how their army and navy are so weird to like each other. They sort of have to have these horse trading liaison sessions where they have to bargain to get anything done. Ha ha ha. But we also said earlier, co-opting a phrase that I've used for many different great people, but the Japanese are like everyone else, only more so. And you see the same dynamic in the United States military, just with running in the United States, maybe by this time. It's funny because if you wanted to have a well-oiled command structure and whatever, Franklin Roosevelt had the balance. If anybody in here who wants to say, you're not a team player, you're gone, right? If you're going to put MacArthur in control of this whole theater, you can have people that can work with MacArthur. They just have to say yes or no to her. And instead, the guy who's running the Navy is a guy who can't get along with people who are famously easy to get along with. Right? The guy's name, he's famous. He's maybe the most powerful U.S. admiral that has ever been. It's Admiral Ernest King. A guy who, the line about him that even the president of the United States is achieving, but to try to get a smile out of the guy was shaved with a blowtorch. It was his daughter that said that he was an even-keeled guy. He didn't have his emotional highs and lows. He was even-keeled. He woke up in a rage and stayed that way. He was disliked by a lot of people. Author Robert Leckie is also challenged for the Pacific Rim about Admiral Ernest King. The Admiral was tall, hard, and humorless. His face was of flint, and his will was of adamant. In the United States Navy, which he commanded, it was sometimes said, he's so tough he shaves with a blowtorch. And quote, the officer his levity was rare in Admiral Ernest King. Self-doubt or delusions were non-existent. He was aware that he was respected rather than beloved by the Navy, and he knew that he was hated by roughly half the chiefs of the Anglo-American alliance. Mr. Stinson, the U.S. Secretary of War, hated him. So did Winston Churchill, and Field Marshal Sir Alan Brooke, and Admiral Sir Andrew Cunningham. But there's a British counterpart that he worked with. I was looking at the index, and Harrisburg was touched with fire. And as an Admiral King entry in his index, and in this, it says Admiral King, and it says, Army hated by, and then it's British hated by, and then it's okay. In his fabulous book, American Warlords, Jonathan W. Jordan writes about speaking by the way about General Marshall here, the head of the Army, and counterpart of Admiral King. Marshal staffers loathed the Admiral. In his diary, Lieutenant General Joseph Stilwell called him a, quote, high-powered rejecter who will cooperate or listen or help. End quote. He then says, Eisenhower groused in his diary, quote, one thing that might help win this war is to get someone to shoot King. He is the antithesis of cooperation. He's a deliberately rude person, which means he's a mental bully. Of course, Stark was just a nice old lady, but this fellow is going to cause a blow-up sooner or later. I'll bet cookie. End quote. Army people, foreigners, at the last word on Admiral King's personality. But when you hear him quoted himself, he sounds like a guy who just doesn't have any time for people who consider superior or considers most people inferior. George has used oil that provides lubrication for all these divas that work together. And he said that George Marshall is a very agreeable man when he wanted to be, but he didn't always want to be. And he quoted the same about George Marshall, quote, sometimes I think he's stupid, and other times very good. King later mused, quote, his biggest trouble is that like all Army officers, he knows nothing about sea power, and very little about air power, end quote. Jordan then writes, quote, King considered Marshall the second smartest man among the Joint Chiefs after himself, but that did not mean the two headstrong men would see eye to eye. Quote, we had many fights, he recalled sourly, end quote. But like the other generals even left, and the Air Corps, which was part of the Army, which carried planes to a high altitude and bombs from high altitude, was part of the Army at this point, and half Arnold was the guy that ran there. Quote, and Marshall, in King's estimation, was about the best the Army had. Arnold, the Air Corps commander, King claimed, he didn't know what he was talking about. King told his biographer that to form a sound strategy, quote, you have to use imagination and horsemen. It always seemed to me that the Navy was better equipped with strategical insight than the Army. The Air Corps didn't know a damn thing about it. Admiral King reminds me of Gardner in a way. Garbage are hard to deal with, things are hard to deal with, guys. Why are they putting up with these hard to deal with people while they're bringing something to the table? I guess they seem to be real positive that makes you not able to work with inside of these people. Something to do, something to put up with. I will tolerate it because it wasn't bring to the table. But the thing is, it's fascinating because, first of all, the way he is in his job versus the way he is outside his job. I mean, he was a drinker, a womanizer. He was the first one at the officers' club with something in his hand. I mean, he's this interesting character. Right? You didn't want to sit next to him because he was rich, under the table. He's a party dude sometimes, and then other times on his job, he's like the floor manager at the restaurant that the boss hires, that the whole staff backing off and getting over raises, and he hires just some jerk who's on you for everything. I'm paraphrasing it. He said something like, no matter how good they are, the sailors and the officers, you need to get to the gas every 6 weeks and you get lazy, right? The guy who's a jerk, floor manager, is just making your life miserable, bro. Sometimes if you actually do what they were hired to do, and everybody gets a little bit more tense and nervous and on job and alert and worried about the little things. Remember, in 1942, U.S. Navy is still learning how to be a wartime Navy, and we've only been on for about 6 or 7 months, just shaping up, and guys like Ernest King are part of the shaping up process. If you think of that, it's not going to be necessarily nice or light for doing that. He's also, you should point out, this is important to Frank to know that all the time, he's a brawler. He's aggressive. I'm not being a homer here when I say this was the U.S. Army and U.S. Navy. I can do grading on a non-curtain. They are aggressive. I'm part of the doctrine for good or ill. I've worked both ways on these sites. But, the Navy is aggressive and King is an aggressive admiral. And now he's in charge of things. And problem and the largest problems, besides their personal things, and they're going to stem also from the services and the branches of the military, which they're a part of. As we said before, the Japanese Army and Navy don't much like each other and find it difficult sometimes to work together. The same is true for the American military. These days, what's happening for inter-service rivalry is only really gets a little bit too mean after a very one-sided Army-Navy football game. But it used to be really severe. It's gone up and down like a forest fire, sometimes getting really hot, sometimes getting really low. Before the Second World War, these guys didn't like each other at all often. And it's funny because it's at every level. It's at the level where, the 20-year-old private first class guys and the sailors and the Marine recruits are at the bar drinking or whatever, and if somebody mouths off and everybody's got a few too many, they get to brawl. The kind of thing you mentioned that older guys tell stories about in the 50s and 60s, reminiscing on their wild youth. The problem is that they don't seem to outgrow that, and they feel the same way. And it's nowadays their ability to work with their counterparts in the other services. Here's the way he got control about the inter-service rivalry in the United States after saying that it colors the entire way to the entire strategy, especially early in the war. There's a dimension of inter-service rivalry and rancor in this, which is in all of it. So if it's been fought by Vulcans, you would have this, but because of Russian you and the war fought differently because of it. And the conquering tide in the like inter-service rivalry. The acrimony was found in every wreck. Vicious brawls erupted nightly between sailors, Marines, and soldiers on the streets of San Francisco and Honolulu. Sailors and soldiers taunted one another as swabbies and dog faces and settled the issue with their fists. The infantrymen begrudged sailors their hot meals and clean bunks, amenities that seemed criminally lavish when compared to the squalor and privations of war on land. And to point out that the rivalry and animosity between the U.S. Marine Corps and the U.S. Navy, the services that are really supposed to be on the book well together, dates back to the Revolutionary War. And yes, pointing out, quote, that on naval bases across the world, guard houses and gates were manned by scowling Marines whose customary hail to all sailors, "Where in the hell do you think you're going?" So the Army and the Navy don't like each other. The Navy and the Marines have their issues. And of course, just to be fair, the Army and the Marines have their issues. So quote, senior Army officers regarded the entire Marine Corps as a plot acted by the Navy to usurp their rightful function and did their best to asphyxiate it, or at least limit its deployment to units no larger than a regiment. Now, it gets even better. There is no U.S. Air Force at this time. There is, however, an Army Air Corps and Navy flyers, and they don't care for each other. Quote, naval aviators grumbled satisfaction in buzzing a rival's airfield and aircraft, or, when on the ground, holding down their brakes while their engines in order to blow clouds of dirt and dust onto their adversaries. Every major action early in the Pacific War, he writes, involved a dimension of inter-service rancor. When you have Douglas the Situation MacArthur in Australia, and Admiral Ernest King running the United States Navy, I've heard it said that he's the most powerful admiral that has ever run the United States Navy, you're going to have some sparks over, questions of things like strategy. MacArthur has our skills